So this guy's name is Logan, the eldest son of a noble family that's completely ruined. The maids in the house were very afraid of him, and they had good reason to be. I mean, just look at this crazy guy's face. One day, Logan wanted to see his father at the castle, but the soldiers wouldn't let him in. They said the prince wasn't worthy. He was just the son of the baron's former wife, you know? People were either afraid of Logan or simply hated him, because until then, he was just an arrogant and despicable guy. But things were about to change because Logan was no longer the same person they thought they knew. The protagonist got irritated with the guard's stance, so he grabbed a pair of gloves from his outfit and threw them right in the guard's face. The humiliation he made the prince endure would be paid for in a duel. Logan insulted the guard, saying he was the real failure here, that he had always been a mediocre soldier. Dominan got furious and was completely overwhelmed with emotion. He accepted the fight against the prince. They headed to the duel arena and were going to use wooden swords. A knight can use aura, you know? And even with a wooden sword, he could kill a weak warrior. Everyone feared for the prince's life. It was obvious he was a total loser. Dominan attacked with all his might and used his aura, but Logan dodged with a super precise move and attacked just above Dominan's sword. The force of that disarmed the guard. He simply couldn't hold his sword. Everyone was completely shocked. How could the loser, Logan, know how to fight? Logan wasn't satisfied and said Dominan could have a second chance if he wanted. But the soldier was on the ground looking at his hand. He couldn't deny that the hit had been incredibly strong, even deadly. Logan didn't wait for the guard's response. He just threw more blows with the wooden sword, as revenge for what happened before. This fight left all the castle soldiers terrified. Prince Logan was no longer the weakling he used to be. The reason for this, none of them could know. The truth is that in the future, when Logan was 40 years old, he was just a lowly soldier after his family was destroyed. The other soldiers mocked him because when Logan was young, he lost a duel to his younger brother. They simply didn't understand how he became a soldier after his family was annihilated. Back then, the kingdom was betrayed and enemy soldiers invaded. All the soldiers fought valiantly, and Logan did too, but still, the kingdom couldn't win and they were all wiped out. That day, Logan died in battle, regretting many things in his life. He had always been a terrible person and wanted to apologize to his father. Suddenly, Logan woke up in his room, completely scared. He had been injured after getting hit in the head in the duel against his younger brother. The protagonist couldn't believe it. Was it all just a nightmare? Definitely not. He remembers everything. Logan looked out the window and saw his family's castle where he lived when he was young. His younger brother came to visit him in his room, scared of how Logan would treat him. He was trembling with fear because Logan had always been terrible to everyone, including him. Logan remembered that the last time he treated him like absolute trash, and that was the last time Romeo tried to approach him. Logan's head was pounding with so many memories flooding his mind, and Romeo genuinely cared about his brother. The servants knew all about Logan's horrible personality, so Rick told the young master, Romeo, to leave. But for the first time, Logan didn't shout. He spoke softly, telling Romeo to come closer. The boy was stunned, and the butler Rick was too. Young Master Logan is acting strange today. Logan wanted to praise Romeo's strength, but the words got stuck. He needed to do more than that after treating him like trash all this time. Logan hugged his brother for the first time and apologized for everything he had done. He admitted that he was a terrible brother and that Romeo was amazing. No one could hold back tears in this scene. After talking for a while, Romeo left Logan alone. Our protagonist looked out the window and knew for sure it wasn't a dream. He had gone back in time, and this time he would do things differently and save his family. A maid accidentally entered the room and apologized. Rick came in right after her and apologized to the young master on her behalf. Mary didn't mean to. This was so annoying. Logan now realized how ridiculous it was that everyone acted this way out of fear of him. How miserable was he back then? Logan said it was nothing and asked them to bring him paper and pens. Rick and Mary began to panic. Is the young master really going to work now? When they brought what he asked for, Logan thanked them. Rick couldn't believe it. Did his master really say thank you for something? Now the servants think they are dreaming. And once again, Logan realizes how terrible he used to be. He asks to be left alone to work. But before that, remember that the war against the Empire will happen in 10 years. And that will destroy his family because they will be weak and drowning in debt. His goal is to change not only who he was in the past, but also his family's situation. Moreover, an internal war in his region within a year was the first thing that started to tarnish his territory's reputation. After working hard writing for a while, Logan decided to go see his father. On the way, he noticed that the staff turned their faces to avoid him. They knew Logan could end their lives in an instant. A maid was wearing clean clothes and didn't see the master, so she fell to the ground. The girl froze. She was lost. Her life was over. But that's not what happened. With a gentle hand, Logan helped her up. Maybe it was a miracle. The girl then saw the master's face. This was not the face of a good man, so she pleaded for her life and then ran away without looking back. Logan then realizes that just acting differently won't change things so quickly. After all, he's used to smiling like a damn killer. When he arrived at his father's office and announced he was there to see the man, Logan turned cold again. It had been over 20 years since he last saw his father. When he walked in, the cold treatment was to be expected. The patriarch of the McLean house, Patrick McLean, had no reason to respect his eldest son. Logan was there to ask for permission to go to a secluded training on the family's mountainous property. The protagonist had the memories of his past life and knew the training to become a knight, but his current body was that of a useless and lazy piece of trash. Moreover, he needs to get money to change things, and getting stronger will help with that too. He has to be ready because in 3 months, that girl will come to them. Patrick asked if Logan was trying to run away after his defeat against Romian. Logan denied it. He just realized that he is weak and has wasted his time so far. He decided to improve, but Patrick had heard those excuses before. He won't allow it because the problem with his son is not just a lack of effort. Logan should have expected that. He admits to his father that his behavior is his biggest problem and that he is going to change it. His father is no longer willing to believe his lies and orders him to leave. The request was denied. This is the consequence of it all. But Logan tells his father that he has been foolish and immature until now, and it is through this training that he will take the first step to change. Not even the most bitter father can abandon his children, so Patrick says this will be Logan's last chance to change. However, before leaving, he asks if Logan thinks 3 months is enough to catch up with Romian. Logan then firmly states that training is not about defeating Romian, but about defeating himself. When he left the room, it had been a long time since Patrick felt any respect for his son, and our boy noticed it, even though his father didn't say anything out loud. Logan felt it was worth changing. Logan went to the mountains and is going to stay in this place for 3 months. His goal is to train his body and, more importantly, achieve something greater. True warriors are capable of defeating even a dragon using the life force in their cores. 3 months passed with the protagonist training every day to his absolute limit until he finally managed to form his core, something he only achieved at 40 years old in his other life. With this, he was able to push his body's limits beyond the breaking point. On the last day of training, he stood in front of a huge tree to use his strongest move. By concentrating all his aura, he transfers his energy to his sword and muscles. The strike is capable of cutting through space itself to reach the target and then split it in half. This is the power he gained at the end of his life, and now he can do it even at this age. Although he achieved it, the cost to his weak body is enormous. This should only be used as a last resort. Now he can go back home and start making changes, and the first thing he needs to change is his clothes. It smells like a sewer. When he returned home and went to visit his father to show his progress, the guard, Dominan, denied him entry because only those with direct blood from the McLean family can pass without authorization. It was on that day that Logan realized his authority in the family was at risk. It was at that moment that Logan challenged Dominan to a duel and surprised all the guards in the castle by easily defeating a trained soldier. This was the result of his training in combat knowledge, and it will prevent other guards from trying the same. Later, in his father's office, Logan and Patrick begin to talk. His father says that what he saw was impressive, recognizing his awakening, and asks what happened during his training. The young man thinks about the fact that his father was watching, something he never expected, and says that he simply got rid of his greed and let everything go. As he continued training with that mindset, there came a point where he could feel the strength filling him from within. Logan reflected that, although it sounded like a lie, it was a perception he had gained in his past life, that only after giving up on avenging his family was he able to become a force user, and that he only awakened after turning 40. His father seemed impressed that this simple realization had done this for him, and said that he had truly changed. However, he was furious because the first thing the boy did after this advancement was attack a knight. Logan insisted that the guy got what he deserved, and asked his father if he had heard the whole story about the other soldiers. His father said yes, but still thought those measures weren't necessary. They were necessary, he replied, surprising his father. After all, the man was trying to deceive his lord's blood and make him look like a fool. If they let it slide, it would become a poison to the family's discipline. The young man then thought about how hierarchy is the foundation that allows an organization to function, and when hierarchy wavers, the organization itself weakens. After 10 years as a mercenary, one thing he learned is that when dealing with a group of armed men, you must establish order right away. What happened today would serve as a lesson for the other knights. His father continued saying that Dominion had much of the blame, as he had failed in his duty and tried to deceive Logan, but what he did was too much. Risky, and it was better to hold back for now. Logan was surprised at how easily his father forgave him, a stark contrast to his previous life. Seeing his face, his father even joked, asking if he wanted a punishment. "I'm fine," Logan replied. His father continued saying that he didn't think what he did was right, and that he should never do something like that again without permission, as he hadn't even officially received his rank yet. Logan respectfully said he would remember that. Shortly after, his father announced that his fiancée, Reina, would be visiting soon. At first, the young man seemed surprised by the news, but it was not shock. It was pure excitement because the day of receiving the money was finally coming. And just in time, Princess Reina Wolf arrived. All the ladies present are speechless, and all the guards envy Logan. As she approached, she gracefully greeted Lord McLean, saying it had been a long time and asking about his well-being. The patriarch, amazed by Reina's beauty, commented that she had become a beautiful woman since the last time he saw her. Rick also watched her from a distance, impressed to see her all grown up. However, he looked at Master Logan, who did not seem impressed by her presence at all. Reina said she had a letter entrusted to her by the Count, her father, and then began to read it. The letter was addressed to Lord Patrick McLean and was so dull that for the next 30 minutes, even the guards nearly fell asleep. However, the conclusion of the letter brought everyone back to reality, as the final request was that due to some unavoidable circumstances, the arranged marriage between Reina and Logan was to be cancelled. After hearing all this, the young man concluded that the message was simple. They thought Patrick McLean would become a stronger aura user, but instead, he got stuck as a high-ranking knight for over 20 years. And to be honest, Logan is a loser, so it makes no sense for the Wolf clan to join the McLeans. Therefore, they prefer to go their separate ways. Patrick was furious, as they were breaking the marriage for no apparent reason. He understood that the Wolves were trying to humiliate the McLeans. Reina replied that it was not the case, saying she even volunteered to be the messenger because she feared Patrick would come to that conclusion. So, she wanted to clarify the misunderstanding. She then continued with her vivid memories of her year at the McLean residence when she was a child. Good memories she had with Logan in that beautiful and serene place, and how she didn't want to let go of those precious moments. However, there's nothing she can do, as she is tied to her family and has no choice but to follow her superior's decisions. So the best she can do is come and apologize to Logan and Patrick in person. Everyone is amazed by her words, saying her heart is as beautiful as her face. Everyone except Logan, his stepmother, Mary, and Kairos. Then, Logan directly asks Reina what exactly the reason for this breakup is. He said he would like to know what these so-called inevitable circumstances are. Meanwhile, Logan thought about his stepmother, Ranyan's biological mother, and how she always saw him as an enemy due to the succession issue. He thought she wouldn't get involved, but it seems family honor is another story for her. Ranyan apologized again and dodged the question, saying she didn't know the reason for the separation, arguing that she was just someone who would marry into another family, so her father doesn't discuss important family matters with her. Mary is furious and concludes that, considering everything, she understands why Reina came to announce the breakup without any apparent reason. Reina, scared to death, with her white dress getting brown stains, looks at the McLeans and announces that for the trouble caused, the Wolves are willing to pay 3 million gold pieces as compensation for ending the engagement. Seeing this, the financial manager, Dwayne Filsner McLean, almost has a heart attack, and Logan was also excited to hear it, thinking he was about to get the money, but no way. Upon hearing that, Patrick nearly had a fit of rage, asking how dare she propose such a thing. A knight from the Wolf House jumped in front of Princess Reina to protect her and begged the patriarch to calm down. Patrick asked if he was a high-ranking knight like himself, recognizing it was impressive that someone so young had come so far, and continued saying that perhaps hurting the rising star of the Wolf family would be a fair trade for the disgrace of the McLean family. The knight replied that his master, Kyron Wolf, considered Mr. McLean an honorable man and would never go after the young princess or anyone younger. Queen then intervened, saying she too did not wish to buy honor with money, asking them to accept the gold as a sincere gesture to maintain the friendship between the two families. Lord McLean gritted his teeth, thinking that if he insisted further on the matter, he would become a man without honor. He realized that this was why Kyron had sent these young people. Patrick continued saying that a visitor is a visitor, even if they bring bad luck, and asserted that the McLeans are not the type to chase their guests away. However, he would not accept the Wolf's unilateral offer. The McLean house requested just one thing, that the messenger, Princess Reina Wolf, sincerely apologize to their son. Patrick also made it clear that he would reject any other type of compensation. After all this, Logan intervened, saying that as the person directly involved, he had a request to make. Logan reflected that they needed to accept the money, thinking that letting them go with just words was madness, especially considering that 3 million gold is the entire annual budget of the McLean house. Moreover, half of their current funds come from his stepmother's family, the Chirons. He thinks they will go bankrupt as soon as that support is cut off. And for what? Honor? He thinks everyone has lost their minds, and they have to take that 3 million, no matter what. Then, Logan starts talking to his father and says he would like to accept the Wolf's apology conditions. Patrick gets angry again, asking if Logan is going to make him retract his word. Logan thinks about the pressure his father is under, remembering that even without an aura, he is still a high-ranking gentleman. But, unfortunately, That's nothing compared to others in the kingdom. And he thinks that if he can't handle this, he will never be able to move forward. Patrick tells the young man that the McLean house is not so poor as to need to abandon their honor for money. Logan lets out a deep sigh and replies that, actually, they are exactly that poor. He continues arguing that the McLean house owes the bank 3 million gold coins right now. 1 year's interest is around 150,000 inches gold, and without Chiron's money, they would have gone bankrupt a long time ago. They are the biggest beggar family in the kingdom. In fact, they owe more than 2 million gold coins to the kingdom they serve as lords. Therefore, resolving the matter with a simple apology makes him fear that rumors will spread that they bowed to the wolves. Then Reyna intervenes, saying that the wolf house is not such an irrational family, and that they have the utmost respect for the honor of their claims. At this, Logan asks if it doesn't seem ridiculous to talk about rationality, since it was she who unilaterally came to break the commitment. A memory from the young man's past emerges, and he remembers how back then he believed Reyna was genuinely sad about their inevitable separation. But that was before a certain incident. Reyna and Logan are alone in a bedroom, and she thanks him for coming. Reyna says they might be ending things today, but she still wants to create one last memory with him. Thinking his life as a teacher had come to an end, Logan asks Reyna to run away with him that night. It's then that she throws a knife at his face, forcing him to draw his sword in defense. Reyna tears her own clothes and, trying to humiliate him, asks if he really thinks someone like him deserves someone like her. Then she tells him to know his place and get lost. She asks why he's carrying a sword if he lost to a kid, saying it only made things easier for her. Logan doesn't understand what's happening, and Reyna starts yelling as a thunderstorm rages outside. Reyna accuses Logan of becoming aggressive and trying to take advantage of her, and since his sword was already drawn, it was an easy lie to believe. The young man remembers being blamed for so many mistakes that even his family didn't believe him, and as a result, the McLeans were forced to apologize to the wolves and pay a hefty compensation. He thinks to himself that because of her, he would never be able to trust women again, calling Reyna a street dog, but swearing that this time he wouldn't let her get away with it. After these events, Logan thinks about his plan and how he was going to change his reputation in the family, realizing that by gradually showing he had changed and convincing them, they would change too. But it seems that the fight with Dominion made him realize something. The soldiers looked the other way, even when someone disrespected him, and rumors of him losing to his brother spread while he was outside. Therefore, you can't transform the family by gaining recognition from people like them. With only 9 months until the regional war starts, his reputation no longer mattered. The only thing that mattered was saving his family. Logan set aside his pride and told Reyna that he would accept the compensation from the wolf family, ignoring his own family's will. Reyna was left speechless. The patriarch was furious and asked how he dared to defy his will. Logan replied that he wouldn't settle for mere empty apologies, leaving his father stunned. He continued by saying that his honor couldn't be bought with words that the wind carries away. The value of that will be as light as those words. Hearing all this, Reyna tries to make the best of the situation, saying that the wolf family wishes to obey the will of the man, the McLean house. Then she asks Patrick what he chooses. Logan sees her move and thinks that everything she says is to save her father's reputation, and that she's probably terrified of having to pay 3 million gold. The patriarch, looking at Reyna, says that as a representative of the McLean family, he is satisfied with just a sincere apology. However, he will let Logan decide whether the apology is sincere or not. Hearing this, his stepmother Marion becomes furious. Patrick turns to the young man again and tells him to think carefully, because if he accepts money for his dishonor, he will be opening the door for his honor to be negotiated in the future as well. Logan, without a second thought, decides that he cannot yield to his father on this matter, and says that as the person involved in the broken engagement, he accepts the compensation offered by the wolf house. This surprises Marion and visibly upsets Reyna. After Logan made his choice, his father, disappointed, said he thought Logan had improved a bit, but in fact, he changed for the worse. He even adds that it's his fault for not teaching him the true value of honor. Logan, although he does not say it to his father, thinks that everything he does is for the good of the family. In his room, after receiving the generous compensation from Reyna, the young man is interrupted by a knock on the door. Thinking it's Rick, the boy invites him in, but instead, Dwayne, the family's financial advisor, enters the room. Seeing him there, Logan wonders what he is doing. An internal monologue of Dwayne unfolds, recalling how he, as a financial advisor, had to manage the McLean estate with an ever-shrinking budget. He had to deal with soldiers demanding new weapons, as well as servants running out of supplies for the winter. To compensate for the lack of money, he was constantly begging the patriarchs. He wondered if he was a financial advisor or a king of beggars, and thought that if this weren't his hometown, he would have quit a long time ago. However, he now had the chance to rest easy for at least a few years. He thought the only person in his way was the idiot, thinking to himself that Logan would have to split the 3 million with him. Dwayne told the young man that he just stopped by to greet him since he had made a big impression the day before. Given how he defended himself and did not yield an inch to unjust external pressure, he was truly an incredible apprentice, worthy of being the heir of the McLean family. As Dwayne said all this, he imagined that his compliments had deeply moved Logan. After all, he had never received praise before, as he usually just messed things up. He thought it would be easy to take his money, but Logan is not impressed at all. Dwayne continues to say that in tough times like these, 3 million gold is like rain in the desert, and Logan's cunning has allowed the family to breathe easy once more. The young man remains unfazed, saying he doesn't see why the family should be relieved since that was his money. Hearing this, Dwayne loses all hope. He thinks Logan is really going to keep all the money for himself, but he tries to stay calm. After all, in 20 years as a financial advisor for the McLeans, submission had become a normal habit in his life, and this situation was no different. So he started to cry, leaving Logan a bit surprised, who asked if the family situation was really that bad. Dwayne continued saying he didn't know if the other was aware, but the family owed 3 million gold to Cooper Bank. He wanted to continue explaining that the interest alone was 150,000 in gold, but Logan interrupted him, finishing the sentence for him. Dwayne, surprised, asked if he already knew about that, and the young man replied that the interest shouldn't be a problem. After all, it was harvest season, and he should be able to cover it with the harvest money. Dwayne tries to convince him that just managing the barony costs a fortune, that they are always on a tight budget. He tries to say that if he could help a little, things would change, but Logan interrupts him again, not wanting to hear it. Dwayne asks why he wouldn't help, since he thought he was against the Baron for the sake of the family. Logan agrees. He says he will use the money for the good of the family, but not to cover the Baron's immediate expenses. Instead, he needs to prepare for the future. Dwayne, furious, thinks that Logan has no idea what he's talking about, and that he should just hand over the money right there. Logan then asks. Dwayne says that even if he paid the family debts, it wouldn't change much of the situation. Dwayne argues that having a bigger budget would make managing the estate easier, at least for a couple of years. The young man then asks what would happen after that, saying that even if it were true, they would just go back into debt again, since they had no special products to sell. He concludes that it's a vicious cycle, and he's trying to break it with his own plan, for which he also needs the money. Dwayne is stunned, wondering if he really is the same delinquent he knew, thinking to himself that he thought Logan was just a boy who didn't care at all about family matters. The young man says he has a favor to ask Dwayne, and if he helps him, he might even share part of the money, helping to cover some of the family's expenses. Dwayne asks what he needs, and the young man says he needs to gather some mercenaries. Later, he talks to Rick. It seems he's getting ready to leave again, and Rick asks where the hell he's going, saying it hasn't been that long since he returned from his isolated training. Logan replies that he's going to make money. Rick points out that he already has a good amount, but Logan insists he needs more. He continues saying that the Patriarch certainly won't let him go now because the atmosphere in the castle is incredibly tense. But Logan responds that he's not going to ask his father for anything. He's going to leave quietly. Rick is surprised, but Logan doesn't care. He thinks that if he can't change his reputation now, it will never happen, so he needs to gather outside forces. Fortunately, he is aware of what's happening in the outside world, just like when he was expelled from the family in his past life, and concludes that his first step is to find a certain type. Rick tries to reason with him, telling him he's not thinking clearly, and that becoming a fugitive right now won't help him at all. Logan gets annoyed with Rick's persistence, who asks what he plans to do if he just runs away. Rick even says that if he really leaves, he might as well just run him over, which, by the way, he's close to doing since he doesn't seem to care. He doesn't care at all. The young man replies that everything will be fine for his friend, as he will write a letter to his father so that no one blames him. Rick asks what he's going to write, but Logan just smiles. Rick lets out a sigh of relief. After Logan disappeared, Rick took the letter to the Patriarch, who looked like he was about to make the day seem like child's play. The letter started with a formal greeting, and continued by saying that, heartbroken by the commitment, he had decided to go take some fresh air, but that he would return soon. Signed, Logan McLean. After that, poor Rick simply cried, wishing for the young man's return. Then a story about the McLean family is presented, revealing that just 200 years ago, the family did not hold the position it does today. Their vast lands extended into neighboring counties, and they were revered as rulers of the southwestern region of the Grandia Kingdom. But up until the current Lord Patrick McLean, the useless efforts of the last 3 generations of ancestors had caused their title to be degraded and their territory significantly reduced. The vast grain depot once called the McLean Plains was given to a powerful vassal, and the fertile lands were divided among others. The place they ended up going, as if they had been expelled, was the dry, arid land near the southern mountains. Thus the McLeans were doomed to financial hardship. There were no suitable regional products, and the common copper mines in mountainous territories did not exist there. Logan thinks that even if they win the regional war, they will still need to keep asking for help from Kairos. To end this vicious cycle, he needs a lot of money, much more than the 3 million he already has. He says there's someone here who can help him as he enters Kairos, the largest trading city in the Grandia Kingdom. Various voices call to customers, offering rings, shields, and even fresh fruits and vegetables. The young man thinks that coming here helps him remember how remote the McLean barony is. He continues to say that, according to his memory, the person he is looking for spent his youth in Cairo, and he was told that the man lives nearby. The man he seeks, his golden beetle, Philip Claude, is a key figure in the Ares Empire, the strongest nation on the continent. It is a centralized power based on a merit system, meaning that as long as you have talent, regardless of your gender or age, you have the opportunity to succeed. It is a nation where you can enjoy power and wealth, even as a foreigner. A perfect example of this is Philip Claude from the Kingdom of Grandia. He is one of the richest merchants who moved to the empire, and the largest arms dealer on the continent, known as the Merchant of the Kingdom of Grandia. However, in reality, despite being called the Golden Beetle, he supported the people of his homeland and used his money to create the miracle of Grandia's sovereignty. While walking through the streets, Logan saw a person and wondered, is that him? The boy in the middle of the street had just been scammed and was wondering how he would survive from now on without a dime. Logan watched him, thinking about how he had heard that the man's business had failed due to a scam, but seeing the scene with his own eyes was much worse than he imagined. As the boy contemplated ending it all, Logan approached trying to start a conversation and asked if he was Philip Claude. Philip confirmed somewhat suspiciously and asked who Logan was, thinking that, based on his appearance, red eyes, and fixed gaze, he could be dangerous. Logan said he would like to talk to him for a minute, but Philip remained skeptical, wondering how the young man knew him. At that moment, Philip felt a strong emotion in his eyes. It was something that businessman Philip had seen countless times: greed. Philip began to theorize that, given the moment and the old armor, he was a mercenary gangster. Logan tried to explain his motives, but Philip became agitated and started shouting that the payment date had not yet arrived, and that the sale of his commercial property would be finalized in 3 days, so he should come back then. Logan assured him that he was not there to collect any debt, but Philip barked like a rabid dog and repeated that his sales had not yet been processed, telling the young man to leave once again. Logan attempted to calm Philip, telling him he was not there to collect anything, but to invest money, leaving Philip in shock. When asked if it was true that he was investing in him, Logan confirmed. Philip began to think that if he didn't come to collect money, then he must be a lunatic. Crazy for wanting to invest in someone like him, who had completely failed, but at the same time wondering if Logan was telling the truth and asking how much he wanted to invest. Logan responded, asking how much he needed, and stated that he would help him enough to pay off his debts and get back on his feet. Philip, still suspicious, analyzed the expression on Logan's face and the dirt on his armor, concluding that he must have come from very far away. It was then that he realized. Logan tried once more to ask how much he needed, but Philip interrupted him, calling him a disgusting scoundrel. He said that if the plan was to trick him, he should have prepared better, like the other guys who had already embarrassed him. He continued to assert that he was not an investor, and from the shield on his armor, he must belong to the McLean gentry in the southwest. To Philip, they were nothing more than a family of beggars who had to live off their rich relatives. How could they want to invest if this family can't even pay their own debts? Furthermore, he tells Logan that if he were caught pretending to be a noble, he would be executed, complaining that he chose the wrong person because he is completely broke. Logan looks at the situation from another angle, thinking that even at rock bottom, Philip shows good judgment, as one would expect from a future magnate. He wonders how he can calm the boy down while Philip complains in the street that he has no money to eat, let alone to die. At that moment, Logan has an idea. He asks Philip to pay attention for a moment and shows him his aura, leaving him perplexed. Philip thinks that someone as bright as him, who awakened his strength so early, would be foolish to ruin it all for a scam. He apologizes, saying he has been through a lot and is a bit sensitive, and asks what Logan's interest in him is. Logan says he wants to hire him permanently and as a bonus, pay off his debt. Philip becomes skeptical again, asking if the McLean family has the money for something like that. Logan asks the amount of the young man's debt, estimating around 250,000, and says he will pay it and give him another 300,000, revealing the cash he had been carrying all along. Philip looks at Logan and thinks he is an angel, so he signs the contract. The terms are as follows. If the subordinate, Philip, intentionally tries to harm the boss, he will feel unbearable pain, as if his soul were being torn apart, an unreal formality. The witch who sealed the contract tells Philip that if he doesn't like it, he should strive to awaken and become at least a high-ranking knight, or pay a fourth circle wizard, or hire someone worth several hundred times more than the contract to break the curse, leaving Philip speechless once again. She dismisses them, telling him to say hello again, and Philip wonders if he has just been tricked. He thought he was delusional when he imagined Logan as an angel, especially now that he realized he had just paid a fortune for a magical contract just to turn him into his savior, when a single page of the contract is worth 30 slaves. Logan adds that they can't trust each other now since they barely know each other. So if they're going to invest a fortune, he needs a reasonable guarantee, and assures Philip that once they build some trust, things will be different. He discards the contract and extends his hand in a gesture of camaraderie. Philip thinks this contract is a disaster, with no details on deadlines or conditions, but he has no choice but to trust Logan for now. Then he shakes his hand. Philip asks what Logan needs him to do, to which he replies that they first need to buy monster meat. Upon hearing this, the young man calls Logan a psychopath. Logan thinks Philip's reaction is normal since monster blood and meat contain poison, so burning it would be the most prudent choice. However, in a few years, the situation will change drastically. As soon as the news spread that a monster blood neutralizer could be made with common ingredients, some food-scarce areas began consuming monsters. That winter, they started treating cases of deficiencies after consuming the Kellogg monster. Even those with injuries in intimate areas causing sterility began to see results. A year later, the Royal Magic Tower confirmed everything. The Kellogg disappeared from the map across the continent because the species simply vanished after research results showed it was good for virility. With this in mind, Logan believes he can easily make 3 million, or even more, depending on what he can obtain. Walking with a crazy person like this, Philip looks at Logan with disappointment and wonders if it wouldn't be better to just run away. In a tavern, Philip and the young man start discussing what to do next. Logan tells Philip he wants to buy monster meat for 1,000,000 gold pieces, and Philip thinks he has completely lost his mind. The warrior tells him to calm down, assuring him that he will make money even if he spends more on this. Philip says he is against the idea and asks if he is sure about what he is doing. He says yes. So Philip asks what the price range per unit is for buying Kellogg meat, and he replies that Kellogg meat is worthless now that people are burning it due to a lack of buyers. So if he sends someone at level 0 to bring in the bodies, it would cost around 200 gold coins due to the kingdom's transport fees. And this fee is charged per unit, meaning if you brought in a bunch of Kellogg's at once, the transport would be much cheaper. Philip is impressed by how Logan even thinks about transport fees, and agrees that he is right about the costs. He asks if, with this price per unit and 1,000,000 budget in mind, he is going to hire a mercenary guild for a hunt throughout the kingdom and buy everything for them. Logan confirms that he is right and asks if he sees any problem with that. Philip explains that the plan is completely wrong since all the monster meat is being thrown away now. He should hire a merchant guild for the price of beef, and everything would be solved. He continues to say that there are merchants out there who will bring and sell anything for money. Even if it's junk to throw away, they'll offer to get it for him. The young man is so confident that he even says they'll probably bring all the meat from Kellogg's in the kingdom as soon as he asks for it, all cut and ready. Logan is impressed with Philip's idea, thinking that his investment is already paying off. A bit suspiciously, he calls him an adorable rebel for some reason. Philip tells him not to worry about money from now on, and to leave everything to him. After all, his faith relies on Logan's future. Then, the young man hands Philip a list of various items: ironwood cartridges, springs, and glue. He tells him to stay in Kaylee and buy all this in bulk, but Philip is skeptical again and asks if he's trying to open a toy factory, to which the young man replies that he has something even better in mind. In fact, Logan made Philip buy the raw materials for war weapons, and recalled how weapons made from these materials were used in the Grandia Kingdom invasion in his past life. Depending on the battle conditions, a single soldier could even hold off a night with these weapons. He also remembered having tasked Dwayne with hiring mercenaries before getting there, so putting these weapons in their hands would be enough to gain an advantage in the regional war. But first, he needed to find a craftsman capable of making these weapons and an instructor to train the mercenaries. 2 days later in Heron, the city of mercenaries, Logan was talking to Kai Salon, an A-rank mercenary, trying to hire him as an instructor, but Kai Salon said he had never trained anyone productively before. Logan insisted that the job wouldn't be that hard, as he would only be training the C-rank mercenaries he would hire. Reluctantly, Kai Salon explained to Logan that he didn't know what he had heard, but all he had managed to do was guide some young people, and he should leave this mission to professional educators. Logan thought that Kai Salon couldn't fool him since he knew all about this because he had worked with him in his past life. He acknowledged that Kai Salon could handle all existing weapons, and moreover, he has great skill with horses, but where Kai Salon truly excels is as an instructor. After all, the mercenary squad he trained after retiring due to a serious injury was more skilled than anyone, but now he doesn't seem very interested in that. Logan offers 4,000 gold coins for the service, but Kai Salon is playing hard to get and doesn't accept the offer. Logan raises the proposal to 6,000, but the guy still refuses. So he raises it back to 7,000, and once again the stubborn man doesn't budge, trying to explain to Logan that money can't buy everything, but the young man raises the offer again to 8,000. It's then that Kai Salon relented and accepted the proposal. even thanking him in advance. They talked, and Logan revealed that he was the firstborn son of the Baron McLean family, asking if he wasn't curious about why he was hiring mercenaries from the field. Kai Salon replied that he didn't care as long as he got paid. As they walked through the streets, they saw a man whipping a group of people, shouting that if they were late, he would kill them all. Kai Salon continued, saying that, as Logan probably already knows, Haram is known as the city of mercenaries and slaves, and they would see much more of this ahead. From there, the city turns into a slave market. Logan responds that he is familiar with the situation, thinking about buying a slave in this market too. A merchant observes him, thinking he must be an unsuspecting peasant, and calls him over to show his products, saying he offers slaves at unbeatable prices, but upon seeing Kai Salon, he is terrified. Seeing this, the young man relaxes, thinking it was totally worth hiring him. He arrives at a shop with more guards than the others, and soon realizes this is the right place. An old man greets Logan, saying he imagines he knows what he's getting into. The young man replies that he is there to buy a dwarf. The old merchant confirms that he has arrived at the right place, explaining that races from other worlds are rare, so they take good care of them, inviting him to come closer. He then shows a couple of elves, commenting that it was very difficult to get them, and asking if he had seen elves before. The old merchant tries to talk about the two elves, but Logan doesn't care at all. He simply tells the merchant to bring out the chained dwarf from the back of the place. The merchant responds, quite obviously, that he can clearly see it's a dwarf by his appearance, and that he will find many uses for him. After all, even among dwarves known for being great craftsmen, this one is one of the few with expert-level skills. Hearing this, the young man is a bit surprised. He always thought dwarves were born with incredible manual skills, a race that creates, repairs objects, and finds meaning in them from youth to old age, and an expert dwarf was more than he was looking for. He wouldn't even have to worry about the work he was going to give the guy. Logan asks about the price, and the merchant says that since he is an expert, the starting value would be at least 200,000 gold coins. The young man looks the man up and down and asks if he looks like a fool. The old man nearly panics and lowers the price by 50,000 coins. Kai Salon thinks about how he made the old man drop the price so quickly. The dwarf looks at Logan and comments that what he did was ruthless, but the young man thinks it's just basic. The dwarf continues asking where he is going now. Logan replies that he will take him to the Mechlin estate in the southwest and will do the things he asked for. The dwarf simply nods. It was exactly as he thought. Dwarves are famous for their craftsmanship, but not the slave dwarves, because although they are the race of artisans without passion, they do not create true works of art. Logan wanted to awaken that passion in the dwarf, telling him that if he gave his best for the next 20 years, he would send him back to the mountains, as 20 years is nothing for his kind. The dwarf was happy with the promise and tried to thank him when suddenly another slave broke free and began to flee from his master. The young man watched everything unfold. However, he didn't get very far. A soldier managed to catch him. It turns out that Logan found that slave familiar, a slave with blue hair and mismatched blue eyes. Suddenly, he remembered and ended up thinking out loud, causing Kai Salon to feel curious about what he was saying. Logan wondered how it was possible to find the noble assassin here. This reminded him of his past life when there was an incredibly famous aura user in the kingdom. Once a slave, he escaped after killing his masters, embarking on a killing spree, murdering nobles and knights. Finally, he hid for the next 10 years. When he reappeared, he used aura, proof that he had transcended his humanity, making his life mission to kill every noble he encountered, earning him the title of noble assassin. Logan continues, explaining that the slave escape incident occurred about a year after he became a mercenary. So, according to the timeline, he would still be a slave now. If he rescued that boy right now, he would have a future aura user on his side. But the problem is that the guy is an unstoppable homicidal maniac. The young man thinks that if he becomes a lethal weapon attacking his own allies, he can simply lock him up. When the master tries to strike the boy once more, Logan draws his sword and blocks the blow to his leg, surprising the master. It's then that he notices the family crest. He tells the guy that he must be a client and gets all cocky. The slave trader continues, saying how embarrassed he is, and states that the merchandise was not obedient, so he had to find a way to train them. He asks Logan how he can help. Logan replies that he would like to buy some slaves, referring to the two children. But the trader warns that since both are rare, one a redhead and the other with blue eyes, the price is very high and asks if he is sure about this. Logan insists on the price, and the merchant informs him that it's at least 10,000 for each one. The young man thinks a young and strong slave costs around 300 gold coins, and this guy still has the audacity to charge 100 times more for two kids who barely have any meat on their bones. Logan continues saying that considering the value of a noble's life, 10,000 gold coins is cheap, but there's no way this guy would know that. Moreover, he doesn't want to let this scoundrel profit at his expense. So, the young man says that 30 times the price asked for a strong slave for two kids on the verge of collapse, with one of them nearly dead, is a bit steep. The master argues that they are the only ones there, and Logan responds by saying he will pay 500 gold coins for each, a higher price than for a healthy slave, which would be more than enough. The master tries to negotiate, saying that for that amount, he won't even recover his investment. Logan gets angry and asks the master if he thinks he's stupid enough not to know the price of a slave, and the master is taken aback. He thinks that Victor always causes him trouble, so he is sure he will continue to do so in the future, and ends up accepting Logan's offer. Kaiselin carries the injured boy on his back, saying it's impressive how he's already standing since the injury shouldn't have allowed such a quick recovery. And Logan continues, saying he recovered quickly and easily. But the reality is, he was gradually releasing strength to heal the boy, which is even better than most low-level priests' magic, but gets annoyed when he realizes the other boy might have sensed his aura when even Kaiselin couldn't feel anything, but he dismisses it thinking it's just a coincidence. Victor jumps off Kaiselin's back and attempts to attack Logan, but he doesn't even come close to landing a hit. The young man grabs him by the neck and tells him he doesn't know if he's brave or just stupid, but that he's leveling up and asks if he understands the situation he's gotten himself into, and if he looks as weak as that insignificant slave trader. He says it's great that Victor is full of fighting spirit, but he needs to learn to choose his opponents better and hopes this will be the last warning he needs. Logan continues, saying that if he obeys, he guarantees his safety and that of his little sister, but if something like this happens again, he will dispose of both. He lets the boy go, thinking that was enough, and reveals that he plans to raise him as a knight. Victor asks if he's serious, and Logan confirms, adding that he needs to know that knights are honorary nobles and that, naturally, he should be able to escape his status as a slave. And not just him, but also his sister. Hearing this, Victor looks at his sister and says he will do whatever it takes. Logan observes the two and realizes that his assumption was correct. The sister is the key to controlling the noble assassin's violent nature. He continues saying he will start his training as soon as they get home and then asks Hamar, the dwarf, to come closer for a moment. The young man says he will start drafting the contract, a magical contract that will state the following. If Hamar works for him for the next 20 years, he will send him back to the mountains. Hamar was shocked, not believing that Logan would actually send him back to his people. The young man continued saying it's hard to trust a promise that consists only of words in the wind and asked if something was wrong or if he didn't want to go ahead. Hamar replied gratefully that he wanted it with all his heart and would do whatever he asked. He continues thanking him, saying he couldn't believe Logan was doing this. Seeing the reaction, Logan thought that if a contract was all it took to motivate him, then he was the one who benefited here. And he continues, admitting that he got everything he could wish for from this adventure and more, as he managed to get the noble assassin. He says that the preparations for war between the clans are going wonderfully. At that moment, however, Logan had no idea that rumors about his strange behavior had already spread throughout the McLean estate while he was away, that his reputation had gone to waste and was falling, and that Rick was caught in confusion, trying to fix things and thinking, what the hell is Logan doing? Shortly after, it seems he returned home and no one in the world is happier to see him than Rick. The young man looks at Rick and asks how he has been. Rick replies by asking Logan if he is serious to ask such a question. Almost having a fit, he keeps asking what Logan has been doing while he was away, and if he has heard the rumors circulating about him, that he is a wicked monster spending 150,000 on monster meat. It turns out that a few days earlier, Philip had gathered all the merchants he could find, and said he wanted to buy monster meat on behalf of the young master, Logan McLean. Apparently, even before all this, people had already heard about Logan, about how he broke off his engagement and how he basically stole his fiancée. Philip himself started some strange rumors about monster meat, trying to get more sellers. I had no idea that his teacher, Logan, had a past like that, and thought he was just some crazy old man. However, Philip saw an opportunity in the rumors and lowered the price of monster meat as much as he could, ensuring that traders sought it out like hotcakes, 1 gold piece per kilogram. He thought no trader would refuse to sell junk to someone willing to pay for it. He added that if they wanted money, they should bring all the monster meat they could get. Philip's aggressive sales strategy seemed to be working, with traders gathering monster meat and rumors about Logan spreading through almost the entire Thieves' district. Hearing all this, Logan comments that Philip did his job perfectly, and Rick is amazed, not understanding how. How can he laugh at a time like this? Logan continues, saying he should look at the faces of those who came with him, and think about how many rumors they must have heard to look like that. To all this, the young man simply replies that he shouldn't worry, because soon everything will be over, but Rick warns him not to be so calm, because the next stop is facing the patriarch, and he is furious. In his father's office, Patrick asks Logan if he enjoyed leaving home. It was a trip worth taking. Yes, Logan replied. Patrick continued, saying he had heard some rumors, that he had done some crazy things, but at least it was worth it. The young man defended himself, saying that rumors are just that, meaningless lies, and that he regrets nothing he has done. His stepmother intervened, telling Patrick that he was exactly as she had said before. Logan had no sense of his position and how his actions could disgrace the family name, but the young man wouldn't let her finish and interrupted, saying she was exaggerating a bit. After all, he only spent the money from the broken engagement as he saw fit. Marion re-enters the conversation, asking Patrick if he heard what she said, and if he is still on her side after all. But Patrick shouts that it's enough and calmly asks her to leave as he wants to talk to Logan alone for a moment. Patrick warns Logan that this is the last chance he is going to give him. Logan looks scared standing before his furious father. He asks his son what is going through his mind, and says they need to have an honest conversation about what is happening. Logan thinks to himself, knowing that his father won't let him off the hook this time. Then he tells Patrick that he wouldn't understand even if he explained it to him. Patrick responds by asking Logan if, by any chance, he is the one who doesn't want to be understood, and if Logan realizes what people around him are saying, that he is violent, cruel, obsessed with money, and even crazy. He continues asking Patrick how much longer he will have to cover for him, and if that moment comes in the future, he begs him to let him know. That way, at least he can use the excuse that he did his best for the young man's deceased mother. The young man thinks he can't believe Patrick mentioned his mother, since he never brought her up in his previous life, not even when he was kicked out, and maybe Patrick hasn't completely given up on him yet. Then Logan asks his father to give him a year. He requests that in a year he will show Patrick the reasons behind his actions and once again pleads for this last favor. We then see Patrick alone in his room, reflecting on what just happened, admitting how strange it sounds to ask a favor between father and son, and thinking that if Logan doesn't prove his words after a year, he will have to make a decision because he is the patriarch of the McLeans before being a father. A picture of Logan's mother, the Queen, appears, and Patrick apologizes to her, saying he doesn't understand what's happening with his son. Patrick begins a monologue, saying he promised to protect him at all costs and raise him well. In the end, everything fell apart due to his own negligence. Walking through the castle halls, Logan encounters his younger brother, and what he sees leaves him speechless. Ronyan had awakened his strength. "How did you guess?" "You caught up to me pretty quickly," Ronyan comments. The young man is happy to see the boy awaken his strength so early, at just 14 years old, and thinks that in his past life, Runyan's strength only manifested during the clan wars. But this time it happened much faster. "It's all thanks to you," Ronyan says, leaving him confused. He then explains that the knights were trying to stop him from finding Logan when he returned. That's when he awakened. Apparently, he had defeated the knights while trying to meet Logan. Logan started laughing and told Runyan he did a great job. He believes that if he teaches him the secrets of the divine sword, as soon as his strength stabilizes, he could become much stronger than he was in his past life. In a cabin south of the McLean estate, Logan meets with Duyan, who informs him that all 35 C-rank mercenaries he requested to recruit are there. It seems the mercenaries are furious with the young man, wondering if this is some kind of scam. It had been 10 days since they were called there, and so far, none of them had met Logan. One of them remarked that the family of a minor boy wouldn't dare take on a mercenary guild unless they were crazy. Another replied that maybe they would never know, as the rumors about him had also reached them and were quite serious. Then they started talking about the young man's appearance, how he carried a sword and armor, trying to pass himself off as a soldier. Hearing all this, he thought he needed to rein in those rogues who fought to make a living, or he would never come to an understanding with them. So Logan approached one of the mercenaries and asked if he thought it was funny to wear armor and wield a sword. The man replied that he didn't understand what Logan meant and wondered how he had heard his comment from where he was. The young man then began to mock the guy, saying he could think that way, but only if he had the talent to back it up. He then said he was nothing more than a pathetic class mercenary and asked what non-existent skills he thought he had to look down on others. He then asked, somewhat sarcastically, if he had offended the man, acknowledging that even a low-level guy like him had pride, and told him to step up to settle this. The warrior made a proposal. If the guy could land a single hit, he would let him go immediately, and even pay him a full year's salary, sealing the promise with the honor of a noble at stake, and ensuring everyone there was a witness. The mercenary stepped closer, and said this was great for him, as he couldn't backtrack on his word now, and shot a glare at Logan trying to intimidate him. But how do you scare someone with that gorilla face? The crowd began to comment on the size of the mercenary, wondering if he wasn't B rank. Another guy replied that he wasn't yet, but he could reach that rank after this job. Hearing this, Logan sneered, realizing that must be the reason for the mercenary's confidence. The mercenary tells Logan to attack first, and he responds by saying the other will regret that decision. But the mercenary ignores the danger, saying he's been using a sword for much longer, so he doesn't need to worry. He even asks Logan if he needs any advantage at this point. The young man concentrates his strength and punches the guy in the face. Everyone is speechless at the power of the punch, and it seems Logan ended the duel right there, with the man lying on the ground and his teeth flying through the air. The other mercenary watches in disbelief, while Logan simply stretches his shoulder, mocks him, and asks if anyone else wants to talk. The mercenaries can't believe that at his age he already masters strength. They think it's absurd. Kason watches him and thinks he always found him different. but never imagined he was this good. The young man continues saying that no one else will make comments from now on. After that, he formally introduces himself as Logan McLean, the one responsible for summoning them, and continues by saying that many of them are probably wondering why he is spending money hiring mercenaries. He then explains that he wants to train them to be crossbow knights. Dwayne and Casalon look surprised, and the mercenaries didn't know what to think of that idea. One of them even commented that they would spend all their time reloading. Casalon whispered to Logan that crossbows are not efficient weapons for knights to use, but he replied that he already knew that. Casalon asked why the young man would want them to use crossbows if he already knew. Logan explained that crossbows were much more destructive than bows, but for an inexperienced shooter, it would take over a minute just to load while on horseback. You would run out of firepower in a minute, even carrying 3 or 4 loaded crossbows, and it's no wonder they're confused. Logan tells Casalon that even though he thinks he's wasting money playing soldier, he must train them well first, as he will find out why later. And as a final comment, he says that the crossbow cavalry will be a great force for McLean, even beyond the upcoming war between the fiefs. Casalon isn't quite sure what to think, but he accepts his master's request. A few days later, the young man looks at a paper in his room and thinks that out of the 350 mercenaries they hired, only 312 passed the simple qualification test. He says that's enough, and suddenly someone interrupts him. It was Hamar wanting to know what was on that piece of paper he received. Logan explains that it's a design for the crossbow he's going to make for him and continues, saying it might look a bit rough to a professional's eyes. The young man thinks this was a weapon he used for decades in his previous life, so he sketched out all the structures he could remember, and since Hamar is a master craftsman, he should be able to build it. Hamar agrees that he will need to put a cartridge that stores the bolts at the back of the crossbow and make it reload automatically, and it should be able to fire 3 times in a row. He asks who on earth had such a stupid idea, to which Logan responds that it was him, and Hamar seems annoyed. Then Hamar comments that it's a wonderful idea, but with the string twisted like that, the strings won't hold and will break. Also, if you put such a wooden box at the back, it will be uncomfortable for the shooter, and he asks Logan what he plans to do about it. The young man replies that it's not his problem, and that Hamar should figure it out himself, and upon hearing this, the dwarf looks furious. Logan explained it was just a joke, and continued saying he needed to reduce the size of the bolt to make the cartridge itself smaller. Agreeing with Hamar that it would be a single shot, he suggested that instead, they make pre-made cartridges and reload them with each shot, calling the loaders for convenience. Hearing this, Hamar was stunned. He commented that even for an expert shooter, a crossbow couldn't fire 2 shots in a minute, and that this would be like a weapon from another time. Logan thought it was because, in fact, it was a weapon created in the future. Hamar then tells Logan that people think all you need to make something like this is a spring cartridge, a bit of wood, glue, and a bowstring. This is a motivating challenge for him, and he says he will try it. Hearing this, Logan asks Hamar when he will be ready, to which Hamar responds by asking if Logan is asking him to build something he's never heard of or seen with a deadline. Logan then continues, saying it's still a weapon that humans made. Hearing this, Hamar is perplexed, asking where and who made it. Logan brushes it off, telling Hamar he doesn't need to know that, and challenges him by saying if he thinks he can't do it, he might as well give up. Hamar says he only needs a month, and that in that time he will build something much better. Seeing the situation, Logan is pleased to discover what happens when you play with a dwarf's ego. Later, in the castle's training grounds, Victor is seen running. Logan warns him that he's slowing down again, and that he can do better. So Victor tries to speed up again. Logan thinks about how he has only fed and put the boy to sleep for days since he arrived, but he can't believe the difference that little food made. He tells Victor to rest, and at that moment, his little sister runs towards him. Logan thinks once more about the huge investment he made in buying Victor. A 4-year-old boy, much smaller than others his age, ran 20 kilometers non-stop, showing great talent. But what he admired most was the young man's determination and perseverance, as he seemed unconcerned about anything. It was clear to him that he wasn't a noble killer by nature. This big change in his life probably happened because of his sister. Quickly, Logan interrupts his thoughts and tells Victor that the rest is over and it's time for the next training session. He throws a sword into the young man's hands and says that from now on they would learn the sword technique of the Grandia Kingdom, which every aspiring knight in the country learned. Shortly after, the instructor asked for Victor's attention to make a demonstration. The young man held the sword firmly and sliced through the air with strength. However, Victor didn't seem impressed, thinking that all he wanted was to faint and sleep. Still, he bit his lip and thought that if the price for that good food and a decent night's sleep was exhaustion, he would do whatever it takes. Then he took his sword, just like Logan had done, and cut through the air perfectly. Watching the scene, Logan thought what he had done before was perfect, just like Victor's strike. Not just the movement, but every breath, and he had only shown it once. That's why he is amazed at how easily the boy keeps up with him. He comments that even Ronyan wasn't that good, and he is the same age. Seeing this, Logan tells Victor that if he increases his endurance and executes the sword technique perfectly over 1,000 times in a row, he can consider himself a knight. Upon hearing this, Victor's eyes shine, imagining himself in that position. Then Logan asks if he can do it, and the young man happily replies, yes. Logan continues telling Victor that if he needs anything else for his training, he can ask Rick. He would probably solve most things, but Victor replies that he doesn't need anything. Logan insists, asking if he's sure, and Victor says his only request is for him to take care of his sister. That would be enough. Logan thinks that's perfect. While training Victor, he thinks that maybe the young man isn't ready to go to war right away, but he will be of great help to McClane in the future. He also concludes that both the mercenary body and the weapon that Hamar will create will be a formidable force. Still, he shouldn't get too excited. After all, Hamar might not be able to make a good crossbow. A crossbow, and even if he did, the mercenaries might not know how to use it properly. Since he left everything in someone else's hands, he needed to come up with another plan. Then, Logan went to his father's office and said he wanted to participate in the Knights training, and it seems his father accepted the request. In the Knights training field, Captain Hinckley introduced Logan to the others, warning that he would be participating in the training from then on. Apparently, the Knights didn't take the news well, and started whispering among themselves, thinking that Logan might see the Order of Knights as a joke since he had defeated Dominion. A memory of the captain surfaced, seeing himself in the Patriarch's chamber, where they were discussing the young man's entry into the Order. The captain didn't seem happy at all. In fact, Hinckley told Patrick that if he joined, the Knights wouldn't be pleased, but Patrick replied that he wasn't asking for special treatment. In fact, he asked them to be tough on him, just like they would with any rookie. Currently, Hinckley believes that even with Patrick's request, he is still the Lord's son, and it would have been easier if Patrick had asked him to treat Logan more kindly. Logan notices the captain's concern and reassures him, telling him not to worry. He claims that if he fails any of the Knights' order exercises over the next week, he will simply pretend nothing happened and step out of Hinckley's way. Hinckley is surprised by the young man's attitude but ultimately agrees. Upon hearing this, he decides that for the next week, the Knight's training will be 3 times harder. Shortly after, a knight is seen running with a colleague on his back, wondering what kind of training this was. The warrior shouts at his students not to die and reminds them that they are cavalry knights and cannot ignore what it's like to be a horse. He tells them to feel what it is like to be the horse that carries them across the battlefield while fully armed. The knights realize this is why they have been training in full armor, and they also comment that all of this is happening because of that damned troublemaker. They speculate on how long Logan will last with this training. 1 day, 2, maybe 3. However, they could all be wrong because Logan is running at full speed, weaving through the crowd and leaving everyone speechless, even the captain. And to top it off, the young man is smiling while doing it. Hinckley was furious, thinking that at this rate, the Knights would be left behind, not Logan. That said, he ordered everyone to stop and take a 10-minute break. Then he went to ask how the young man was doing, if he was tired after that run. In fact, what was on his mind was that it was obviously exhausting, and all he had to do was give an honest answer to get out of that crazy training. But he hadn't even finished his thought when Logan interrupted him, saying it was a piece of cake. Hinckley was amazed, asking what he meant by that, and the young man replied that it was great training. If the Knights go through this every day, there's no way they wouldn't be strong. He then tells Hinckley that he's looking forward to the next training session, while 2 guys on the ground seem about to give up at any moment. Hinckley thinks that's not exactly what he wanted, and Logan, once again, seems to not care. Later that night, the young man looks around and realizes he's alone in the training field. All the Knights must have gone home by now. He then starts to reflect, thinking that training with the Knights is his insurance policy in case all his plans fail. If that happens, he will join the Knights and fight on the front lines. So it's better to start spending time with them now and try to build bonds. Another reason he's doing this is for his strength, as he can develop it through meditation, but just as important is training his body. That's where the Knight Order proves useful, and as he imagined, as his core strength grows and he doesn't feel fatigued, the young man takes his sword and with a quick strike demonstrates his power with a force cut. He thinks about how he possesses all this strength, and it all comes from a core of just 1 star. He imagines that when he reaches 2 stars, he will have the power to rival a high-ranking knight like his father. The next morning, he tests crossbows, considering them all failures, and asks Mar if this is all he can do. Then, the young man asks about the cord he requested, saying this thing only fires once and that he's not seeing the magazine. He also tells Hamar that it needs to be integrated. Hamar is furious, and Logan keeps apologizing, saying he was too harsh, to which Hamar responds that he's right, and that, even though he's his master, he should never insult the pride of a craftsman. However, what Logan really means to say is that if this is the best Hamar can do, then there's nothing they can do about it, which almost makes the dwarf explode with rage. The young man continues, saying that maybe he was expecting too much from him, since it's been weeks of work and he hasn't managed to do anything right. That's where Logan made a big mistake. He started to provoke Hamar, saying he had underestimated him, that he was wrong and had wasted money on him. That was the breaking point for Hamar, who asked for another month, guaranteeing that he would come back with something worth the investment. Furious, he broke the crossbow he had in his hand. Logan watched Hamar leave, thinking about the anger consuming him, and how it would make him start from scratch. A cruel smile appeared on his face, wondering if Hamar could create something incredible if pushed even further. A month later, in one of the training fields, Hamar demonstrates the power of his new and improved crossbow, which shoots 2 arrows at once. The invention leaves Logan speechless. Hamar comments that although it has one less shot than Logan originally requested, it's easier to hold with one hand and allows for quick reloads. However, Logan is impressed by how quickly he loaded and fired, taking only 2 seconds. The young man believes it has a shorter range than his previous weapon, plus it's smaller. But for a mounted soldier, this is much better, exceeding expectations. He can't believe they've come this far, and there are still months until the war between the fiefdoms. Hamar asks if Logan is paying attention, and Logan lifts him up, saying he did a great job, continuing to boast about the dwarves and wishing a long life to Hamar and his people. However, Hamar isn't as happy as Logan, because he thinks someone might see them and tells him he's not a kid and wants to be put down. Logan looks calmly into Hamar's eyes, preparing to ask a question, and when Hamar asks what it is, the young man returns to his psychotic state and says he needs 400 of these in 2 months. Then Logan hands the crossbows to Kaysen and the other mercenaries, and they are all amazed by the distance the projectile reaches and the fact that it fires consecutive shots. Kaysen looks at the invention and wonders how it's possible. How could a crossbow do something like this? A front-loading crossbow with this range, power, and speed. With this, an army of 300 or more mounted troops could do things that terrify him just thinking about it. So Kajelian tells Logan that it's truly incredible. And he realizes that this was the young man's plan from the beginning. Logan confirms he's right and thinks that Hamar has been through a lot. Even with extra help from the craftsman, Logan didn't expect him to finish the order 2 months ahead of schedule and also make 100 additional crossbows. As expected from an expert dwarf, it was undeniable. The guy was really good. He even thought about sharing this with the knights and soldiers, but money was an issue and there was still the risk of the technology leaking. Better to wait for now, so Logan asked Kigelian to equip the mercenaries with the crossbows and clear the monsters from outside the territory. Kigelian thought the idea was impossible, but the young man was sure they could handle it. In the end, Kigelian admitted that maybe it was possible, but Logan wasn't satisfied with that and told Kigelian to figure it out because if he couldn't, nothing else mattered. Kigelian thinks that the young man wouldn't have created a weapon like this to subdue monsters and realizes he's preparing for war. In one of the nighttime training sessions, one of the guys comments on his tremendous physical endurance. Another question is whether this ridiculous physical ability is genetic, to which a third person responds that if he resembles the patriarch, he must be good with a sword. They then comment on Logan's fight against Dominion, and one of the warriors tells the other not to even dare compare the young man to the elder. Even before awakening his powers, Logan had already lost to his younger brother, but still, it's impressive how he has endured training for over a month. That training, which initially aimed to make him quit, has now become the new symbol of the Order of the Night. It's exhausting, but much more rewarding than just running. It seems like the right level of training for a member of the Order. It turned out to be an unexpected incentive for the lower-ranking knights who had been neglecting their training. Additionally, the knights began to truly understand and identify with their horses, and the bonds between them also strengthened. Hankley thought he had only insisted on the training because the young master wouldn't give up, but he couldn't believe all those results. His lucky charm had approached him at night in his room. Logan thought that after pushing his body to the limit with training, he would stimulate his inner awareness with meditation. This way, the repetitions were working in synergy, and he was making real progress lately. He had been noticing signs of a change in his strength. If he could improve his martial powers as he hoped, he could surpass all the monsters he had seen in his previous life. It was then that something unexpected happened. Logan's core grew, he began to talk nonsense, and suddenly his core turned into a 2-star core. He remarked that he now had the basics to learn the next secret technique of the sword's secrets. Iron cut, killer iron cut. Just thinking about the power the first technique had given him, he was sure that the second would be much stronger than he imagined. And if he could master this technique before the war, not even a high-ranking knight would scare him. Then, Kalian and the other mercenaries were hunting a band of goblins. Their soldiers shot at the goblins, killing them instantly. Noticing that there was almost no recoil on these crossbows, one of the guys commented that his arrow pierced a guy's head and was still lodged in the head of another behind him. Logan thought that the cloud of over 100 monsters had been decimated in less than 10 seconds, and that the mercenaries' old habits of using basic crossbows had been set aside. They were much faster at changing magazines. The young man thought to himself that the effort of hunting so far into the territory was worth it. Kalian asked if he was satisfied. More or less, he replied. remembering how they were a complete disaster during the first monster hunt, but they had improved a lot. After that, Kalian asks Logan why so many preparations, saying he has never heard of a mercenary army with such firepower, and questions if he plans to kill monsters all over the continent. However, Logan doesn't have time to respond to Kalian, as a mounted knight comes galloping to deliver a message from Rick. Apparently, the day before, the Viscount of Tezeron had declared war on the McLean house. In the McLean war room, Patrick and the other heads of families are looking through a crystal ball, while the Viscount of Tezeron declares that due to the ancient grudge over his unjustly murdered ancestor, he blames the McLean house, leaving Patrick stunned. Some nobles look at each other, wondering if what he is saying justifies a war. Henkel and Marion ask Patrick about their next steps. Henkel continues, explaining that Tesseron's night raid alone has far more soldiers than they do. Even with Patrick on the battlefield, the chances of victory are slim. It's then that one of the other nobles suggests defending the city and asking for reinforcements. However, this is a bad idea. If that happens, the knights using force will take advantage, and the city will fall into complete chaos. While another man proposed sending an envoy to attempt peace, Patrick bursts into a fit of rage, telling everyone to be quiet, and begins to explain that although the authority of the royal family is not as strong as it used to be, these people simply declared war without even asking for permission. So it's clear they planned everything. Therefore, peace is completely out of the question. He orders everyone to prepare for war, and tells his generals to devise a winning plan, as they will not tolerate any objections. After all this, in that tense atmosphere, an ordinary noble asks Patrick if the young Master Logan will also go to war, and Patrick confirms it. Marion continues, saying that Ranyan's forces have awakened, and that he is also old enough to do his part. Hearing this, Rick realizes that Logan is not in the castle and rushes to send a messenger to inform him. Being informed of the situation, he thinks that, according to memories from his past life, the war should not start for another 2 months, and wonders what could have accelerated things. The messenger urges Logan, warning that the Viscount is breaking all customs and has attacked right after declaring war, so he needs to hurry to at least get to the middle of the conflict. Kai Salon and the others shout that Logan's mercenary troops are ready at any moment. Seeing this, he comments to Kai Salon that he doesn't seem surprised at all by the situation. Kai Salon responds that for a mercenary, if there's no war, they want to start one, and continues by saying that they got a great weapon, so it's natural for them to want to use it. The young man looks at his army and thinks that these guys are too confident, but he doesn't worry too much about it, saying that what they feel is valid since they've trained hard in the last few months and have overwhelmingly massacred the hordes of monsters. He continues by saying that it doesn't matter when the war starts, because all they have to do is win. He believes they now have enough combat power, so he orders his troops to march toward the Mechelin Plains, confident that this war will end in victory. Back in the barony, the war started sooner than the Mechelin had imagined. The day after the declaration of war, Tezeron and his troops appeared at the Mechelin estate, and their numbers exceeded the vassals' expectations. Captain Henkel informs Patrick that the Viscount's army consists of 100 knights, over 1,000 regular soldiers, and nearly 10,000 recruits, explaining to the Patriarch that this was a large-scale war. Upon hearing this, Patrick thinks that Tezeron has completely lost his mind. Not only was he facing a main force of knights, who are practically superhuman to the average citizen, but he was also using recruits in a war that wasn't even between nations, but merely a domestic feudal dispute. This makes Patrick wonder, why is the Viscount of Rimond going this far? And it seems that things are only getting worse. The captain informs Patrick that the House of Karaz has warned that they won't send troops, leaving him and Mary speechless. Mary tries to argue that the situation is impossible, that it must be a mistake. She remembers that both Lord Dwayne and she had reviewed everything, and everything was set up to prevent this from happening. With no other option, Patrick orders Henkel to gather all capable men to bear arms, saying they will respond to the attack with all their might. Patrick thought about how Kiraz, whom they trusted so much, had turned their backs on them, putting them in a bind. McLean gathered as many men as he could to fight against Tezeron, assembling 53 knights, 552 regular soldiers, and 4,418 recruits, totaling 5,023 combatants. But this force was not even half the size of Tezeron's army. On the battlefield, 2 soldiers were chatting, and one of them asked about the whereabouts of young Master Logan. The other replied that he had been absent for a long time and had not returned yet. Some soldiers commented that he probably wouldn't come back and must have fled when he heard the news. Hearing this, Ronian turned around and asked what they were talking about, saying there's no way Logan would do something like that. He believed that Logan had already anticipated this war happening, and that's why he had taught him that secret move. There was no way he would flee. Other soldiers heard what Ranian said and began to think the rumors were true, that the Lord's son had deserted. Shortly after, Patrick appeared next to Ranian and told his younger son that he needed to take his brother's place, urging him not to hesitate at all. He continues to think that he doesn't want to believe these rumors, but that doesn't matter now since the only thing that matters is winning the war. So he orders all his troops to advance and crush the scum attacking his home. Then, Tesserone appears with a smile on his face, thinking that Patrick has finally drawn his sword. He shouts that his knights are his sword and tells Patrick to face them. The young man charges his attack with aura and tries to break through the vanguard, but fails as a knight with a shield blocks his attack, leaving Patrick speechless. Rick is also on the battlefield and looks far from happy. He is watching people being killed and torn apart right in front of him. The young man thinks about how they are losing the fight, how they were forced to send people like him due to the great disadvantage, and that they will lose anyway if they are surrounded where they are. While he is caught up in that, he gets hit on the head by a soldier from Tesseron's army who is about to finish him off. But the warrior manages to dodge the blow and an ally saves him, killing the enemy and telling him to get up quickly and prepare his spear. Rick reaches out and grabs his hand, trying to express his gratitude for saving him, but before he can do so, an enemy knight kills his comrade and splatters blood all over Rick's face. He understands that his only chance of survival is to flee as far away as possible from the enemy lines. Suddenly, mounted soldiers advance toward him as he passes between the bodies of his allies and adversaries. Rick realizes they have also been surrounded from behind, and fears this might be the place where everyone will perish. After fighting against the knights who interrupted his attack, Patrick's opponent assures him that he lives up to his name. They made several preparations, but it was still difficult for Patrick to trust his own condition. Watching the man, he thought about how this man had endured his deadly blows, which also contained explosive force. Moreover, he was surprised to see that Tesseron also had a high-ranking knight. Continuing with his thoughts, Patrick assumed that the other knights should be at least of intermediate level. Was that the reason they weren't afraid of him? He wondered if they were the ones prepared to face him. The other knight responded with another question, wanting to know what he thought of the preparations. Surrounded by 4 knights, the young man thought that if he got trapped there, the situation would become very complicated and the knight's orders would follow. Then he takes his sword and charges at the enemy, swearing that this will never happen. The young man faces off with swords against the high-ranking knight, but is attacked from behind by another guy with a spear. Fortunately, he manages to dodge. Seeing that everyone is attacking him from all sides, Patrick asks if they have any honor as knights and calls them bastards for fighting dirty. However, they don't seem to know the word, let alone care about it. And one of them even says this is his last battle before dying, so they should leave him alone. Once again, the warrior charges with all his strength, clashing swords with one of his opponents. This time, he wasn't so lucky and ended up being hit by a spear in the back of his stomach, resulting in serious injury. He thinks that while the high-ranking knight blocks his attacks, the others jump in and attack him, an obvious trap with no escape. And since the enemy managed to flank him, he thinks Logan did well to flee. Facing defeat, the warrior hopes that at least Logan can carry on the family legacy. From a distance, the tyrant watched the battle between Patrick and the knights. He thought he had made a brilliant move, keeping his high-ranking knight a secret. Now, all he had to do was finish off Patrick and take the McLean castle. He was about to proceed with his plans when he heard a strange noise from behind, the sound of cavalry troops. A servant rushed to inform him that a cavalry unit was approaching from behind, around 300 of them, maybe more. Tesseron thought for a moment and asked if the McLeans had other hidden troops they didn't know about. The soldier replied that it was strange. The approaching knights weren't even carrying spears. Their only weapons were small crossbows. Upon hearing this, Lord Tesseron laughed out loud. He mockingly asked if crossbows were those little things that hunters use and ordered the soldier to gather the rear guard and archers to get rid of them, calling them a bunch of third-rate soldiers. As he spoke, an arrow pierced the head of his soldier, causing Tesseron to freeze in his armor. It seems Logan had joined the battle and was furious at what was happening. He ordered his mercenaries to open fire. A storm of arrows fell upon Tesseron's army. The mercenaries' projectiles pierced through the knights, decimating hundreds in seconds and tearing through shields and flesh. One soldier thought about how anyone who hadn't raised their shield was already dead, and how he would have been one of them if he had arrived a second late. Tesseron's archers prepared to return fire, but their arrows fell short, their bows too weak to reach Logan's troops. The mercenaries fired again, killing more of the Viscount's soldiers. Watching the chaos unfold, Tesseron wondered how this could be happening. His rear guard was shattered in seconds, and Logan's mercenaries weren't even using magic. Just those damn bows. He wondered what kind of weapon Patrick had created. Then he shouted to his knights, ordering them all to go to the rear to take down those bastards. The cavalry charged at full speed towards Logan's troops, which made Logan smile. He was happy to see them coming straight at him. Meanwhile, a fight was about to break out between Ranyan and another knight. Ranyan dodged an attack, and his enemy taunted him by saying he was doing a good job. As the soldiers began to clash, one told his comrade to stop playing with the kid since the fight was getting serious. But the other replied that he was doing his best, and that Ranyan, despite being just a kid, couldn't be underestimated. Hearing their exchange, Ranyan understood. After being exposed to a real battle, instead of just training, he realized he wasn't a genius, just a regular kid who had awakened his powers. Still, he couldn't afford to lose. There was too much at stake. He thought of his father, and how he relied on him to handle Logan's part in this war too. He told himself that he couldn't afford to falter here. While lost in his thoughts, an opening appeared, and Ranyan noticed it immediately. He saw one of the soldiers with his back turned and wondered what the hell he was doing. Whatever the reason, he thought, this was an opportunity he couldn't miss. He drew his sword in a decisive strike, cutting through the soldier's body. It was so easy that he was even surprised. He noticed the bolt lodged in the enemy's chest, and looking up, he was glad to see his brother shouting his name loud and clear. However, the joy lasted only a moment. Other knights were charging furiously from behind Ragnar towards Logan's position, following the Viscount's orders. Logan observed the comet shield formation the cavalry had adopted, noting that it was a remarkable defense, but it wouldn't stop him. His evil plan was about to be revealed. The young man instructed his soldiers to aim their crossbows diagonally to the ground, which made them question his judgment once again. It was then that he showed his psychotic smile and ordered the mercenaries to shoot at the horses. This warrior was really using every dirty trick in the book to win. Hearing the order, the mercenaries got excited, showing the same killer smile as Logan. A rain of arrows fell on the horses of the cavalry, causing all the soldiers to crash to the ground. Logan thought he had arrived in time to help Ragnar, but there was still the matter of his father. He reflected on his vow to save his family in this life, and that winning the battle meant nothing if he lost them. He gave an order to Kaisalan and rushed toward his father. Kaisalan told Logan that this wasn't the plan, and he started to get scared about what might happen. He felt that victory was already in his hands, and wondered why Logan would take such risks, even if Logan was stronger. Encountering a mid-rank knight could complicate things. Kaisalan finally took control and ordered Geralt to cover Logan as he moved through the enemy troops. Patrick was still dueling with the high-ranking knight, and things looked bad for him. The knight mocked him, saying he couldn't believe Patrick was charging in, knowing he would be pierced. At the last second, Patrick managed to dodge the attack and jumped back to catch his breath. He noticed something strange about the way the enemies were fighting. They were all pushing themselves to the limit, practically throwing themselves at him. Patrick wondered why they were so desperate when they had the advantage. Once again, he managed to deflect 2 spears that came at him a second later. Suddenly, Logan jumped in front of his father, taking down 2 mid-level soldiers in the blink of an eye, leaving Patrick speechless. He remembered seeing Logan arrive with a body of mercenaries behind the enemy, but he was sure that was far from where they were now. Turning his head, he wondered how Logan had gotten there, cutting through so many enemies. What he saw left him in shock. Behind him was a sea of corpses. Had his son really taken them all down? Patrick wanted to ask his son how he had become so strong, but he knew it wasn't the right time and couldn't understand anything. Instead, he asked if Logan's presence meant they were winning. His son nodded. Hearing this, Patrick placed a hand on the young man's shoulder and said, "Did you do a good job?" The high-ranking knight looked at Logan, trying to process what he had just seen. How could a simple 20-year-old country boy defeat 2 mid-level knights at the same time? He remembered that at that age he was working himself to exhaustion just to become a knight, but none of that mattered now. He would kill the boy right here. Then, he ordered his fallen comrades to return to their positions. After witnessing what had just happened, Patrick thought Logan was strong enough to handle most mid-level knights, even if he wasn't high-ranking. If the young man decided to face them all while he focused on the high-ranking knight, maybe they had a chance to win. But that wasn't what happened. Logan extended his arm in front of his father and announced that he would face the knight alone. Patrick tried to dissuade him, saying it was too much for him. He acknowledged his son's progress but reminded him that it was a high-ranking knight. Patrick didn't even finish his sentence before Logan punched him in the stomach, knocking him to the ground. The young man said that in his current state, even he could beat his father. He asked his father to trust him and let him handle this. Patrick, though reluctant, agreed. He told Logan to be careful, and the boy replied that they needed to be quick and finish this. The high-ranking knight was surprised to see Logan advancing towards him instead of Patrick. He was enraged, thinking how a brat like him would dare to do such a thing. The warrior charged across the battlefield, channeling his strength, clashing swords with his opponent, pushing him back several meters with a single attack, leaving him stunned. The knight wondered how this was possible. Even with his injuries, he sensed no remarkable power or high level from Logan. But the fact that they were overpowering him could only mean one thing. Logan was trying too hard. As he prepared to attack again, he thought that none of this made sense. He lunged with lethal intent, and they jumped back and forth, dodging each other's strikes. With their swords locked again, the knight thought that if he weren't injured, he would have the advantage and would kill him. But as he thought this, the young man saw an opportunity and managed to wound his opponent, cutting him in an instant. He jumped back to avoid a counterattack. Observing the scene, he thought there wasn't a single opening. He needed to exploit any gap to attack. It seemed he noticed something that Logan also realized. The force of Logan's sword was being absorbed by his opponent, who thought this was his chance, and said that Logan had fallen right into his trap. He prepared to strike the young man, and it seemed the blow was going to land this time as he had lost his balance. But that was not the case. Soon, Logan was standing again, leaving the knight wondering if he was becoming too slow. Logan began to charge his aura again, preparing to use his sacred technique. Seeing this, the knight knew he needed to get out of there fast. Logan unleashed a wave of cutting energy, eliminating his enemy instantly, leaving everyone around speechless by what had just happened. Then he roared that he, Logan McLean, had killed the enemy general of the Tezeran army. Hearing this, the soldiers of Tezeran were terrified, wondering how such a high-ranking knight could have fallen. Since they could no longer see the Viscount's flag, they began to drop their swords and ask to be taken prisoner. Rick started singing Logan's name, wishing good health to his master, and everyone followed his lead. However, the Viscount was fleeing the battlefield, wondering where everything had gone wrong. He couldn't understand how his 3 years of preparation had amounted to nothing. He had asked for help from other nobles, gathered 100 knights, and that damn redhead with his men and weapons had ruined everything. Thinking quickly, he concluded that he needed to return to his territory first. That way, at least he would come out of this alive. Upon arriving at his castle, he ordered the guards to open the gates, who were stunned to see him there. While this was happening, another guard saw something in the distance and warned that knights were approaching with Logan leading them. Tezeran was petrified at the sight of them. Logan dismounted and told the Viscount that he had been quite quick to flee. Then, standing in front of the gates of the Viscount's territory, he shouted for all to hear that Tezeran had lost the war. The young man then ordered the garrison to open the gates and welcome the true victor of the conflict. From the walls above, the soldiers wondered if it was true and thought maybe that was why the Viscount had returned in such a hurry. But suddenly a general shouted at them, asking if they were going to cower after hearing the enemy's words. They recovered. The general continued, saying there were just over 300 enemies, and while Logan charged his aura once again, he declared that they could not be defeated in a siege with such a small force. The soldiers guarding the gates wondered what the hell he was doing. And then Logan jumped over the wall, which was dozens of meters high, and he told the general to open the gates unless everyone there had a death wish. Otherwise, he would kill them himself and open the gates. Inside the palace, Tezeran was gathering his most valuable belongings and money, thinking he should at least take some gold coins with him. Suddenly, Logan shouted at Tezeran from behind, saying he had finally caught him. Falling backward, Tezeran asked Logan how he had gotten in. Logan replied that his own servants had betrayed him before he even had to draw his sword. According to him, that said a lot about Tezeran's reputation as the lord of that fief. Seeing the situation, Tezeran was furious, wondering how his own servants could betray him. Then, reverting back to being a coward, he told Logan that he surrendered and would compensate him with reparations and his share of life, according to the conventions of feudal wars. He pleaded for his life and that of his family to be spared. Upon hearing this, Logan mockingly asked about conventions. Then he looked disdainfully at the other man, basically saying, "You have no right to talk about rules," since he declared war suddenly and invaded everything in a single day. Logan was furious, a vein throbbing in his forehead, and he asked Tezeran if he had any conscience. Tezeran still tried to appeal to the warrior, saying he must uphold the honor of nobility and that conventions guaranteed the lives of all prisoners captured in feudal wars. Logan accepted the terms and said he would respect the honor and customs of his own house, the House of McLean. Therefore, he would spare the man's life and give him time and permission to take a certain amount of wealth and leave. Upon hearing this, Tezeran wanted to thank him, but Logan interrupted, saying that if he were his father, he would certainly do all that. He declared that Patrick is an honorable man, so much so that he would accept an unconditional surrender. Suddenly, Logan noticed a diamond-encrusted dagger in a chest behind Tezeran. As he picked it up, he commented on its beauty. Tezeran insisted that the young man should keep the dagger, saying it was made by the best craftsman in the kingdom. Hearing this, Logan refused the gift and told him to take the dagger with him. With a quick motion, he plunged the dagger into Tezeran's chest, who took his last breath. Tezeran accused Logan of being a liar, as he had promised to spare his life. Logan responded that he never said such a thing. He only commented on what his father would have done. "But tough luck for you, I'm nothing like him," he added. Tezeran tried to murmur something about the honor of nobles, but the young man interrupted him, asking if he had any idea how many people died because of his greed, and told him to end his filthy life right there. Tezeran fell lifeless to the ground. Looking at the body, he thought the man should thank God for having such a simple death. As he closed his fist, now stained with Tezeran's blood, he snorted and said that the crisis was finally over, and he needed to add the finishing touches. He announced loudly that the Viscount Raymond Tezeran had taken his own life, thinking that would be enough. As soon as he finished, Kazelhan entered the room and told Logan that he should take a look at the castle's underground prison. A few days later, outside the walls of Viscount Tezeran's castle, Logan and Patrick were conversing. Patrick said he came straight to Tezeran's castle as soon as he recovered. He asked about Raymond's suicide. The young man confirmed it, and said that Lord Tezeran must have been in great despair to do such a thing. But Patrick didn't believe the story, and asked directly if Logan had killed Tezeran. He got very close, a tense look. The two seemed about to fight. Logan opened up and confessed that he had indeed eliminated Tezeran on purpose, arguing that they needed to take control again. He also told his father that he didn't want to leave Tezeran's bloodline alive to avoid future problems. Upon hearing this, Patrick looked at his son and praised him, saying he was a grown man and surely had his reasons. He then continued telling Logan that it didn't matter what others said. He was the key player in this battle, and thanked him. Hearing this, Logan felt happy and looked at his father with a wide and sincere smile. "Good job, kid," Patrick said, blushing and stammering. He then tried to share even more good news. He continued telling his son that he would be named the official heir of the McLean house. Hearing this, the young man felt happy. He then nodded with a smile and told his father that he was sorry, but he would have to decline it. Patrick was perplexed and asked why he would do such a thing. Was he worried about his reputation? If that were the case, Patrick assured him that his achievements in this battle were enough to change the situation. But for Logan, that wasn't the reason at all, which left his father in deep thought. He continued with his reasoning, explaining that Ronan would be much more qualified to take the position, as the McLeans came from a family of knights. He then mentioned that Ronan had become a force user at just 14 years old, 4 years faster than himself. It was impossible to predict what the kid would be capable of when he reached adulthood, and Patrick was simply speechless. Still, he argued that even if all that were true, combat skill was not the only factor in becoming the head of a family. Logan then thought that according to current beliefs, that might be the case, but if Ronan received the title of youngest force user on the continent, as happened in his previous life, there would be no problem. Most importantly, there was no advantage for Logan in becoming the successor. He also wasn't interested in wasting time being the next male heir. Logan told Patrick that as the older brother, he wanted to give the younger one a chance. Therefore, he hoped his father would wait until Ronan was of age to finally choose his successor. Patrick replied that he never imagined Logan cared so much about his brother and said he would grant his wish and postpone the choice of an heir. The decision would be made in about 5 years when Ronan was an adult. Hearing this, Logan thanked his father. However, Patrick was still going to give him another reward. They would return to the McLean mansion to calculate the war gains, which would likely amount to several 100,000 gold pieces. But it seemed that Logan already had something in mind for his reward. Suddenly, a guard shouted to open the gates as the McLean knights had returned. The townsfolk began to comment on how they had returned just a week after the war and that they heard it all ended in a single day. 2 boys started talking, and one of them kept wondering how that was possible. He wondered if their knights had always been this strong. The other replied by asking if he had heard the rumors that it was all thanks to the young master, Logan McLean. He continued, saying that according to the soldiers who returned first, the mercenaries led by young Logan changed the course of the battle. They appeared behind the enemies, as if they knew exactly what was going to happen. Another guy commented that they annihilated the enemies with a mysterious weapon, and that Logan even defeated a high-ranking knight by himself. Then, a girl asked if the master had always been this incredible person. Another boy replied that he always thought Logan was just joking. The citizens began to think that maybe he had bought all that monster meat in the past for a good reason, that he must have had a bigger plan in mind. The crowd began to theorize that maybe the boy had been acting all along, and the idea sent shivers down everyone's spine. They even praised him, saying that prodigies are simply on another level, all thanks to the fact that he was now a force user. Logan heard everything and found it super embarrassing to hear people talk about him that way. Then, Ronian asked how it felt to receive so many compliments, and Logan replied that it just made him blush, asking his brother not to exaggerate. But Ronian insisted it was impossible since everything they said was true, and that he should smile for the people as they were very happy to see him. Logan thought for a moment, and seeing all those excited faces, he decided to give it a try. He put on a killer smile, or rather looked like he was holding in the urge to go to the bathroom until he got to the castle. Frankly, he looked like the rich kid, Rich McGee, or maybe Medusa. As soon as everyone turned around and saw Logan smiling, they froze, sure he wanted to rip their heads off with his thumb. But the boy had no idea what he did wrong, and Ronian just felt pity for him. Patrick turned his head to look at Logan, looking genuinely proud. Then he shouted that the next cheers would be for the champion of that war and that the grand reception was about to begin. Long live McLean. Long live young Master Logan. Shortly after, they showed the castle gardens, and Logan was strolling through the courtyard, finding it impressive that a welcome ceremony could last until morning, especially for those who had just returned from war. But the peace didn't last long because his mother, Marion, shouted from behind asking what he was doing. Ronian pulled on her arm, trying to make her stop, but Marion kept saying she had heard everything. She asked Logan if it was true that he had refused to be the successor and what the hell he was planning because he might have fooled others. But she wasn't an idiot. Ronian tried to calm the situation and told Logan that the story of the Chirozi had deeply affected Marion, but he replied that he was fine. He turned to Marion and thought that despite the resentment she still held at that moment, she had lost all real power because Cairo had betrayed her, and she could no longer be a threat to him. The young man kept thinking that if he handled this right now, she might accept his apology. He sincerely admitted to Marion that his actions in recent months had been unreliable, and that even he regretted what he had done, driven by jealousy and inferiority. Hearing this, Marion shouted at Ronian that she was right since Logan was admitting it was all his plan. Ronian interrupted her, pleading once more for her to stop. He apologized to Logan again, and explained that she wasn't herself at that moment. However, Logan didn't seem to care much. Marion. Logan turned to Ronian and asked him to pay attention because the one who truly deserved an apology was him. Ronian was surprised by this statement and asked what he meant by that. Logan continued saying that he had been apologizing since he returned, but he could never say exactly why. It seemed that the regrets and cowardice accumulated over the years were not so easy to overcome. Ronian then questioned his brother about what the hell he was talking about. Logan hinted that Ronian already knew what was going on, that for the past few years he had actually hated Ronian. He continued saying that he tried to hide his own incompetence by hating his brother, and that he truly regretted those pathetic years of his life. He asked Ronian to accept a formal and sincere apology. The young man lowered his head and asked for his brother's forgiveness. After all this, Ronian stared at his brother without saying a word, and Logan, still with his head down, thought that in the end, the bad things we do aren't erased by the good ones. Considering himself as naive as always, Ronian finally broke the silence and told Logan that it was okay. Logan was surprised to hear this. He continued saying that he believed that as long as he was kind to Logan, even when he was distant, one day the brother he knew would return. And he smiled at the young man. It was enough to make a grown man cry. Logan was happy, and wondered if maybe he had doubted for so long to do something so simple. Then he spoke with his mother. The warrior told Marion that he truly cared about Ronian and sincerely hoped he would become the successor. He continued saying that he knew asking Marion to trust him right away was a big favor, so he asked her to keep an eye on him since everything he did from now on would be for the good of the family. And as Marion walked away, Logan thought that this apology should be enough for now. Then, in some forest, Logan and Hamar were walking together. Hamar asked where the hell they were going right after returning from the war, but Logan said he had rested enough and it was time to get back to work. Hamar replied that he was just eager for the task, mumbling that he was going to enjoy everything he got this time. But Logan assured Hamar that he would definitely enjoy this task. Hamar hesitated, thinking that Logan had no idea what he was talking about. They stopped in a clearing, both looking into the distance, and Hamar seemed to be in shock. Apparently, the young man wanted to open a mine. The discussion about the barony of Tezeron ended, and Patrick continued saying that he wanted Logan as a reward. It seemed that what the warrior desired was the opportunity to explore the hill near the Tezeron border. Patrick commented that they could call it a hill, but in reality, it was a wasteland because there was nothing there. Then, he asked the fighter why it had to be that specific place. But Logan just smiled and said there might be gold buried under that land. Apparently, the real reason Tezeron started a war for gold came to light a year after the conflict ended. It turned out that Tezeron had started exporting gold from a hill in McLean territory that they had taken. Just the gold from that mine made Tezeron much more influential than an ordinary count family. That is, until Ronan McLean massacred their family in revenge. In the underground prison of the Tezeron barony, Kazel said there were some peculiar people, and for that reason, he thought Logan should take a look. One of the prisoners claimed he did nothing wrong to be imprisoned, that he only fulfilled a request from the Count to bring gold from the mine as they had been hired to do. But the Viscount locked them up anyway. Logan put his hand to his face, incredulous, thinking about how stupid Tezeron was, and not believing they had imprisoned 5 of those precious mining experts. Seeing this, one of the prisoners asked if he was getting angry for them, but what was really happening was that the business side of the young man was coming to light, and Logan thought he had found a way to gain an unexpected profit. The old man looked at him and wondered what this guy's deal was. He kept thinking that they had won the war against Tezeron, but that was like barely overcoming a small wave. If the Empire's invasion led to the nation's collapse, the event that would be the final blow in a year was the death of King Samuel von Grandia. The sudden death of the king would spark a fierce dispute among the 3 princes, leading to a 3-year civil war that would drastically weaken the kingdom's forces. And before the kingdom could recover, the Empire's invasion would begin in earnest. This was the first cause that led to the kingdom's ruin. Since the McLeans were not part of any faction, remaining neutral could leave them as mere spectators. But Logan saw an opportunity there and wasn't going to let it slip away. He said he would use this instability to reclaim the country's former territories and become the Lord of the Southwest again, and if possible, end the Civil War and something more. But just as he was about to say what that something more was, someone interrupted him. Hamar asked Logan what he was daydreaming about since he had called the young man, and he wasn't even responding. Logan realized he hadn't been paying attention and needed to focus because they had barely survived a crisis. Thinking about the future, he had to gather forces as quickly as possible, but for now, that would sound crazy. So, whatever happened, he had to do it with his own money. That hill was going to become the golden goose to fund his plans. Logan informed his servants that there was gold at the center of the hill and that he wanted to dig to create a mine and asked for the estimated cost. The servants were a bit mesmerized, and Hamar thought it was another one of those crazy ideas. The old man thought Tezzerone was paying them well, so he agreed on the spot, but a gold mine might be too much. He asked Logan if he was sure there was gold there. Logan confirmed, saying he had seen it with his own eyes. The old man asked how that was possible. Logan explained that it was a secret operation, so only the 6 people present would do the drilling. Hearing this, the old man thought Logan might be trying to get rid of them. The old man wondered how just 6 people could handle all the drilling, saying he was exaggerating. He wanted to say that, even with authority. It was too much, but he didn't finish the sentence and prayed that Hamar would do the job. Hamar looked the young man in the eye and told him he better prepare to die, sleep a little less, and give up living like a normal person. Seeing that look, the old man thought he was screwed. Logan thought, as expected of Hamar, he had the mindset of a worker. The young man said that now Hamar and the old man were ready to work, and once again asked to hear the budget. The old man informed him that they needed to drill to get an estimate of the gold deposits within the hill, but the initial investment would have to be 5 million gold. Hamar also commented that the safe development of the mine would take a long time, just the preparation would take about 6 months, and the complete extraction would take another 6. Logan said it was as he had imagined, pointing out that it would require a lot of money and time, but that the mine had shown signs of being richer than other noble families, and that he needed to exploit it no matter what. He argued that if he could sell the monster meat now, he would already have enough money, but its effects would only be known in 6 months. However, Logan realized he might not have to wait. If he tackled the toxic nature of the meat, he could use it as medicine right away. He thought that since he had neutralized countless toxic agents as a mercenary, he could be one too. If he created the formula and sold it, he would be rich. A week later, in the village of Southwest McLean, Rick brought Logan the fake medicine made with crushed nightshade, spider herbs, and dripping grass. Logan told Rick not to call the product fake, as it was just a neutralizing agent. He then asked where the monster meat was, and Rick replied that it was in the village warehouse, just as he had requested. Logan commented that that was great, and that they would put the medicine on the meat. Upon hearing this, Rick got scared and asked Logan if he really had to go with him. Logan confirmed that, of course, he would, but it seemed Rick was not excited at all and warned that he had never been there, so he had no idea what they were up against. Logan got irritated and wondered why this guy was being so dramatic all of a sudden, but then he understood. The smell was so strong, it would make a sewer smell nice. Logan commented that he knew it would smell bad, but this was making him feel like vomiting, and it seemed the guy was already throwing up. But Logan found a solution, using his aura to block the smell of the monster meat. After that, he prepared to go in and told Rick they needed to start. Rick, however, was surprised to see Logan fine, while he himself was still on the verge of vomiting. When he asked how he managed it, Logan replied that he had paralyzed his sense of smell using his strength. Rick called him selfish, and the other replied that if it bothered him so much, he should awaken the strength himself and do whatever he wanted. Logan handed Rick a white powder, the neutralizer, and instructed him to sprinkle it on the meat. He explained that he needed to use enough so that the outer layer turned white, and that the remaining black part was the poison, so he needed to be careful. After that, he needed to chop it finely and turn it all into small balls. Once he prepared a sample, he asked Rick if it looked like medicine, and he confirmed it. Logan continued saying they would sell it as medicine and that Rick would prepare everything, so he needed to pay attention and not forget. Rick protested, saying he wouldn't do it for anything. Logan said he would pay 100 gold coins for each pill produced, which made Rick change his mind quickly. However, Logan got upset because he thought he could get everything for free. Then, he told Rick he needed to test the product's effectiveness. Rick asked what it was for, and Logan explained that it was a medicine good for men, but Rick didn't understand what Logan meant by that. Logan said it was very annoying and that he would only explain it once, so he should pay attention. An image of 2 rabbits appeared, a male and a female. The male looked a bit sad because he was weak and couldn't move his little paw inside the pot. Then, the female rabbit gave him a motivational talk accompanied by tea. The tea turned the rabbit into a super rabbit and made his paw 4 times bigger than before, so he could use it better to stir the pot. After hearing all this, Logan asked Rick if he understood, and Rick confirmed, saying he got the idea and had the perfect person to test it. Logan was curious and asked who it would be, and Rick replied that it was Mr. Dwayne. In the next scene, Dwayne is knocking on Logan's office door and hears, "Come in." He apologizes for bothering him and says he heard Logan called for him. Upon entering, Dwayne doesn't find Logan anywhere. Suddenly, he appears like Dracula behind the young man and gives him a big scare. Logan says he was waiting for him, and Dwayne jumps back like a professional basketball player, almost having a heart attack. He tells Logan that he can't just sneak up on people like that. Logan approaches Dwayne, saying he just wants to massage his shoulders since he's been very tired lately handling things after the war. But Dwayne insists he's fine and that Lord McLean is having a much harder time. Logan mentions that his father even fainted from exhaustion, but Dwayne responds that it only happened because Logan scared him. Logan tells Dwayne that he knows he's been going through a rough time. Suddenly, Dwayne starts shouting that they are bankrupt. They spent every last penny on the war, and the servants and knights don't even know it, but they keep bothering him for money, causing a huge headache for the administration. Dwayne says he must have misunderstood Logan all this time, not expecting him to be so considerate of the administrators, but he doesn't get to finish his sentence. Logan interrupts him and asks if that's the reason for his problems in bed. Upon hearing this, the poor man freezes like a statue. He lunges for the door trying to escape, but Logan asks him to at least listen and hands him the medicine. Logan tells Dwayne that it's a patented product of Philip Cale Merchantry, with guaranteed results with just one pill. Of course, he immediately thinks to himself that he has never tried it. Dwayne reluctantly swallows the pill, watching it as Logan keeps asking him what he thinks of the deal, since he's giving it to him as a gift before offering it to anyone else. A while later, Dwayne is seen running down the castle halls towards Logan and Rick. The two turn around when Rick hears Dwayne shouting at them, and Logan already knows that his plan is working. Dwayne has come back for more. Rick starts to scold him for running in the halls, but the man doesn't care at all, and immediately asks Logan how much he wants for the pills. The poor guy looked like he would kill for them. Seeing this, Logan showed a predatory smile and said that the medicine was a success. Rick, annoyed by the scene, growled that no one was paying attention to him, while Logan told Rick to give him his hand. Dwayne was panting, sweating, and knelt before Logan. It looked like he was about to propose, and Logan seemed like he was going to accept, while Rick just watched in confusion. Logan hands a wooden box full of pills to Dwayne, who receives it as if it were the greatest honor in the world. It turns out that after the first successful trial, men were bowing to him, and the experiments continued a few more times. Sometime later, in the office, Logan talks to Held, saying he heard rumors that he and his wife fought every night. Held denies it and asks who would dare to spread such lies, but doesn't say anything more. The young man tells him to shut up and shoves a pill down his throat. He was Logan's second test subject. Held swallows the pill and feels the effects immediately. He turns to the door and tries to say something, but Logan interrupts him, telling him to go see his wife and that he will take care of things with his father. Hearing this, Held thanks him with a smile, and like a force of nature, he bolts out of the room for what we can only imagine will be a great night. Later, we see Patrick in his office. He was the third person the young man experimented on, and Patrick also seems satisfied with the results. Looking towards his father's room, Logan thinks to himself that he feels bad for Ranyan. It seems like he's about to have another little brother, and he won't be the youngest anymore. Seeing all the chaos, Rick got angry, and asked Logan why he never asked him to try the pill. After all, he was the one who worked the hardest. Logan gave him an expressionless look, glanced down at his private parts, turned his back, and walked away while Rick shouted, wondering what that strange look meant. Logan stopped, still with his back turned, and replied that he wouldn't have a chance to use the pill anyway, so it would just be a waste. He even told him not to follow him because he stank. At this point, you could swear Logan enjoyed torturing the poor guy. Then, he is seen talking to Philip through a magical orb. Philip admits that if the medicine is as good as Logan says, there will be a huge demand. He asks how much the young man plans to charge, and Logan replies that it will be 100 gold coins for a pill and 10,000 for a set of 10. Philip seems doubtful about the price and asks if he thinks the nobles in the capital are fools, warning that he will get into trouble at this rate. Logan confidently responds that they are not. He explains that in his past life, the medicine was so successful that the price skyrocketed. He insisted that if Philip supplied only a small and limited amount, the product would sell for even higher prices. Philip listened attentively and agreed that it made sense, then paid for another 10 minutes of communication. Logan continued, confident that they would achieve incredible results if a famous person endorsed the product and gave a testimonial, someone famous who needed that medicine. Philip didn't know what to say, arguing that no noble would be willing to announce that their impotence was cured after taking a pill. Logan then comments that they don't need to announce anything. So many people are watching the nobles that even if a secret rumor spreads, they will come running like bees to honey. Hearing this, Philip comes up with an idea and tells Logan to go to the party in the capital. Logan is furious and asks if Philip is serious. He points out that the only party he attended was with mercenaries after a war, and that his family didn't even have money for parties. Philip continues to say that parties are great for making connections. Even if it were for business, it would take time, and it's not like Logan could sell the medicine just at the party. But this gives the young man an idea. Philip quickly asks if he is really thinking of doing something like that, saying that his family would be rejected by high society. Logan replies that, of course, that won't happen if he doesn't sell anything. He then tells Philip about a great informant in the capital and asks him to find the guy and get all the information he needs. Philip is hesitant, asking what informant he is talking about and what he is planning this time. Logan just replied that he would head to Gran soon and tell him everything when he arrived. Hearing this, Philip got a bad feeling. A week later, Logan arrived in the capital city of the Grandia Kingdom, Gran. Philip looked at him in disbelief for actually coming and asked how he got his family's permission. It wasn't every day that a noble's son came to the capital to sell to fraudsters. The young man assured him that he didn't tell the truth to his family. Although bringing around 3,000 boxes without a servant was a bit problematic, he thought to himself that his father let him go more easily than expected, probably due to his achievements during the war. Philip comments that, thinking it over, Logan didn't have a servant when they first met and asks if he's sure it's okay for a noble to act like that. The young man replies that having a servant actually slows you down, not to mention the servant has his own work to do. He thinks of Rick and the big task he assigned him. He continues saying that even though he sometimes treats Rick harshly, both in his past life and the present, Rick did everything for him and he's grateful. An image appears with Rick in his monologue, showing how Rick stole a bunch of pills from Logan. Annoyed, Logan warned him that if he dropped any pills while messing with them, Rick would get hit for each one. That's what I call tough love. Then, Logan declared that he had made a decision as he had an idea. In a flashback, Logan announced that to celebrate all his hard work, he would call the medication Impul Rick. The best way to honor a man's legacy is to name an impotence pill in his honor. Confirming what Logan had just said, Philip had no doubts. Logan must be a lunatic. Inside the bedroom, Philip told Logan that he must be tired from the long journey, and that it would be great if he could relax in a bar. Logan replied that he should watch his mouth when talking about someone who can't function in a place with so many ears listening. Philip agreed, saying that the atmosphere was much better for discussing such matters. He then told him he had met with the informant and asked if he was sure about paying 900 gold for the document. Logan admitted that the guy was expensive but also very skilled. He explained that as long as the request was correct, they would get the perfect information. Philip assured him that he had made the request exactly as instructed, a document with the names of nobles married in the last 10 years who still had no children. Secondly, names of nobles without lovers or second wives. And thirdly, names of nobles who frequently sought food for energy. Hearing this, Logan agreed that everything Philip said was correct and that they would be fine. He praised him for his excellent work, not just on this task, but on all the ones he had asked Philip to complete in the capital. Philip replied that it wasn't that difficult and that the real crisis was the day he heard the news about the war. He told Logan that he couldn't even imagine how worried he was. Upon learning that the war had ended that night, Logan, who was looking at a piece of paper, was glad to see that Philip cared about his clients. The joy, however, was short-lived, as Philip soon commented that just thinking about the mountain of monster meat he would have to deal with took away his appetite. After all, who would buy that trash? The young man threw a piece of paper forcefully at Philip, telling him to shut up and read it. When the paper hit him, Philip wondered why it hurt so much. He started reading while Logan asked which name on the list seemed like a good first client. A tear rolled down Philip's right eye, and he seemed to notice something. Seeing this, Logan watched him, waiting for him to say something. The young man pointed to a name on the sheet and asked Logan what he thought about a certain person. Logan looked at the name he was pointing to, and suddenly his expression changed to one of surprise. He recognized that name. Later, inside a ballroom with a huge chandelier, people were drinking champagne. The figure of a very large man stood out among them. Dressed in a red jacket and black dress pants, he was chatting with some beautiful women. That man was Count Davis, and his name had just been shouted by Logan to get his attention. The Count looked back in disbelief, with an expression of disgust or fear on his face. Logan approached to introduce himself, saying his name, Logan McLean, and his title, the eldest son of the McLean house. Count Davis tried to maintain his composure and suppress laughter as he greeted his new guest and welcomed him to the party. Looking at Logan's clothes, he found them to be in poor taste and wondered which farm he had come from, thinking it must be the fashion in the Southwest. Logan thought he was wearing the clothes that Philip had recommended, and as he expected, no one liked them. He concluded that the clothes were a good choice after all. He had no time for useless friends at a pointless party like this, and his only goal was Count Davis, Davis the Fallen. Despite being a significant figure in the kingdom's treasury and marrying at 20, he was a man who had no children to this day. Logan was surprised when Philip pointed him out on the list, as he had become quite famous in his past life. Not for a good reason, but for being the Count who committed suicide because of his wife. An old fight between Count Davis and his wife was shown, with her screaming and calling him a worthless bastard in the middle of a party. Because of that incident, the bomb his wife threw at that party led him to take his own life. Logan commented that reputation and how others perceive you are very important, and anyway, he met the 3 conditions he had given to the informant. He was perfect to be Impulric's first client. The young man addressed the Count, saying he came to the capital on a business trip and had heard about his prestige, so he came to greet him. The Count asked Logan what kind of business he could be running in the capital, since the city already had everything. He then commented that, since he was from the outskirts, there must be fascinating products that weren't available in the capital. Logan replied that he was sure the product he was selling wasn't available in the capital, and that's why he was there. He continued by saying it was a specialized medication for men. He leaned close to the Count's ear and revealed it was an enhancer. Upon hearing this, the Count looked surprised, bit his lip for a moment, and then shouted for everyone to hear how a noble's son could be selling enhancers. Two girls were watching the scene, finding it all quite embarrassing. The Count thought that a peasant like Logan had a lot of nerve acting important in the capital and felt he had put him in his place based on the expression on his face. However, the young man let out a deep sigh and prepared to say something more to the noble. Logan then told Davis that, as a sign of courtesy, he had brought a gift for the influential people of the capital and kindly asked him to accept it. He handed the man a small box and said it was Impulric, and that each one would be sold for 100 gold coins. He continued explaining that he had brought these three, especially for the Count, as a gift, and guaranteed that it was a great medicine with no side effects, stating this with his honor as a noble at stake. Davis listened to all this and began to sweat. A few days later, the doorbell rang at Logan's place. It was a servant of Count Davis sent to buy more of the Impulric medicine. Logan and Philip greeted him, confirming that he was indeed the Count's servant. Later, he was seen leaving with a leather briefcase, Philip right behind him, thanking him for his purchase and inviting him to visit again. Philip returned to the room and counted the money for Logan. They had made 10,000 gold coins from 10 boxes, saying it wasn't bad for the first sale. Logan, however, was not that pleased, saying they needed to do more than that since just the rent for that small store cost 10,000 gold coins. Philip, on the other hand, commented that this was to be expected since they were in the center of the capital and Logan had no idea of the troubles he went through to rent the place. He then continued saying that strategically they needed a store, as seeing people gather with their own eyes has a much greater impact. Logan agreed with Philip and announced that he was now heading to a party. Philip didn't think it was fair, complaining that he had been to parties almost every day since arriving in Grant, and sometimes even went to 2 parties a day. The young man explained that having Count Davis as the first customer wasn't enough, and that he had to go promote the store to as many people on that list as possible. A week later, the servant of Count Davis was walking down the street, unable to believe that the Count had asked him to buy that medicine again, especially after seeing that no healthy food had worked for him in the past. When he arrived at the store, he was surprised. A long line of men wanting to buy the medicine stretched around the block. Observing the people in line, the servant wondered about the large crowd until he understood and recognized each one of them. One of the men was the chamberlain of the Viscount, and the guy in front of him was the butler of Count Hamel. Adjusting his hat to cover as much of his face as possible, he thought that this would generate unnecessary gossip and that it would be better to just buy the medicine and leave. As soon as he did, Philip stepped out of the store to address the people in line. He told them he was sorry, but unfortunately, the stock prepared for today had run out. Upon hearing this, the servants waiting to buy medicine for their masters were surprised. One of the boys went to speak with Philip about it and asked what he meant by sold out since no one had said anything before. Philip apologized again and began to explain that Impulric was super popular, but production couldn't keep up. Therefore, sales were limited to 50 boxes per day. 2 boys became very tense upon hearing this, pleading with Philip to sell them something as if they returned empty-handed. Their masters might not be so understanding. While this was happening, another noble accompanied by his servant passed by and saw the commotion. The noble sent his own servant to find out what was going on, and Logan observed everything, satisfied, from behind a corner of the building. He thought that by limiting the supply, customers would be more compelled to buy, and seeing the crowd would pique the curiosity of other nobles. Everything was going exactly as he had planned. Philip shouted for everyone to hear that the day's stock had run out and insisted they come back tomorrow. The next day, he sold out again, and the situation repeated on the 3rd day, leaving the nobles wondering how many consecutive days this would happen. The young man continued saying it was incredible since daily sales had been booming for over a month, and today they had sold out as soon as they opened. He remarked that at this rate, 4.5 million gold in a month might not be so impossible. Hearing this, Logan sarcastically asked who knew the capital had so many powerless nobles. He said they had tripled the price since mid-year, but people were still willing to pay more, which worried him about the future of the kingdom. After saying this, he looked at Philip with a serious expression. Suddenly, a maniacal smile spread across his face like someone who had just found their next victim, and he began to laugh out loud. His voice resonated outside the tent, causing people on the street to turn their heads. In the end, he was just very happy. He grabbed Philip by the neck and started messing up his hair, saying he was a remarkable kid and had done a great job. Meanwhile, Philip was starting to turn purple from lack of air. He leaned over and thanked Logan for all his effort. Logan looked down at Philip and said it was great that he recognized his work and that starting next week, he would receive 1% of the total sales for himself. Suddenly, Philip started shouting that he would do his best and tried to kiss Logan. All this happened while a mysterious figure watched from the street, their wrinkled face covered by a hood and a blonde beard. Then, in a magic shop, Logan used the communication line and shouted from the back of a room that it would be at least 10 tons of gold per year, making everyone look at him. He quickly fell silent, staring at the door. He asked the person he was talking to if he was serious, and that person was Amar, who confirmed the information. Amar explained that, according to the miners, there was a high probability that the gold nuggets were in a deeper layer. The young man looked at the communication orb like a madman, grinding his teeth in fists. He thought that even with a rough estimate, 10 tons of gold corresponded to 100 million gold coins. This was his jackpot, the biggest lottery he could imagine. Amar commented that the mining costs were no joke and asked Logan if he could afford it, as starting would cost around 5 million gold. Logan assured Amar that he had everything he needed. He told Amar to wait, saying he would get all the money and workers quickly. Amar didn't seem too worried and just asked Logan to take it easy with the guys. Later that night, in the city center, Logan walked the streets thinking that the initial investment for the mine was around 5 million gold. That is, if he kept selling as he was, it would generate him about 4.5 million gold per month. Now that I think about it, even if he sold for just 2 months, he would still have money left since he had about 700 boxes of medicine remaining. He wanted to keep thinking about going home to get more goods and start the mental development, but something caught his attention and pulled him out of his trance. The young man looked at the shop and felt that someone was inside. In an instant, he rushed to the place, thinking it could be thieves. The warrior kicked the door open violently, sending it crashing against the wall, and began to search everywhere. But apparently the room was empty. Logan drew his sword, wondering if the culprits might have vanished, but reminded himself that there was only one door. They had to still be inside. Just as he thought that, a shadow rushed past him. The young man realized too late and swung his sword at the hooded figure, but missed. He shouted, demanding to know who was there. When he turned around, there was no one in sight. He stood still, his sword pointing at nothing. Impossible, he thought. He was sure he felt someone there, and that feeling was back again. He looked up, thinking the thief might be on the roof. Without hesitation, he jumped up. Aiming at the hooded figure, he swung his sword, ready to stab the culprit, who moved at the last second. Logan confronted the figure on the roof, sword in hand, ready to attack again. Once again, the young man demanded to know the man's identity, but received no answer. Instead, the figure simply vanished without a trace. Logan was stunned by what had just happened. He kept thinking there were no signs of a presence, even though the guy had been right in front of him just a moment ago. He looked at his own hand, realizing he had a piece of the man's cloak, and wondered what the hell had just happened. The next morning, it seems Logan told Philip what happened, and they concluded that a thief using aura had infiltrated his shop. Logan said he was just speculating, but at least he was an advanced user of the Force. It was a term used to describe those who are even more powerful than high-ranking knights. The young man added that he not only had the feeling that he was a high-ranking knight, the guy was on another level. Philip was surprised to learn that someone who knew Laura was committing petty thefts. They said Laura was enough to turn even a slave into a noble, and wondered why someone like that would be stealing. He asked what the men stole, and Logan replied it was exactly what Philip was thinking. They only took 2 medicine pills, Impulric. Just that, upon hearing this, the young man concluded that if only 2 pills were stolen, it wasn't for money. In fact, he stole the pills to use them himself. Then Philip asked if there were any impotent people among the aura users, and that was when Logan understood him and agreed. Then Logan asked if there were any aura user names on the informant's list, but Philip said there were none, as the informant asked for an additional fee for that information, since it was an absolute secret, and Philip refused the offer. But thinking back, there might be one person who came to mind, an aura user in the capital who had no descendants. A muscular and well-dressed nobleman, with blonde hair and a beard, walked through the streets with his wife, watching some children play. His face was kind, and his light blue eyes seemed filled with longing for a child. He was surprised when his wife asked what he was looking at. He turned and told her that they were just admiring the scenery outside, sweating. She didn't seem to believe his poor excuse. The woman asked if he was looking at the children again. He tried to convince her that he was just enjoying the view and wasn't thinking about such silly things. Then he hugged his wife and said they should go home. However, she slightly ignored him and replied that she was very happy to have met him, asking if he knew. The man looked at his wife with happiness in his eyes and a slight smile at the corner of his mustache. He hugged her even tighter and said he felt the same way. This man was Felix Esperanza, the best swordsman in the kingdom. It turns out that the deep sadness and regret in his heart began with an injustice he suffered as a young man. Fighting for the country, he was wounded right between the legs. It was just an honor wound for a knight who fell in battle. And being young, he didn't think much of it. However, Felix reflected on what was the point of having the title of Duke and being known as the strongest in the nation, without a son to inherit. To him, it all seemed to have been in vain. A scene from the past is shown, with Felix explaining the situation to his wife, who was much more understanding than he expected. So much so, that he was surprised. His wife acknowledged that he must have suffered a lot, and asked him, with tears in her eyes, if he was okay with that, saying she would like to serve by his side. Seeing this, Felix wondered if there was any way to return the immense love he had received. There was Felix walking with one of his servants along a path in the castle gardens. The servant noted that the family gathering was about to start and asked if he was sure he didn't need to hurry. Felix replied that it made no sense to arrive early, because all that would happen was that he would be pressured to have an heir. The servant, somewhat hesitant, looked at the young man and carefully commented that a very effective medicine had recently begun circulating in the capital. Upon hearing this, Felix sarcastically asked if that was really true. The servant continued, saying that apparently it even cured physical injuries. But once again, he didn't pay much attention. The servant insisted, saying he knew he didn't believe in these things, but there were many reports of people having great results. Hearing this, the young man lowered his head, embarrassed to admit to himself that he had already tried the medicine, and moreover, he had stolen it. Although his wife's tears troubled him, he couldn't believe he had resorted to theft, a disgrace to the discipline he had always upheld. Not to mention that after taking the medicine, absolutely nothing had happened. So, he told Luis and his servant not to believe everything they heard. He began to think that what he said was completely correct, that the story of the medicine working was a false rumor, and there was no way it could fix something that even the aura couldn't, and he thought he should have given up by now. At the property gates, Logan was talking to a guard who told him he couldn't let him see Felix without an appointment. The young man only asked the guard to tell Felix's name, as he was sure he would want to know as soon as he learned who was looking for him. Before this, it seemed that Logan and Philip had talked, and Philip was impressed, asking if he was really going to visit the Duke in person. Logan nodded, and Philip started teasing him, asking if he was going to confront the strongest man in the kingdom to ask if he had stolen something, or if he was impotent. Philip got agitated and asked if that was Logan's plan, but he calmly just asked if the other was mocking him. Philip said he should act as if nothing had happened. Otherwise, he would get into trouble for no reason, saying that if things went wrong, they would be ruined. Sitting in a chair in a hallway, the young man thought that Philip wasn't wrong, but if the guy from yesterday really was the Sword Duke, he couldn't let this opportunity pass. A steward came out of a room, opened the beautiful wooden door, and told Logan to enter. Inside, Felix was waiting for him by the window. Approaching the Sword Duke, Logan thought this was his chance to make a positive connection with one of the strongest people in the kingdom. The young man elegantly greeted the Duke, stating his name, and that he was the eldest son of the McLean house. He looked at Felix and noticed something. Although he was around 70 years old, he looked much younger. Logan thought he must be suppressing his aging, using his powerful aura. The Duke confirmed that the McLean house was in the southwest region, and asked why Logan had come from so far. The young man thought he didn't need to reveal the reason right away, and said that he had recently opened a business in the capital, so he brought the products as a gift. Logan slid a small box across the table to the Duke, explaining that it was an excellent medicine for men with proven effectiveness among countless nobles. The Duke examined the box, asking if it was true, giving no hint that he already knew something. Logan kept his head down, finding it all very confusing, unsure if Felix was really the thief from yesterday. He decided to take it to the next level. He continued, saying that a superhuman like Felix wouldn't need such things, so he brought something more special, which made Felix show a slight reaction. Logan was happy, since the reason for his initial lack of interest was that he hadn't noticed any effect after using Impulric. It turned out that in the current Impulric, the poison in the monster meat is neutralized for consumption as an aphrodisiac. But that trivial poison has no effect on a superhuman like Felix, so he concentrated that poison into a potent concentrate. Again, creating a powerful concentrate. Logan told Felix it was a limited edition of Impulric, and that seemed to pique the man's interest. He thought that despite calling it a limited edition, there were actually only 50 concentrated Impulric pills in one. It guaranteed the effect, since the unbearable pain alone could kill an ordinary human. But if an aura user took it, that was another story. Logan told Felix that if the pill satisfied him, he would be happy to hear from him, and would prepare another batch of pills in whatever quantity Felix wanted, ensuring, of course, total discretion. The next day, Felix was radiant, a sign that the pill had worked. He then told Logan that he would grant any favor within his power. Logan nearly exploded with happiness inside, but managed to stay serious, and replied that he didn't understand what the Duke meant. He then explained that an aura user is a master who controls the body and life energy, so Felix could be sure of the treatment's effectiveness. The medicine worked perfectly, not just the first time, but after about 30 applications. The effect built up until he fully recovered. That yearning and pain in his chest were finally fading away. Felix looked at Logan and said he couldn't believe he had been thoughtful enough to bring a gift without even mentioning his mistake. He also remarked that his sword skills that day were incredible for someone his age. Therefore, he was the kind of person you'd expect to have such a miraculous medicine. Poor Felix. He had been on a bad streak for so long that he had gone crazy. He told Logan that he might have spoken too soon, and revealed that he saw the possibility of healing from a chronic illness thanks to Logan's gift, so he would like to return the favor. He then asked again what Logan desired. Logan looked down with a cold expression and replied that in that case, he wanted a useless book on sword handling. Felix searched the library and found a book for the young man, warning that training only by following what was in it would harm his body, but it was worth reading. After that, Logan thanked Felix and asked for one more favor, to write a letter as proof that he had taken the book. Felix responded that it would be no problem. Logan thought he now had what he needed, and commented that it was a shame he was only carrying a book on fencing just when the Duke was willing to give him anything, but his true goal was different. As soon as Logan finished that thought, Felix said he had thought about it and that the situation didn't seem right. The young man asked what he meant by that, and Felix replied that he would personally teach him a sword technique, leaving the young man speechless. The best swordsman in the kingdom offered to teach him. Felix continued, saying he understood Logan's desire to be humble, but giving him just a basic fencing book wouldn't reassure him. Logan thought that even with the secrets of the divine sword, he didn't need to refuse when the strongest man in the kingdom offered him something like that. Ecstatic, he thanked Felix for the opportunity, thinking he had hit the jackpot again. In the training field, Felix and the young man faced each other. Felix commented that assessing the talent of remarkable youths was one of the pleasures of an older man, so he told Logan to focus as it wouldn't be easy with him. Logan prepared himself, stabilizing his stance. Felix told the young man to draw his sword, but he was paralyzed, overwhelmed by the master's aura. A massive force crushed him, preventing him from even touching his weapon. This was the power of a true aura user. The young man wondered if everyone could do this, imagining if this ability to paralyze the body was common among them. If so, all battles would boil down to a duel of auras. He concluded that this was not just pure brute strength, but a special technique. Finally, he managed to slightly unsheath his sword. Logan thought he needed to use his strength to sharpen his senses, not his body, and then analyze that energy. Every time he tried to move, the Duke's force spread from the initial point. The young man thought he didn't understand how this was possible, but he knew how to handle the situation. He realized that when Felix was about to disperse his force, he had to move half a step faster. That's what Logan thought as he assumed a combat stance with his sword fully drawn. Felix looked at him and said he had talent. Logan was sweating, barely able to stand while Felix told him to pay attention. Felix seemed to be concentrating his aura at the tip of his blade, preparing an attack. As the young man tried to withstand the overwhelming presence, fear paralyzed him. Looking up, he realized what he was facing. Felix's forceful sword. He looked ahead, aware that the attack was approaching. However, he seemed to have a serious problem. Felix's aura was too strong for him. He thought the Duke's strength was invading his body, disturbing his senses, and the energy from that red sword was becoming even more intense. He looked on in desperation, wondering if there was anything he could do. Suddenly, he realized something. His own strength was neutralizing that of the Duke. Looking inward, he felt he couldn't dodge the attack, but maybe there was another way. The warrior summoned the strength within his body, forming a protective circle around him. Seeing this, Felix was stunned, wondering if he was really going to use the force against his attack. Immediately after, the fighter took an aggressive stance, his sword behind his back, charged with energy, ready to defeat Logan. He stepped forward and jumped at the young man with a deadly look. Logan, in a defensive position, his sword in front of him and wrapped in his protective aura, felt a chill of fear. As expected, Felix's strike hit him squarely and sent him flying backward. Logan crashed against the wall, and even his sword seemed to have suffered some damage. Felix, on the other hand, didn't even seem to have ruffled his hair. He was calm, looking at the fighter with a cold gaze. Using his sword for support, Logan tried to get up, but he was still trembling. His sword was in pieces, and all he could think about was what had just happened. Felix turned to him and asked if he really thought he would teach him something he couldn't discover on his own. He then revealed that he had seen everything, and pointed out that, without even realizing it, the young man had gotten serious in the end. With a proud look, Felix praised Logan, amazed at how he faced the attack head-on, thinking that some are just born to stand out. When the young man fainted, Felix remarked that it would be fun to see him get even stronger. A little later, Felix's butler asked Logan if he was leaving. He continued saying that the Duke had invited him to stay until he fully recovered. Logan replied that he was fine, and that thanks to the potion the Duke gave him, he was completely okay. Upon hearing this, the butler told Logan that he would accompany him to the door. Outside, the butler wished him a good trip, and he thanked him. After that, the young man quickly walked away, disappearing from the butler's sight, who wondered where Logan had disappeared to so quickly. Logan turned a corner, still limping from the pain of Felix's attack. It hurt like hell, but he wasn't going to waste such a potion on a silly injury. He couldn't believe the Duke had given him a high-grade potion, practically impossible to find, as if it were nothing. The young man continued saying that his power had evolved precisely to heal his internal wounds on its own, but the ones caused by the Duke would be hard to handle. In the end, he looked at the potion and said that anyway, he had gained more than he lost. Then, the warrior pulled out a note from Felix, giving the coordinates of the mansion's communication channel. He said that if Logan had any problems, he just had to get in touch. Logan was happy, thinking who would have known that Felix would see him favorably. To him, Felix practically treated him like a disciple, and this relationship would surely be very useful in the future. Just as he had that thought, Philip appeared from behind, completely catching Logan by surprise. He turned his head, asking what Philip was doing there, and Philip replied that he was waiting at a distance for him to show up. As soon as he appeared, Philip asked why he looked so pale, concerned. He practically shouted at Logan, wanting to know if he had accidentally done or said something rude that upset the Duke. The young man responded that it was quite the opposite, that he had only had a small fencing lesson with the noble. Suddenly, he coughed and blood came out of his mouth, frightening Philip greatly. Seeing that, he said he was going to prepare everything for them to flee and that he would get the fastest horses. Logan tried to explain that he was misunderstanding everything, but Philip kept murmuring, not listening. A week later, at Logan and Philip's shop, a sign on the door informed that Impul Rick was sold out, asking customers to come back later. Inside, Logan appeared with a victorious look, announcing that the total profit from Impul Rick sales had reached the impressive figure of 4.1 million gold pieces. Impressed, Philip replied that if sales continued at this pace, surpassing 4.5 million gold pieces in a month wouldn't be difficult either. They exchanged confident glances and let out a joyful shout that resonated outside the shop. But the celebration was brief, as Logan, always serious, asked Philip if he was so happy that he didn't need a bonus this month. Philip, quickly returning to reality, begged him not to ruin his daydreams. Then, the young man commented that he had made sure the monster meat he bought at the market was handled smoothly, and Logan congratulated him on a job well done. Philip then suggested that Logan think about buying a house in the capital to offset housing costs, but he dismissed the idea, explaining that they would only be in the capital for another year and a half, so it didn't make sense to commit so much. He advised Philip to focus on Impul Rick for now, adding that they would eventually have to move. When Philip asked what Logan meant, he simply replied that it was something he didn't need to worry about. Finally, Philip asked Logan to take care of his health, as he was shocked to see him coughing up blood, to which Logan responded that was why he had locked himself in his room for an entire week. Hearing this, Philip asked if Logan was really focusing on his recovery, since every time he entered the room, he saw Logan at his desk doing something, but not. Once again, Logan interrupted him, saying it was none of his business. Philip complained that he kept too many secrets, but Logan was pleased that, even while grumbling, the young man didn't insist on the topic. If Rick had been there, he surely would have been investigating to uncover everything. Philip then asked if he was heading home, and Logan confirmed it, asking him to find a way to calm the customers until he sent more Impul Rick. And besides that, Logan still had one more thing to tell Philip. He instructed him to send food rations worth 100,000 gold pieces a month to the properties of Tcheran and McLean. Hearing this, Philip was stunned and asked if he intended to feed the entire region with that much food. The young man replied that it was already enough murmuring, and that they needed to do this for an entire year, so Philip should start looking for a supplier. Philip realized that Logan was serious, and commented that he never imagined he valued his people so much. However, that didn't seem to be the case. As he prepared to leave, he thought that he didn't value his people, but that was precisely what he needed to do. It would take at least a year to resolve the food shortage in McLean. The young man said that the work of the people was a big part of his plan, so he couldn't let them starve. Logan got ready to leave and casually told Philip that he had work to do, so he was going. However, Philip didn't bother to ask for details, knowing it was just another one of his secrets. Elsewhere, a group of poor people huddled on the cold floor of what appeared to be a warehouse, using any piece of fabric they could find to keep warm. A guy bleeding from the face looked sadly at the ground. Meanwhile, Logan was in a magic shop, handing a paper to a wizard. The wizard, glancing at the paper, asked if the young man really intended to find the people on the list. He hesitated, explaining that with just names and a few characteristics, the task would require searching across the entire continent. The warrior, unflinching, asked the wizard if he could do the job or not, adding that he would compensate him generously. The wizard, sounding uncertain, looked at the paper once more and after a pause, reluctantly agreed. As he left, Logan thought that, as expected, it would probably be difficult to find them. After all, even the names he had could be fake. Still, the young man knew he had no other choice. He needed to gather all the independent superhumans, no matter the cost, those who reached that level in their past life but never joined any organization. Each of them would be a crucial ally in the upcoming war against the Empire, especially a certain mercenary who once fought for the Empire. As he walked, Logan suddenly stopped, exhaled heavily, and realized he had been rushing things too much. With everything going well in the capital, he was moving too fast. The young man looked up at the sky and remembered that he had plenty of time. He could afford to take it easy. However, this belief that he had plenty of time might not be true. In a dark room that resembled a dungeon, a man tried to calm an angry old boss. The old man was possessed, complaining that someone was mistreating his disciples and wanting to know if the man had other henchmen, mentioning some tower master. The man explained that he was only there to relay information, but the old man didn't care. His fury remained uncontrollable. Then the old man asked why his disciple was called this time. The man replied that the young man was sent to the distant southwest field in the McLean region for a 6-month business trip. Upon hearing this, the old man placed a heavy hand on the man's shoulder and declared that he wouldn't let the magic tower master get away with it. This time, he insisted, the matter must be resolved once and for all. Next, we are introduced to the grand location of the land's magic tower in the kingdom of Grandia. Inside, a man approached a desk where another man was fast asleep. He greeted him, and the drowsy assistant blinked, looking up to see who it was. As soon as he recognized the visitor, he cheerfully got up and offered a welcome. Curious about the young man before him, the employee wondered what his situation was. At first, he thought he was a noble, but seeing him now in a cheap suit, he began to doubt it. The man in question is Logan, who came to the tower to investigate magical scrolls. The assistant deduces that there's no way he's there to meet a high-ranking wizard, expecting Logan to buy some basic scrolls. With a smile, the assistant listens as the young man requests 150 destruction magic scrolls, which takes him by surprise. However, his expression remains cold. Then, the young man presents his Cooper Bank account certificate and asks the assistant to take a look. As he begins to count the money, the man can't believe what he sees. The total amounts to the astonishing sum of 4 million gold, leaving him completely stunned. He looks down, visibly shocked, but finally stammers and offers a personal escort to the upper floor. Logan listens calmly. The destruction magic, a fourth circle area effect spell, has the potential to bring down stone walls. However, due to its disadvantages, such as a slow activation time and obvious signs of use, it was rarely used in combat. Despite this, the young man sees potential in the spell, believing it could greatly speed up development. The fighter is now speaking with an older man who asks if he really wants to buy 150 scrolls. Logan replies that he does. Radius Great, the master of the Earth Magic Tower, doesn't hide that he's a bit nervous since it's been a long time since they've had such a generous customer. Logan remembers how, a few minutes earlier, the master had rushed in upon hearing he wanted to buy 155 scrolls, quite a strange reaction for someone of his level. It turns out that Radius has been the master of the tower for 5 generations, but only has 1,500,000 gold, showing the dire financial situation of the tower. Logan thinks this vulnerability of the master works to his advantage, so he tells Radius that his own house, McLean, is nothing but a bunch of insignificant thieves from the southwest, and understands if the master has never heard of them. Hearing this, the master apologizes to Logan, acknowledging that his young apprentice made a mistake and assures him that he will give him a severe reprimand. However, Logan dismisses the apology by saying it's not necessary. The master then responds by saying that he is very generous. All this time, the guy at the counter thinks he's lost. The master, however, seems quite irritated, as he almost lost an easy catch like Logan. Despite the young man's insistence, the master pondered in silence. In these times of peace, earth magic was more useful for agriculture or construction, so he wondered what noble would spend so much on expensive scrolls for something so trivial. Frustrated, he thought about the fools who gossiped, saying the magic tower had weakened since he became its master. Moreover, it seemed he had drained the tower's budget faster than necessary. Assessing the situation, he thought he was lucky that Logan seemed like an easy target. He decided he needed to handle the young man carefully and try to get a large sum of money from him. With this in mind, the master tells Logan that, to be honest, there might be a problem fulfilling his request. Curiously, the young man asks, "What would the problem be?" The master explains that creating a fourth circle scroll requires the leadership of at least a fifth circle mage, and unfortunately, the tower currently lacks experienced individuals. However, the warrior does not flinch at the explanation, simply looking at the master and directly asking what he plans to do about it. The master returns the gaze, surprised. This was not the answer he expected, but he decides to continue, explaining that the cost per unit to produce a scroll is very high. Upon hearing this, the young man calmly stands up and says it's a shame nothing can be done. Logan headed for the door, telling the master that his intention was to buy 150 scrolls each month, but if the tower couldn't produce that amount, he would take his business to the royal family's magic tower. Hearing this, the master grew nervous and jumped in front of the young man, blocking his path. Desperate, He asked if he really planned to buy 150 scrolls each month. The young man confirmed it, adding that in the next 6 months he would need a total of 900 scrolls. The master looked as if he had reached the heavens, gazing at Logan with admiration, as if he had seen an angel. Then, the young man commented that if producing 150 scrolls at once was too much for them, fulfilling a 6-month order would be an even bigger challenge. Just as Logan was about to leave, the master made a dramatic move, throwing himself on the ground and grabbing onto his boot. He shouted desperately that they would take care of the order. The young man asked if he thought it was possible, to which he responded that it was completely feasible, while cleaning Logan's shoes with his robe. The master continued informing him that each scroll cost 10,000 gold pieces, so 150 scrolls would total 1,500,000 gold. The master's eyes sparkled with greed as he quickly realized that with Logan's planned purchases, he could earn over 9 million gold pieces in the next 6 months. After finishing his demonstration, he stands up and proposes an alternative to Logan. He suggests that hiring a mage might be a better option. Confused, the young man asks which mage the master is referring to. He thinks that generally, a mediocre mage is preferred to avoid dirty work. That's why he wonders why the master would suggest lending him a mage, which would be even more expensive. He considers that with a 4th circle mage, he could achieve the effect of 300 scrolls per month, and asks the master if they would have a 4th circle mage willing to work on a construction site. The master responds, clarifying that there might have been a misunderstanding. He explains that not even he has the authority to command a 4th circle mage at will. Instead, the master offers to send 2 to 9 N circle mages and 1 to 3 RD circle mages. He explains that these mages are disciples with extensive teamwork experience. In return, the master asks Logan to reduce the number of scrolls. Logan reflects on the offer, considering it might be a good deal. Sending a team of mages could be more advantageous. However, the young man hesitates to hire mages specialized in construction, wondering what kind of people they would be. Suddenly, a group of exhausted and ragged men appears before him, led by the mage Grease. The boys look as if they just returned from war, and he is shocked by their condition. The warrior struggles to find the right words. It is at that moment that the master interrupts, telling the group they could return to their rooms. The men ran off, visibly scared, leaving Logan a bit lost. Annoyed, he turned to the master and commented that they looked about to collapse. The master agreed, but assured him that they were the youngest people with the most construction experience in the Magic Tower, experts in the field. The young man reflected, and thought that despite their appearance, the mages seemed quite capable. With the master of the 3 Arts Circle and several experts among them, all in their 20s, they represented promising talents. Despite their success, Logan remained suspicious. He doesn't trust that the master would actually send his disciples to the field, so he confronted him, saying that trading 2nd circle mages for the scrolls didn't seem like a fair deal. The master replied, assuring Logan that a team of 10 mages would be sufficient. Upon hearing the response, the young man once again displayed that characteristic killer smile. Still smiling, he began to negotiate with the master. He proposed that the 120 magical scrolls and the sending of the 10 mages be for the price of 1,200,000 gold per month. The master tried to remain calm, but he was visibly shocked by what he had just heard. The young man thought it was almost a robbery. Considering the talent of those mages, and that he himself wouldn't send ordinary mages for that price, he was still surprised to see the master accept the price. The master then pulled out a contract and insisted that the young man sign it immediately. Logan looked at the paper, wondering how anyone could agree to those terms. And in the rush, the ink hadn't even dried properly. Logan felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, the great Chief Clayton burst through the door behind him with 2 disciples trying to stop him. The senior chief tells the master that he heard everything he has been doing with the disciples, and they will have a little chat right there. The elder chief, a 5th circle mage, was furious and confronted the master, wanting to know if he was going to send his disciple on another mission. The master replied that everything he did was for the good of the tower. The elder chief then questioned why only his disciples seemed to be assigned to the most difficult tasks, pointing out that the master was not sending just anyone, but the young ones who had just returned from other missions. The master responded by saying that the young ones were capable of enduring hardships. The elder accused him of mistreating the disciples since Clayton became an elder last year. The master, however, dismissed the complaint, saying that Clayton had lost his mind. As Logan observed the scene, he began to understand the dynamics. Clayton, having reached the 5th circle at such a young age, seemed to be a threat to the Tower Master, who took out his frustrations on the younger disciples. Despite the tension, Logan remained calm, satisfied that the internal conflict was playing to his advantage. The Tower Master then turned to Clayton and coldly declared that if he was not willing to follow orders, he didn't care about his fate. He tells Clayton and his disciples that if they want, they can leave right now, and the elder asks if he is serious. Upon hearing the ultimatum, Clayton begins to channel his magical powers, clearly ready to fight. Even with the imminent conflict, the master remains impassive, and asks Clayton if he really wants to go through with it while already charging his magic. The ground around the two begins to tremble. One of the disciples realizes the danger and says they need to stop those two. Clayton then shouts at the Tower Master, telling him to get ready. The Master only watches Clayton take a fighting stance when, out of nowhere, Logan slams his hand on the table. Everyone's attention turns to the young man, who seems completely indifferent to the commotion. The two were speechless at what Logan was doing, and the young disciples were also incredulous at what had just happened. The young man showed the other man the paper he had just sealed. It was the contract he was going to sign with the Tower Master, now finalized. He then simply told the 10 people waiting in the room to follow him. He also addressed Clayton and the Tower Master. He told them to sort it out and warned that the contract would remain valid, even if the magical Tower Master changed. Therefore, there would be no problem with the business. The Tower Master admitted how pathetic they both looked in front of the guest and told Logan he would send the scrolls as soon as they were ready. But Clayton interrupted him, saying he wasn't done talking to him yet. The Master asked if he was trying to force the official contract of the land's magic tower at that moment and reprimanded him, telling him to know his place. Clayton then responded, saying that if that was the case, then his decision was final. He would also follow his disciples. Logan and the Tower Master were stunned by Clayton's attitude. The Master then exclaimed that he must be crazy. An old man following his disciples to a construction site was unheard of, and Logan shouted that he never hired a fifth circle mage. Clayton replied that he didn't want to be paid separately, that he only planned to cooperate to help his disciples and finish the work faster. Hearing this, Logan bowed to the elder and promised to serve him devotedly. Clayton only asked Logan to delay his disciples' departure by 1 day so they could recover before leaving again. Logan accepted the request and told the Master to find him tomorrow at noon at the west gate. The next day, a carriage was seen leaving through the tower gate. Logan was outside, leaning against the wall with a backpack on his shoulder, waiting for Clayton and the others. While he waited, he reflected on how yesterday's contract turned into an unexpected gain. Hiring a fifth circle mage through a standard contract would cost at least 1,000,000 gold pieces, and he had gotten much more for much less. The young man thought about how he wanted to return to his territory as soon as possible. He needed to send more Impel Riga to the capital and take care of other matters. However, his thoughts were interrupted when someone shouted his name. Someone was calling him. It turned out to be Reina, who admitted it had been a long time since they last saw each other. Logan greeted her by name casually, and Reina interrupted him, saying they weren't close enough for such intimacy. Finding the situation a bit uncomfortable, the young man, catching the hint, immediately corrected himself and addressed her more formally as the Wolf Princess, acknowledging it had indeed been a long time since they last met. He even added that she was being rude, as always. Reina looked down from her luxurious carriage, hiding half her face behind a fan. She said there were some rumors circulating in the capital, and that she heard Logan was getting involved in some rather shady matters. She then asked if the McLean family was going through a tough time. Deep down, what she wanted to know was if his family had finally gone bankrupt. Logan, keeping his cool, replied politely that, as a queen, she should know he was very ambitious about making money and that his family's situation was none of her business. Once again, Reina got under Logan's skin and said she knew the amount he gave her when they broke off. The engagement wasn't small, but it was probably normal for a thief like him. I swear I would slap him just for fun. Eager to get rid of Reina as quickly as possible, the young man agreed with her comment and tried to walk in the opposite direction, making a disparaging remark about her, saying she was so dirty that he would prefer to avoid her. However, just as he was about to leave, Reina stopped him, mentioning that she had heard about his exploits in the feudal war when he used a special weapon. Reina then asked him what he would think about selling it to her. Trying to be polite but wanting to escape the conversation, Logan downplayed the weapon's importance, saying it was nothing special and that, although he was embarrassed, he would have to decline the offer. The young man basically fled from Reina's carriage, which seemed to be the best he could do. She watched him with disgust from the window as he walked away. She thought about how, even after becoming famous in the capital selling impure medicine, no noble had shown interest in the feudal war in the countryside, not even Reina. Even better, the wolves are too involved in this. She thought the structure of the crossbow she had built was very simple, so she just hoped to use it a few more times before the plans fell into the wrong hands and everyone started making it. At that moment, a voice interrupted Logan's thoughts. It was Clayton with his disciples, who said he expected to find him at the west gate, and asked what he was doing coming to his side. The young man began to push Clayton and the others in the direction he wanted to go, telling them he had encountered someone annoying earlier. Suddenly, 3 carriages rushed through the forest at full speed. Logan, of course, was with Clayton in one of them, accompanied by one of his disciples. Clayton looked like a parrot, panting. He turned his head to look at Logan and commented that the carriage was spacious, that 5 or 6 people could easily fit, and that the coachman looked very experienced. He then concluded that Logan had spent a lot of money to make them comfortable. Then Clayton's mood soured as he said he didn't need to have bothered with such pomp and had wasted money for nothing. Meanwhile, The disciple tried to calm him down with little success. Hearing this, Logan looked at Clayton and thought it wouldn't be the first time a wizard showed exaggerated pride. So he told Clayton that he was honored to serve such powerful wizards, claiming that everything he did was the bare minimum. After all, he thought, he had hired a fifth circle wizard for free, so flattering him was no problem at all. However, Clayton didn't respond. Instead, he looked out the window, maintaining his grumpy attitude. After night fell, Logan and the others seemed to have set up camp. The young man commented that it was too late to travel, so they would rest there and continue their journey tomorrow. After that, Logan lit a fire and started to meditate, when suddenly a man appeared with a knife, ready to attack. He threw the knife at Logan, who sensed danger and ducked to dodge. Then, without interrupting his meditation, he asked who was there. One of the men stepped out of the shadows and praised his dodge. Logan stood up and the man continued, saying he had heard all the rumors about him in the capital, and asked Logan if he was the one who made a fortune selling a strange drug. Logan was surrounded by 5 guys and wondered if they were thieves. He huffed, annoyed, and said he just wanted to practice what he had learned from meditating, but this was the perfect opportunity. Since they had interrupted him, he took out his sword and warned the bandits that they would have to be his sparring partners. One of the bandits mocked the young man, laughing and sneering. Logan, unfazed, stayed silent and without hesitation quickly slit the bandit's throat, silencing his laughter instantly. 2 of the others looked at their fallen comrade, not understanding how he had moved so fast, and called him a bastard. One of them jumped to attack him. Seeing this, the young man took an aggressive stance. The moment the bandit approached, ready to stab him, the fighter dodged and sliced open his abdomen in a quick motion, sending him flying through the air. At this, the other bandits lost their composure, impressed by the young man's strength. The guy fell backward, hitting a tree, and seemed to have lost consciousness. 2 men were already out of combat, leaving only 3. One of the bandits realized there was no way to defeat Logan and shouted for the others to flee. But that was when he was hit. He couldn't move his legs. At that moment, the young man began to charge his aura, and the way he held his sword seemed familiar. He was imitating Felix's movements. Logan managed to put enough mana into his sword to replicate the attack Felix had taught him. The aura blade was ready. Logan planted his foot on the ground and cut through the air with absurd force. He struck 2 of his opponents head-on, knocking them down instantly. Suddenly, something strange happened. He lost the aura he had managed to conjure, which left him a bit confused. The young man thought that this ability must be hard to maintain for long, as he looked at the last bandit who had fallen to the ground in terror. Logan smiled. He had managed to use the movement at maximum level thanks to Felix. While he was distracted, the last bandit crawled to a safe place, trying to escape the danger. Then, the young man thought that focusing and compressing the force through the new authority resulted in the aura. That day, along with the pressure blade he learned from the Duke, he was also shown the strength blade, which was a weaker level attack. However, he thought it was impossible to imitate that at his current level. His cheeks flushed, and he said he couldn't believe he had managed to use the strength blade, even if it was for a brief moment. He then noticed that the last bandit was trying to escape and turned his head in that direction. Logan looked at him while the man cried, wondering what trouble he had gotten himself into. The young man prepared to attack again, which seemed to terrify the poor man. Walking towards him, he explained to himself that using the force emanating from the sword to dominate the enemy creates the ability known as the pressure blade. And just as he was about to stab the last bandit, Logan showed that predatory smile again. He said this ability should be enough to use in a fight. He then looked at the bodies around and wondered if he had gone a bit overboard. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him, completely surprising Logan, saying that he had witnessed everything. The one speaking was Clayton, and he looked very furious. Logan looked at Clayton, somewhat confused about the reason for his anger, and wondered if Clayton thought he had crossed the line, even though the guys were thieves. If Clayton decided not to work with him anymore, Logan would be in a bind, but that wasn't what happened. Clayton looked at the young man and, to his surprise, praised his skills, saying it was incredible. Logan was stunned, speechless for a moment. Grumpy as always, Clayton added that even though he didn't understand much about the users of the Force, what he had just witnessed was not normal for someone Logan's age. The young man thanked him for the compliment, admitting he was being too generous, and realized that Clayton wasn't really angry, it was just his face. Clayton and Logan walked together through the forest, and an awkward silence filled the air. Logan glanced sideways, thinking about how he had intentionally moved away from the camp to avoid exposing his powers. He wondered if Clayton had come all this way just to find him. Breaking the silence, Clayton commented that his disciples were struggling because they didn't have the best teacher, and that's why he was trying to teach them as much as he could. The young man responded, assuring him that he was already doing a good job, and asked why Clayton felt the need to share this with him. Hearing this, Clayton stopped dead in his tracks, turned his head towards Logan, and warned that even after arriving in the young man's territory, he wanted his disciples to take breaks and have the opportunity to train with him. Then, Clayton told Logan that he would do whatever it took for them to have this opportunity, and asked if they could come to an agreement, to which Logan immediately agreed. The young man looked down and noticed something strange. He looked behind Clayton and saw mana flowing from the ground, wondering where it was going. It turned out that the mana was flowing towards the tent where the mages slept. Once again, Clayton was looking at Logan, asking if they had a deal, while Logan kept wondering why he would go to such lengths to share his mana with his disciples. Logan acknowledged that Clayton was taking good care of them. The master then replied that as a teacher, he had to do the bare minimum. Logan wondered if fighting with the Tower Master for them wasn't doing more than the minimum, but Clayton responded that the Tower Master was the one provoking a fight. The next day, the flags of the McLean estate waved proudly in the wind. In his father's office, Logan was talking to Patrick, who seemed to have heard the story of his son's travels, and asked if he had gained a lot of experience during his time in the capital. Logan responded by informing his father that everything he learned was very helpful. Patrick said that in that case, it was fine, and asked if his son had anything else to report. Hearing this, Logan thought he could have approached the topic in a better way. He casually mentioned to Patrick that his business in the capital was thriving. This left Patrick speechless. Rising from his desk, Patrick asked Logan what business he was referring to. Logan explained that he had been selling the medicine he had given him before. Patrick looked like he was about to faint and asked if he really went to the capital to sell a stimulant. Placing a hand on his forehead, the father reminded the young man that, despite his promise not to interfere, this was still a big surprise. Then, Patrick asked him to be more careful with the family's reputation next time. Logan quickly promised his father he would, feeling relieved that Patrick handled the situation better than he expected. Patrick, however, raised an eyebrow and asked if Logan had responded without thinking much. Once again, the young man gave the same affirmative answer. He then informed his father that he had also befriended the Duke of the Sword. Hearing this, Patrick was stunned and immediately asked if he was referring to Felix Esperanza. Furious, Patrick then asked if he had also sold the medicine to Felix. With a smile, the young man replied that he had done exactly that. Enraged, the father shouted, demanding to know how far he planned to drag the family's reputation through the mud. Unfazed, Logan calmly took out a book that Felix had given him and said that in return, he had received a valuable intermediate sword technique. Patrick, now calmer, took the book from the young man's hands and read the title aloud, The Iron Blood Sword. He remarked that it was a genuine intermediate sword technique, guaranteed by the Duke of the Sword himself. However, the young man knew this wasn't entirely true, as he was the one who wrote that comment. Logan then reflected on how the Imperial trader had unearthed the Iron Blood Sword from ancient ruins. It was considered one of the best intermediate sword techniques of the time. Initially, the trader had only copied and sold the book to a select few, but eventually, it got leaked. Copies of the entire technique began circulating in the market. Over time, it became so common that even ordinary people managed to learn it. But he thinks that will only happen in about 10 years. So, getting the family knights to learn this skill now will be very helpful. Logan continued to think that if they also added the chi of the sword and the divine secrets of the sword, his father and Ronin could use it as a trump card. That said, the Iron Blood Sword technique pushed strength to the extreme. To prevent it from causing internal harm, Patrick would never allow such a thing to happen, but adding the Duke of the Sword's name to the book would surely make him accept it. The young man read the content of the book and commented that this was on a completely different level from the records the family had passed down. While his hands trembled over the book, he thought that actually acquiring intermediate sword skills was difficult, and considered that this was the reason he had been stuck at a level for 10 years. Patrick then explained to Logan that properly mastering this technique would increase the overall strength of the cavalry by at least 30%, and wondered how they could repay the Duke's kindness. Hearing this, Logan thought it was great that he thought that way, since he had a proposal for his father. He should also master the technique to show it to Felix. Suddenly, Patrick burst out of the room, interrupting him. He threw a seal at Logan and said that mastering the technique was now his top priority, leaving the young man in charge of everything until he succeeded. It was at that moment that Logan understood the seriousness of the situation. Patrick had just thrown him the family shield, a symbol of his temporary authority. Patrick rushed through the door shouting for help with Dwayne's family responsibilities. He promised to return as soon as he mastered the technique perfectly, hurriedly thanked him, and disappeared, giving the young man no time to discuss the matters he wanted. There he was, standing in his father's office, holding the family shield completely lost. Logan looked at the seal, unsure where to begin, realizing that having it in his possession meant he could now act freely. Dwayne burst into the room. The idea had barely settled in when he entered, shouting that he had heard about all of Logan's exploits in the capital. Now determined, the young man silently vowed to achieve everything he wanted before Patrick returned. Dwayne soon began to suspiciously beg for money. He asked if the other hadn't already received funds from the battle with Tezeran. Dwayne shouted in frustration, explaining that those funds were nowhere near enough to maintain both fortresses. The battle had caused a significant labor shortage, and production was set to drop drastically this year. To make matters worse, the Kiros had also cut off all aid. Desperate, Dwayne fell to his knees and begged Logan for money, saying he had heard about the fortune he made in the capital. But Logan just smiled and said he was sorry, but he had already spent all the money. Upon hearing this, Dwayne couldn't believe it, and asked where the hell he had managed to spend all that money in such a short time. Logan simply looked at him, smiling without saying a word. Dwayne looked up and told the young man to stop messing around, but the young man kept his composure, just staring at him. Seeing this, Dwayne began to sweat. He then asked if the warrior was serious, and Logan nodded. Dwayne leaned in again, desperate, and asked where he had managed to spend so much money. The fighter replied that he had spent 1,200,000 gold on scrolls and magical images, and had also bought building materials and food. In other words, there was nothing left. Dwayne looked at Logan repeating what he had said, mentioning that buying a little food and giving it to people wouldn't make a difference. But that was when Logan dropped the bomb that he had spent 1 million gold just on food. Dwayne wasn't sure he had heard right and asked Logan to repeat it, and he did, saying he would be distributing food worth 1 million gold every month for a year to the people. Upon hearing this, Dwayne started shouting, asking if the young man had eaten something that made him go crazy. Logan thought this was a normal reaction. After all, him becoming a war hero wasn't going to change Dwayne's opinion of him. Then, Logan told Dwayne that he was completely sane and asked if the food he had bought was enough. Dwayne confirmed that it was, and asked what he planned to do with the building materials and scrolls, and if he was going to start any construction. The young man replied that they were going to build a dam. 2 weeks later, a notice began circulating in the city with the following message. The feudal lord summoned everyone for mandatory work, for those in the McLean Fortress and at the west gate of the city, and for those in the Storm Fortress and at the east gate. Seeing the situation, a man from the Tezeron Fortress declared that they had finally reached their limit, that the nobles were exploiting them mercilessly. A man from the McLean Fortress added that forcing them to work at the peak of the harvest was madness. Another voice joined in, lamenting that they had barely survived the battle, only to see the feudal lord trying to crush them now. Furious, they questioned whether the message they received left them any options: die fleeing, languish in work, or simply starve. In the end, they realized that all paths led to the same outcome. Determined, they grabbed pitchforks and any tools they could find, ready to confront the feudal lord in a rebellion. The entire crowd gathered in front of the McLean estate, and Logan asked if everyone was present. A young man approached an older man and asked if they were really going to go through with it. The older man firmly replied that the gentlemen were treating them like dogs while they could barely survive on grass. He looked at the crowd and declared that this time it was worth fighting for. A drop of sweat slid down the young man's forehead as he accepted, saying he would rather take the chance to fight. At that moment, the castle doors opened, and the people, driven by determination, took their positions. When the doors were fully opened, the silhouettes of several knights became visible. One of the knights shouted to his comrades to prepare for distribution. The crowd, which had been leaning towards a fight, calmed down and began to wonder what the noble meant by distribution. The elder stepped forward, warning the people that it was all a trick. At that moment, a man placed a sack in front of him, and the noble explained that by order of young Master Logan, those who participated in the forced labor would receive a month's worth of grain. He told everyone to line up at the door so the distribution could begin. Hearing this, the crowd dropped their weapons and hurried to form a line. The elder gripped the sack tightly, staring at the ground in silence. He trembled for a moment, then lifted his head and shouted for everyone to hear. "Hail to Logan McLean." The people turned in his direction, and he repeated the shout. A smile appeared on their faces as they echoed the elder, and soon everyone began to salute Logan. Meanwhile, high atop the estate walls, Dwayne and he were talking. Dwayne asked if it was really necessary to impose a mandatory order to gather the people, as they could have simply made a request. The young man replied that if he had acted that way, not even a quarter of them would have shown up. After all, no one there trusted the nobles. He explained that the nobles viewed their people as property, but life as a mercenary had taught him that for common people, there is only one difference between good and bad nobles: which one takes more. Logan told Dwayne that even his father cared more about the knights than the people, as he believed the knights were the strength of a nation. That's why, even without money, he still maintained an order of 50 knights. That's why the young man had forced them to gather there, so they would truly believe. Logan then turned his head to Dwayne and asked why he was looking at him. Dwayne replied that he was surprised and that the young man had shocked him a lot lately. Logan told Dwayne he was being foolish and that since Dwayne was listening and trusting him so much, he could go ahead and start the construction. Dwayne got upset hearing that again and asked the young man to think it over once more, as spending 2 million gold on that construction made no sense. He then asked Logan if it was even possible to build it. At that moment, Logan replied that Dwayne sounded just like Amar and Clayton. He had already revealed his plan to them, who were left speechless at the idea of building a dam. During dinner, they asked if the intention was to divert the water and build a gate. The young man confirmed, insisting that the project be executed exactly as planned. He explained that McLean's territory was surrounded by mountains, making the land unproductive. He added that the mountains to the north prevented the Luther River from flowing south to transform the region. He instructed Amar and Clayton to dig a large hole in these mountains so that the river water could pass through. Amar, somewhat annoyed, replied that it would be easier to believe if the young man had simply asked them to take down the whole mountain. Logan explained that instead, they would build a tunnel that would connect directly to the Luther River, about 30 meters in diameter at the mouth, which would function as a gate. He added that this method was used in the western part of the continent, where it was called a dam. In reality, the warrior knew that this explanation wasn't entirely true. It was a flood control method that would become popular in the Empire in about 20 years. He also didn't fully understand the principles, but with a dwarf master and a fifth circle wizard at his disposal, Logan believed the project could take off. If the two led the project, he could transform the western moors of McLean into fertile plains. Clayton was about to comment on the plan, but Amar interrupted him, insisting that choosing the right location was crucial. He explained that the soil composition was fundamental and that they needed to consider water levels to avoid the tunnel collapsing. They would have to build an arched structure and ask for help from the wizards. After hearing all this, Clayton turned to Amar and asked if Logan's idea was really feasible. Amar, surprised he had said all that out loud, could hardly believe it either. Hearing everything, Logan, holding his wine glass, confidently acknowledged that the plan was possible. This made both Clayton and Amar start to sweat. Amar, trying to explain himself, started saying he was already busy with other tasks, including the new mining operation. But before he could finish, Logan interrupted him, explaining that was precisely why he had prepared magic scrolls and wizards. Logan then told Amar that he would leave it to him to find the right mountain. Upon hearing this, Amar responded somewhat reluctantly that he had suspected something when Logan suddenly decided to invite him to a big meal. After seeing all this, Clayton wondered if everything that was happening was really right. At the construction site, Clayton took his position, focusing his magic. From a safe distance, two workers watched. Nervously, one of them dismissed the concern, assuring the other that, with Logan there, they would be safe. Amar then shouted to Clayton, telling him he could start when he was ready. Clayton pressed his magically infused hand against the mountain, and with a sudden surge of power, the surface shattered into millions of pieces. The people immediately scattered to avoid the debris. Seeing the chaos, Amar pushed Clayton aside, reminding him that he had asked him to take it easy. Logan, watching the scene, began to explain that besides physical strength, there was another power humans could use: mana. In his past life, Logan could barely feel mana, but now he saw everything clearly. He was impressed by the power of the earth emanating from the mana circle at Clayton's core, weaving patterns to stimulate and break the stone wall. Impressed, Logan realized that the development of his strength core had heightened his senses to an absurd level. Clayton turned to him with a slight smile and told the young man to pay attention to the next trick, assuring him this was just the beginning. At first, Logan was not impressed, but he watched closely as Clayton raised his hand, then suddenly closed his fist. In the blink of an eye, all the stones from the previous explosion came together and began to float in front of him. Immediately, Logan understood what was happening. The debris was coming together to form a gigantic structure. The size of the thing was so massive that the young warrior could only look up, mouth agape, while a completely terrified Amar hid behind Logan's leg. Clayton transformed the scattered stones into a gigantic rock golem. Logan, amazed by Clayton's ability to create such a colossal figure without any tools, began to ponder the possibilities. He murmured to himself that if they could make a few more of these golems, the construction would be completed much faster, and they could even be used in war. Overwhelmed by Clayton's power, Logan grabbed his hands excitedly and asked how many golems he could create. Excited, Clayton asked if his students could also create golems. He confirmed, explaining that since they were from the golem school of the Earth Magic Tower, they indeed could. Logan was beaming, but Clayton soon cooled his enthusiasm, pointing out a significant limitation. He explained that the magical formula needed to create a golem's core could only be executed by fifth circle mages. His students, though skilled, weren't strong enough and needed mana stones. Even so, the golems they created would be much smaller and weaker than the one Clayton had just summoned. Hearing this, Logan's expression changed drastically. He explained that mana stones are as rare a mineral as calcium or mithril, making them a rare resource that cannot be artificially produced, and since they are used for magical assistance, they are also very expensive. This made Logan think that mana stones really weren't worth it for this job. But could the young man be considering cost-effectiveness in a war? After all, what if he could win by investing a little money? Well, then that's enough. He asked Clayton if his golem would also strengthen with mana stones. Clayton confirmed, explaining that its strength and speed would increase, and it would last much longer. However, since he was a fifth circle mage, he would need the highest quality mana stone. Still, For a second circle mage, a low-quality mana stone would be sufficient. It would last about 24 hours and be much stronger than an adult man. Hearing this, the young man thought that a low-quality mana stone must cost about the same as a gold coin. Its cost-effectiveness didn't justify all that money, but for a short war like the last one, it could yield much greater results. Dwayne arrived at the construction site, and seeing the giant golem striking the mountain, he was terrified. Logan tried to calm him, explaining that the golem was digging a tunnel as part of the plan, but fear overwhelmed him and he couldn't listen. Ignoring Logan, he panicked and fled, shouting that he needed to warn the patriarch. Logan turned to Amar, telling him to take the workers to start the water channel, and said he didn't need to leave anyone to build the tunnel since the golem could handle that. Amar nodded and began giving orders to the workers. Meanwhile, the young man reflected on having 3 construction projects underway, feeling a mix of excitement and determination. First, the tunnel and the dam. Second, the water channel. And third, the mine, for which Logan already had the drilling results. Therefore, he sent workers there before anywhere else. The young man thought that after returning from the capital he had been busy with the dam, so he couldn't oversee the mine. For that reason, he was going to make a visit tomorrow. The next day, he saw people coming in and out of the mine with Amar in the middle, looking particularly upset. Logan approached Amar and commented that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Amar responded by asking what Logan was talking about, accusing him of making him run back and forth. In a fit of anger, he shouted that he couldn't take that pace anymore, suggesting it would be better to just kill him. He lamented not even being able to take a break, demanding to know why he had to carry all the weight alone. Throughout the outburst, Logan remained silent. Meanwhile, one of the other workers noticed Amar's frustration and told the others they needed to intervene. Amar collapsed to the ground with tears in his eyes. Logan gently placed a hand on his shoulder, trying to comfort him. The young man acknowledged the hard work he had been doing and told Amar that from now on, he would let him manage everything on his own. The young man's expression changed to disbelief, asking Logan if he was serious, wondering if he really intended to pass on all the tasks. Logan felt a pang of sadness, realizing that Amar had figured out his intention. With a somewhat playful gesture, Logan extended his pinky, promising Amar that as soon as the construction was done, he could rest as much as he wanted. Amar, feeling overwhelmed, tried to shake off the young man's hand, but Logan held his finger firmly, almost causing the poor dwarf to scream in pain as he threatened to break it. Amar, standing on the ground and annoyed, saw Logan simply turn his back and comb his hair, saying he was just trying to be funny. He then looked at the mine, thinking it would be exploited much faster than the last time. Even without being sure about the catch, he hoped it would work. It was the only way for his plans to succeed. Then, Logan activated a communication channel to talk to Philip. His friend informed him that the construction materials would be delivered without issues, and also mentioned he had secured a deal for the wood, which would generate an additional 100,000 gold a month. The news made the young man's face light up. Philip, in turn, didn't hide his excitement, and told Logan that as soon as they finished building the mine and clearing the land, the territory would be completely transformed, and he would like to see it in person someday. Logan looked at the orb for a moment thoughtfully, before responding that Philip should visit next year. Curious, Philip asked why, but soon added that he probably wouldn't get an answer. He then changed the subject, revealing that rumors were circulating in the capital about a problem with the royal family. Philip asked what that problem could be, and Logan replied that he had heard it at the Duke of the Sword's house, but didn't know the details, though it seemed serious. He advised Philip to try to find out more. In his mind, the young man immersed himself in memories of his past life, recalling that next winter, the king would die suddenly, leading to a civil war. However, he knew that the information he had might not be completely accurate. If the king's death were truly sudden, it would follow the same pattern as in his previous life. Otherwise, the exact timing could be different. Logan understood that he couldn't start preparing until he confirmed the situation. His priority was to prepare the McLean family, so the young man indicated to Philip to allocate the remaining budget to an emergency fund and buy as many weapons and armor as possible, specifically enough to equip 500 men. Hearing this, Philip started to sweat and commented that it wasn't an easy task. He wondered why Logan needed so much equipment if the McLeans only had around 100 knights. Logan explained that the equipment was not for the knights, but for the soldiers. This revelation infuriated Philip, who incredulously asked if Logan had completely lost his mind. He argued that no one fully armed their soldiers, considering it a waste of money. But Logan refused to listen to the complaints. In his thoughts, the young man pondered that, although his actions might seem strange, they were motivated by necessity. The last war had resulted in many deaths, decreasing production. To avoid this, he needed to minimize recruitment as much as possible, while also increasing the strength of his knights and soldiers. Arming the soldiers was crucial for this strategy. Logan then asked Philip if his judgment had ever failed, to which Philip reluctantly replied that it had not. He then smiled and told Philip that in that case, they should proceed as planned. Philip said he understood, and would discreetly find out more about the rumor. With that, Logan declared that the next step was to secure funds through the mine, the food supply with the dam, and improve the soldiers' armament. The basic preparations for an advance were progressing well. A large stack of papers was on Logan's desk, overwhelming him. Dwayne was by his side, directing his attention to specific papers. "Sign this, initial that, and so on," said Dwayne, before adding that he would bring the next set of documents. While reading one of the documents, Dwayne informed Logan that he had once again signed a document without properly checking it, asking him if he planned to continue this negligence. Then, Logan really had to manage the territory's affairs. And just at that moment, the door burst open, and he immediately started yelling at Dwayne. Dwayne, insisting that he was not the successor, simply asked if anyone else agreed with that at the moment. It was then that Castellan rushed in looking worried and said that Armar was trapped in a mine that had just collapsed. The news sent a chill down the young man's spine. He jumped up from his chair and demanded to know what had happened. Castellan explained that one of the tunnels had collapsed, and over 50 meters had sunk. There was no way to know where Armar was. Worried, Logan immediately asked if they had found Armar yet. Dwayne chimed in, asking since when did their territory even have a mine, but Logan completely ignored him. Hearing that the damage was over 50 meters wide, the young man ran out, shouting that they couldn't waste time and needed to go straight to the mine. Dwayne was left behind, completely bewildered, shouting where all this talk about the mine had come from. Logan arrived at the mine on horseback and immediately asked the workers which tunnel had collapsed. One of them pointed to the middle tunnel, explaining that it was the deepest and darkest, but Logan didn't listen for a second and went straight in. Inside, he used his aura to see in the darkness, and what he saw truly disturbed him. Huge boulders blocked the way, and some people were desperately trying to move them. The ancient form that oversees the mine noticed Logan's presence. Logan had just ordered the workers to step back, touched one of the stones, and filled it with mana. He could feel the presence of 10 people trapped, one of them with the same energy as Armar. He told the foreman that they had escaped the worst, but there were still many victims. The foreman, completely baffled, asked how he could know that. The boy simply ignored the question and wanted to know how long it would take to remove the stones. The foreman estimated at least 3 days, which seriously worried Logan. He knew that the longer they took, the lower the chances of survival for the trapped people would be. Outside, Logan called for help from Clayton and his apprentices. He begged them to rescue Armar and the trapped workers, promising that they would be generously rewarded. Clayton realized that Logan was talking about the place where Armar had been working. He decided to help, but made it clear that it wasn't for the money. It was because people had been hurt. Logan thanked him and promised to return the favor. Clayton thought it was strange, that Logan, who had always been so reserved about the mine, was suddenly revealing its location just to save a slave and some workers. He used his magic to support the tunnel, and his disciples used mana stones to summon golems. The disciples, holding their crystals, threw the stones into the rubble, and the rocks transformed into stone golems, which immediately began clearing the debris. The miners were terrified. They simply weren't used to seeing such powerful magic. Logan was amazed by their efficiency, watching them clear several meters of debris in just seconds. Clayton urged them on, and Logan didn't just stand by. Oh no, he joined the workers and the mages, carrying rocks and helping with the removal. Clayton was surprised to see Logan, a noble, working so hard to save commoners and a dwarf. For him, that scene was something he had never witnessed before. Then, the mine master shouted that he had found the injured. Armar was there and was partially buried. Seeing that, Logan was terrified, but then realized that despite the scare, the injuries were minor and everyone was fine. Feeling a great wave of relief, he thanked the gods that everyone had escaped with just a few scratches. Later in the infirmary, Logan asked Armar what had happened. Armar confessed that he had fallen asleep. Lately, he had been overworking himself. Logan was upset, but Armar tried to reassure him, saying he would be back to work in no time. Logan interrupted him, telling him to rest as long as he needed. Armar was surprised by Logan's concern and shouted that he was going to rest even if the world was on fire or aliens showed up. As he left the infirmary, Logan was impressed that the rescue had only taken 2 hours. His thoughts were interrupted by Clayton, who suddenly appeared, saying that Logan's mind was something marvelous. Logan wondered if the mage had discovered that his mind was filled with gold, and if he would keep it a secret. He explained to Clayton that the mine was crucial for his plans, and that he had no one else to replace the Gamar. Moreover, if he couldn't protect his people, he would have no one left. Clayton was intrigued by his response, and asked if Logan wanted a magic tower in his territory. The young man was stunned. Clayton explained that it was time to get rid of the old tower master, and that Logan's lands were perfect for a small magic tower. Logan was ecstatic and said it would be an honor. He wanted to know if Clayton's apprentices would come and how much it would cost. Clayton replied that his disciples would definitely come and that he didn't need much money. He trusted Logan's character and skills. Logan was astonished. Hamar, who had overheard the conversation, asked Clayton if he had hit his head, but Logan just told his friend to go back to bed. A week later, Hamar reported to Logan, saying he was fully recovered and returning to the mine to make up for lost time. Logan wished him good luck. As soon as Hamar left, Dwayne appeared, looking terrifying. He demanded to know why Logan had kept the mine a secret and how long he had been developing it. Logan simply apologized, saying he forgot. Frustrated, Dwayne asked how he could forget something so important. To answer Dwayne, Logan flashed a big smile and revealed, "It's a gold mine." Dwayne couldn't believe it and told the guy to stop being a smartass. "There's no way people like us could have a gold mine." "What are you talking about?" he said. Logan asked what was so incredible about it and called him a fool. Getting serious again, he informed him that the mine was expected to generate about 100 million in gold per year. "Do you really think you'd joke about something like that?" he asked. Hearing this, Dwayne was left speechless. He asked if he was serious and just froze in place. Logan touched Dwayne, concerned, and nearly fell back. It seemed the information he had just received was making Dwayne faint because he simply couldn't process the amount of money that mine would bring. Logan was sweating buckets trying to snap him out of it, while thinking how the plan had progressed faster than he had imagined, except for the little issue with Hamar's injury. Elsewhere, a group of people walked together in the woods, somewhat puzzled about why they had been called back again. The construction of the dam was finished in just 3 months, not the 6 they had expected. They were the managers that Dwayne had gathered for a final inspection. Logan greeted them warmly, expressing how glad he was to have them there and acknowledging their busy schedules. He asked them to stay and witness the inauguration of the dam. One of the managers looked skeptical, thinking it was a waste of time because bringing water from the Luder River to spray over the desert would make no difference. He thought Logan should have invested the money more wisely, maybe fixing the south wall. The other managers also wondered why Logan had put in so much effort. They turned to Dwayne, who was once again standing there with his mouth agape. Dwayne looked at the dam, realizing it wasn't built just to fix a desert. In fact, it was directly connected to the underground channels of the Luder River. If they could supply water continuously through those channels, the vast desert could become fertile land. Logan looked around and saw that everyone was gathered, the workers, the wizards, and the managers. He turned to Clayton and gave the signal. Clayton, without a second thought, prepared to start the process. He never complained, saying they had worked hard so the workers could open and close the gates. But Logan explained that the first time had to be something huge. He wanted to show everyone at the McLean property what they had built with their own hands. An image of the dam appeared, showing some golems positioned in front of the gates, ready to lift them. The administrators were left speechless, but they quickly got used to it. Then, Clayton shouted loud enough for everyone to hear, giving the order for the golems to open the gates. They stretched their hands toward the gates and began to lift. Logan smiled with satisfaction, but something strange happened. The golems were struggling to lift the gates. With a killer smile, Clayton looked at Hamar, murmuring and asking what the hell he was doing. But it seemed that Hamar had no idea either, as he had given orders to the workers to open the gates. Seeing the situation, Logan began to sweat and had a flashback of a conversation with Clayton, where he had warned him that lifting the gates would be too much for the golems. Apparently, the strength of the golems was only for show, and it would take around hundreds of workers turning the pulleys to open the gates. Thinking quickly, Logan told Clayton to order the golems to break down the gates. Hamar and Clayton were stunned, and Clayton asked if he was serious. Logan simply told him to do what he said, as they could rebuild the gates later. Hesitating for a few seconds, Clayton did what Logan asked, and the golems began to strike the gates. The construction team wondered if this was for real, as their hard work had just finished. Suddenly, the gate gave way, and the water began to flow down with incredible force, dragging the golems with it. Everyone was confused, but Logan was grinning from ear to ear, totally excited. The villagers who had worked so hard on the construction couldn't hold back their tears upon seeing the water, understanding what it truly meant. At that moment, Logan thought this would solve their food problem during the Civil War. They could start planting next spring. Even Dwayne was happy and jumped on Logan's back, startling him a lot, saying how wrong he had been about the dam and asking for forgiveness. Logan said it was all right and began to tease him, asking why a big guy like him was crying so much, but not everyone was that happy. Hamar was in the corner, crying and asking how long it would take to rebuild the gates. Clayton approached and said he would help rebuild them once again. Logan then said they didn't urgently need the gate, that they could take a week off and finish the construction of the mine later. He told Hamar that after this project was finished, they would have a long vacation again. That lit up Hamar's eyes, and he asked if he was serious. Logan reassured him, but what Hamar didn't know was that they would soon be busy again. Many farmers would want the fertile land and would need to build a new village for people to live in. Logan turned to Hamar, about to praise him, but realized it wasn't the right way to do it. He called out to him. Hamar turned, curious. Logan remarked that construction must be tough, even for someone like him, as he had never heard of dwarves being good at building. This drove Hamar crazy. He asked what Logan meant, and explained that after making weapons, building is the specialty of dwarves. Logan realized Hamar was exactly where he wanted him and commented that it was great to hear that. Hamar responded a bit suspiciously that he could praise him as much as he wanted, but he wouldn't give him anything, and asked why he was suddenly so interested in construction. Logan played it off, saying it was just curiosity. But as soon as Hamar turned his back, he thought to himself that after his week of rest, he would start the exciting experience of building a house. And then he wouldn't be laughing. In reality, he was afraid of facing him at night. As soon as he finished the chat with Hamar, Logan turned to the crowd at the opening. He repeated the promise he had made. First, that everyone could farm in the McLean Plains. Second, that they would receive lease rights equivalent to their work, and taxes would only be 30%. Then he looked at the vassals, thinking that if he announced it this way, even they couldn't oppose it. In fact, they looked radiant, realizing that the territory might finally be changing. 4 weeks later, Logan was in his office with Rick, reviewing a plan sent by Hamar, who had already finished the village design in a model house. Logan commented that he knew he had chosen the right person for the job, and Rick replied that Hamar is amazing. Logan thought he never imagined Hamar would accept the task when he proposed it a few weeks ago, as he had been a bit hesitant at first. In the background, events from 4 weeks ago are shown, when Hamar asks Logan if he's crazy for wanting to build a village, and Logan teases him, saying that dwarves are supposed to be experts at building. Hamar planned the streets in a cross pattern, placing houses of the same size, with wells, community baths, and sewers. Logan believes he tried to replicate the city plan he saw in his past life. Suddenly, a strong smell hit Logan. He turned to Rick and asked why it smelled so bad. Rick says it's all Logan's fault, asks why that drug is being sold too, and says that if it weren't for that, he wouldn't be suffering like this. Just then, Dwayne burst into the room, shouting for Logan. The young man asks Dwayne if he's ever going to knock on the door again. Dwayne doesn't care, and starts to tell him something about Hamar. Suddenly, Dwayne's expression turns to pure joy. He tells Logan that Hamar sent word that they can start mining for gold now, and shows him the nuggets, explaining that they found the treasure just like that. Logan tells Hamar he did a great job, and Dwayne hugs him, asking how they were so lucky to have him around. But Hamar just wants to rest, and his eyes show that he has been awake for a very, very long time. Then Logan asks Hamar how soon they can start extracting. Hamar replies that everything is underway, a ton of gold a month, which should last at least 10 years. He insists again that the young man should go rest. Logan hesitates, arguing that there is still so much to do, like building the city, more beasts, and new weapons. He asks Hamar if that would be possible. Logan's request hits Hamar like a blow, making him sweat and clutch his head. Dwayne lies down on the ground to rest. Dwayne leans over him, calling him the treasure of the territory. Logan thinks he'll be the only one to move forward, as there's still much work to be done. He tells Hamar he'll keep his promise, and that he can take his time off. Hamar starts shouting with joy, and bolts off like lightning. Logan wonders if he has awakened some kind of power, because the kid was too fast. Behind him, Dwayne starts crying tears of joy. Logan asks what happened, and Dwayne explains that the mine will generate 100 million in gold every year. Dwayne tells Logan to hell with the Caraces, and that their territory is safe because they won't have to worry about anything anymore. Logan mocks him, saying he's crying more than when the dam was finished. Then the young man calmly looks at Dwayne and drops a crucial piece of information. "The only one you should fear is me. Stay alert because that mine is also mine," warns Logan. Dwayne is terrified. Logan explains that, of course, he'll pay 30% in taxes to the family, but that's it. Dwayne stands up confused and kneels before Logan, saying he trusts his judgment. Logan warns Dwayne that they need to keep the mine a secret, because if word gets out, the Bufrogs, Kalaya, and the Margrave will cause trouble. Dwayne says he'll take care of it, which makes Logan feel a bit uncomfortable. He thinks his father is going to be a problem. Since he made many changes before his return, a week later, Logan and his father are walking along the river, admiring the beauty of the place. Logan notices that Patrick has become an advanced knight. Patrick acknowledges that while he was away, Logan achieved a lot. Logan tries to defend himself and explain his plans, but Patrick interrupts him. Patrick says that having water flowing through that desert is incredible, and that Logan is much better at managing the property than he ever was. Logan tries to be humble, but Patrick says he managed to do more in 3 months than he did in the last 10 years and thanks him. Logan wants to say that he's grateful too, but he gets interrupted again. Patrick announces that from now on, Logan will handle all the obligations of a lord, because he wants to focus on training the Order of Knights. Hearing this, the young man is in shock. Patrick interrupts him again, and asks if he knows what he realized during his training. "I got old," he says. Patrick explains that he couldn't master the secret techniques, and that it's now up to young people like Logan and Ragnar to try. He says that Logan helped him overcome a barrier that had blocked him for years, and that he wants to step back and be a guide. Logan nods and accepts the proposal. Patrick then turns and calls to Marianne, asking her to help Logan fulfill his role. Marianne agrees. Patrick gives Logan a little push, encouraging him to talk to his mother. The young man approaches Marianne, who is wearing a beautiful dress and holding a parasol. She begins by saying that Logan's achievements are enough to prove his ability to be the successor. She calls him young master, and says she now only wishes for Ronan's success. Logan apologizes, but she interrupts him, saying she is the one who should apologize. She admits her vision was limited, and hopes Logan will be generous. Marianne continues, saying that Logan is teaching Ronan to fight, and that she has never been happier. She asks him to keep taking care of his brother. Logan doesn't like where this conversation is going and shouts that parents shouldn't use respectful titles with their kids. He calls her mom, which stops her, moved. She turns and says goodbye, walking towards Patrick. Patrick gives Logan a thumbs up, showing his approval of his son's action. Logan watches his parents walk away, and in what seems to be the state of Tezzerana, he and Patrick are talking. Logan says that as soon as the city is ready, they will start clearing the bushes for farming. Patrick worries if the residents will move easily. Logan says yes, because they will prioritize and give rights to those who move to the new city, and the new houses will be better. Logan informs him that he asked Dwayne to recruit soldiers, and Patrick agrees to train those who become knights. Patrick praises Logan's work but points out that there is still a problem. He turns around and stops in front of the Knights of the Order, calling them lost causes. He asks since when there have been 2 orders of knights and says just their faces give him chills. Logan recognizes them as the McLean Knights who deserted from Tezzerana. They act as if they are on opposite sides. Logan tells them to calm down. Patrick comments on how he and Logan have been killing themselves training while the Knights are fighting like children. Logan says it's his fault for being negligent. The Knights shout that it's not true and ask Captain Heinkel to take him away. Heinkel turns his head towards Patrick and asks if he has become an advanced level knight. Patrick says he will put them in their place, with such an aura that the wooden sword breaks. He shouts at them to sit down and learn the art of the sword firsthand. In the office, Dwayne was signing documents, happier than ever not having to worry about the budget. 2 vassals were talking about the budget that Logan was monopolizing. Dwayne interrupts them and asks if the extra money has blinded them and where they think it came from, telling them to just obey. Leah reads a paper and starts to sweat. A few minutes later, she is in Logan's office asking what he is going to do with 10 million in gold. Logan responds that he is going to buy 100 kilograms of mithril. Dwayne's jaw drops and Logan pushes him against the wall, telling him to sign. Dwayne argues that he can't because mithril is 1,000 times more expensive than gold. The scene shifts to a conversation between Logan and Philip. Logan wanted to buy mithril for the knight's war gear, and Philip says it's impossible. Logan is stunned. Philip explains that mithril isn't something you can just buy with money, but with power. This gives Logan an idea. Inside a castle, a messenger is disturbed by a message from McLean. Duke Felix, who is busy, arrives in 30 minutes to review the message. Felix greets Logan and says he misses hearing from him. Logan says he would never dare to send a personal message. Felix smiles and reveals that his wife is pregnant, and it's all thanks to Logan. The young man congratulates him, and Felix thanks him. Felix says that when the baby is born, he wants Logan to return to the capital because his wife wants to thank him and will show him her next technique. Logan thanks him. Felix asks what the reason for the contact is. Logan gets straight to the point, wanting to know if he can get the 100 kilograms of mithril he needs. Felix's jaw drops, and he asks if he said 100 kilograms, not 100 grams. Felix says that not even he invests that much in his own parties, and that he underestimated Logan's generosity, which makes the young man think the misunderstanding is growing. Felix says he will take care of everything but that he must attend the baby party and call him master. Logan looks at the empty sphere, then trembles and lets out a scream of joy. Being the Duke's disciple was the most amazing thing that had ever happened to him. The idea was just to ask for a little help, but Felix gave him a golden rope. Logan believes that Hamar will be more productive after a short break. He boasts about how benevolent he is as an employer. In reality, Hamar had nightmares about Logan for weeks after his vacation. Outside McLean's castle, a group of men all under 20 years old showed up for recruitment. Dwayne asks Logan if he really needs to recruit so many people. Logan says he will take care of everything himself. He thinks expanding his forces is crucial and that he will personally select the new members, even with some drawbacks. He thinks of the new empire theory that what really matters are the senses, not physical ability, and that they used 50,000 knights to crush neighboring countries. 9 years later, Logan believes they should gather all existing soldiers and reselect them to form a knight unit. It is believed that the Grandia Civil War could be tough, but they will have a formidable force against the Imperial invasion. He mentions that he would like to recruit people over 20 years old, but then there wouldn't be enough manpower for the city's construction. One of the vassals shouts at the boys to be quiet. Logan asks how they used to select soldiers. The vassal says they made everyone run and chose them according to their order of arrival. Logan realizes their selection method was rudimentary. He orders that they only select those with good vision, hearing, and quick reflexes. The first test he thought of was for the candidates to walk towards an image until they could see it clearly. Some stopped quite quickly, and one of them says the image is of a chicken. Logan tells the knights to take care of the boy who called him handsome. A boy from the back raises his hand and says that seeing the crest, it must be a rooster. Logan is impressed. For the second test, Dwayne shouts the same word over and over, and the participants have to walk until they understand the world. One of the boys shouts at Dwayne that the answer is the word sparrow, and says that Dwayne also called him son of, and asks if that is part of the test too. Dwayne gets scared thinking he was talking to himself. Logan tells Dwayne to choose the boy he just spoke to, and says he needs a beating. Going over the documents, Logan can hardly believe that 250 people passed with flying colors. He thinks about selecting around 500 without hesitation to form a force of 1,000. In the training field, Victor is training with his sword. He swings the blade with force, catching the attention of some knights. Victor can only think about what Logan told him. If he can perform the sword technique 1,000 times without making a mistake, he can become a knight and awaken his inner strength. He grips the sword's handle and tells himself he needs to become a knight as soon as possible. Victoria, his sister, watches him with concern. Victor thinks that Logan won't wait for him forever. Just then, Victoria sees Logan. He signals her to be quiet because he wanted to check on how Victor was doing. Logan believes he has a lot of talent, and that even while swinging the sword wildly, he maintains a correct basic stance. He shouts to Victor and informs him that tomorrow, he will leave the McLean Castle property to train soldiers in the territory of Thessalia, which will last until winter. He invites Victor to join him. Victor asks if he can bring Rhea. Logan questions whether it's a good idea to bring his sister to a training camp full of men, but Victor shouts that it is. Logan sighs and tells Victor that Rhea can come, pointing a finger warning him that if there's any trouble, it will be his responsibility. Victor replies that he will take very good care of his sister. Logan asks if Victoria is really that valuable to him, and Victor hesitates, but then lets it all out. He tells Logan that his parents died because of him and that Rhea has no parents because of him, so he has to protect her. Logan looks at him without saying a word, then places a hand on Victor's shoulder and tells him that it's okay and to keep up the good work. A few days later, at the castle of Tezeran, Salon is scolding the children Logan selected, making them run 5 laps around the wall, and as punishment, the last 100 will have to do 2 more. The children are terrified, but Salon shouts at them to stop playing and start running. Logan tells Salon that he has a talent for being a sergeant. The warrior replies that since they are treating him like a knight, he agreed to renew his contract. He whispers in Logan's ear, asking if he plans to start some kind of war in the next 2 years. Logan just smiles without answering, but Salon knows that war is inevitable. The two get distracted when one of the recruits shouts something about someone being a monster. They are talking about Victor, who is first in the race, but the others are surprised. One of them asks what he is made of, and another answers that Victor is Logan's slave. Upon hearing this, the first feels motivated and starts running again, shouting that he won't lose to Victor. Let Salon notice the effect of the winner that Logan talks about so much. Logan comments that he doesn't expect them to have exceptional physical abilities, but the will to not give up is enough. He believes Victor will absorb strength, and that his power will awaken soon, becoming the greatest motivator for the soldiers. Then, the kids are taken to the barracks, where tables filled with food await them. They eat eagerly, thanking Logan. Rhea. She's also in the dining area, serving meals. The boys are mesmerized by her, and one of them calls her an angel. Victor notices the admiration and emits a threatening aura. He points his finger at the boys and warns them to look away before he gouges their eyes out. They fall silent. Another boy behind Victor's table looks at Rhea with a lustful gaze. Outside the barracks, Victor runs out with a piece of bread in his hand. He had asked an older woman where Rhea had gone, and she said she used the back door to take out the trash. Concern takes over the young man, as Rhea shouldn't be alone at night. He hears a noise coming from an alley and goes to investigate. What he sees leaves him speechless. The boy with the lustful gaze is trying to take advantage of Rhea. Tears run down her face and the bread in Victor's hand drops to the ground. The rookie stammers, but Victor is already in action. With a powerful knee, he breaks the guy's nose and sends him to the ground. He stands in front of Rhea, ready to attack again. The apprentice spits, calling him a bastard and demanding to know how a mere slave dares to touch him. But Victor delivers another blow, almost knocking him out. Rhea lets out a scream of surprise, paralyzed. Victor grabs the man by the hair and starts beating him mercilessly, growling for him to die. Behind a corner, another apprentice witnesses the scene and runs to get help. Victor sees nothing but red. Each punch brings flashes of his past, memories of the night he and Rhea lost their parents. Suddenly, a voice screams from behind, pulling Victor out of his rage. He turns and sees Logan. Logan tells him to control himself and look around. An employee enters, gently guiding Rhea outside. Kezalan tries to process the chaos. Logan points to the lifeless body and tells Kezalan to handle it. Victor keeps his head down, awaiting his punishment, and apologizes. Logan asks if he regrets it, and Victor says no, but he regrets killing one of Logan's soldiers without permission. Logan acknowledges that he isn't completely wrong, but points out that he should regret bringing his sister to the camp. Logan explains that his stubbornness almost got Rhea hurt. He continues by saying it's better to keep Rhea in a safe place than to bring her into danger. Logan allowed Victor to take her so he could learn the consequences of his actions. He asks Victor if he understood the lesson. Victor silently nods. Logan tells Victor that, although killing is a crime, Rhea was a victim and he did well to protect her. But he warns him that next time he should ask for permission before taking such drastic action, as he doesn't want his future nights delayed because of some pervert. Inside the castle, Kesselin and Logan are in a deep conversation. Kesselin asks if Logan really should decide this matter on his own. Logan replies that Victor is his property and that he used him to get rid of an unpleasant criminal. He puts it another way, saying he used his property to rid himself of a criminal, and asks what Kesselin thinks of that version of the story. Kesselin asks if Victor killed the recruit under his orders. Logan nods and begins to detail his plan. The apprentice's crimes will be exposed, and his body will be hung from the castle gates as a warning. He instructs Kesselin to inform the soldiers. Kesselin changes the subject, noticing that Logan is marking something on a map. He asks what the young man is doing. Logan replies that it's a surprise. The marks on the map highlight areas where monsters have been sighted recently. News of Victor's actions spreads, and when they discover what the dead recruit was trying to do to Rhea, shock turns into fury. The crowd wanted to dig up the body and finish it off again. Logan listens to the conversation and thinks that the situation has resolved quite well. Time pass. 3 months later, the snow covers the trees announcing winter. Logan and Kesselin talk while observing the landscape. Logan comments that the new year is near, and Kesselin talks about how time has passed. In 90 days of training, the group of 1,000 apprentices has been reduced to 987, with 1 death and 12 dropouts. Kesselin is satisfied, noting that no one else is quitting. Logan thinks that the basic training has finally ended. He has already asked Hamar to make 400 more crossbows. He asks if the apprentices are ready for combat training. Patrick confirms and suggests the forest at the base of the mountain range as a suitable place. He says it's time to advance in training, as the knights will need real combat experience. Logan asks if they have mastered the iron bloodsword technique yet. Patrick replies that true mastery will only come through fighting. Logan's smile widens with a psychotic touch, and he agrees. Kesselin pales, and a drop of sweat runs down his face, realizing where Logan got his intense and slightly crazy tendencies. A few days later, in the heart of the southern McLean mountain range, Patrick appears fully dressed in his armor. The knights are ordered to unsheathe their swords and control their breathing. They concentrate their aura and, at Patrick's command, attack the enormous trees with their swords. Even the knights are astonished by the power they have just unleashed. Logan, alongside his father, watches with satisfaction, but Patrick remains calm. The apprentices, however, are ecstatic, murmuring to each other, wondering if they will ever reach that level. Logan shouts to the apprentices to stay alert, reminding them all that this is not an ordinary forest, but a monster-infested one. As if by magic, goblins begin to emerge from the shadows, and the knights, eager to fight, waste no time. The knights charged at the goblins, attacking with precision and ferocity. They cut them down like a storm. The goblins, overwhelmed by the knights' power, tried to flee in panic, but Logan had already anticipated this. He ordered the troops to prepare their crossbows. At his signal, a rain of arrows fell upon the battlefield, taking out any goblin trying to escape. The cavalry laughed, mocking the fear they once felt for the creatures. Their joy was short-lived. A huge, terrifying paw appeared before them, and the knights readied for the attack. A pack of wolves charged forward, but they were not ordinary wolves. They were horned wolves. The knights formed a defensive line. In an instant, one of the wolves sank its jaws into a knight's sword. The situation turned dire for the knights. Suddenly, Kesselin ordered the cavalry to use their crossbows. The arrows sliced through the sky, hitting the wolves, who let out terrible cries of pain. But the arrows seemed ineffective and broke upon impact. A soldier, trembling, exclaimed that the arrows had no effect. Logan shouted to the knights to hold the formation. The mission was clear. No wolf was to get through. Stan, the winner, moved forward determined to test his strength against one of the wolves. The blow was so strong it sent the wolf flying several meters back, but a chilling scream cut through the air behind him. When he turned around, he saw a wolf sinking its teeth into a recruit's leg, while another stood frozen in fear. A flaming strike cut through the air, and Logan unleashed his fury on the wolf, finishing it off with a single blow. He ordered the terrified recruit to regain control and take the injured to safety. The recruit responded immediately and ran. Logan thought that, as he suspected, most of the recruits were not prepared for chaotic skirmishes, but those who placed among the top 100 in the census test stood out. One of the recruits, cornered, noticed another wolf approaching from behind. Victor appeared out of nowhere and slit the second wolf's throat. Victor looked at the bloodied sword and a slight smile formed on his face. The other recruits looked at him in confusion. Logan saw the scene and realized that Victor had finally freed himself from his limitations. The battle was coming to an end, and Patrick took down the last wolf. Logan asked the captain if that was all. The captain confirmed. Patrick remarked that it had been a month and a half since they started combat training, and clearing all these areas took much longer than expected. The captain agreed, explaining that uncovering 3 cities infested with thousands of monsters was monumental. The young man shuddered at the thought of all those monsters invading the castle at once. He thanked God they had discovered the threats in time. Logan was coordinating the knights and soldiers, insisting they hold on a little longer, and instructing them to finish bringing down a huge log and transporting it to the construction site. However, the knights complained about how they were taking down monsters and trees non-stop without a single break. Logan ignored the complaints and commented on how absurd it was that such valuable trees were left unused just because there were monsters nearby. With his signature killer smile, he thought the situation was perfect as he was managing to train the soldiers and collect wood for the town at the same time. Patrick observed everything and thought Logan seemed more interested in obtaining wood than in training the troops. Logan kept wondering if awakening one's own strength required a sixth sense, a survival instinct. If everything went according to plan during the Grandia Civil War, they could quickly reinforce their forces for the inevitable conflict with the Empire. Hamar noticed a smile on the young man's face and asked what amused him. Logan ignored him and changed the subject, saying that with enough wood they could proceed with the construction of McLean Town. Logan asked if Hamar could finish the project on time, and Hamar nodded confidently. He explained that with the support of the wizards and the motivation of the workers, the task would be manageable. Logan wondered if Hamar had always been this reliable, and attributed it to his vacation. But just when Hamar's confidence was at its peak, Logan reminded him of another task, the magic tower. Clayton cast a spell conjuring a wall of earth, and the workers looked on in awe. Logan urged them to stop admiring and start gathering the earth as planned. Logan approached Clayton, thanking him for fulfilling his requests. Clayton shrugged off the concern, saying that with the promise of an annual support fund of 10 million gold, it hardly mattered if the place was a small village. He said that if everything went as planned, the city would become the center of the region. Logan interrupted him, stating that his only goal was to make the city a nice place for people to live in peace. Clayton was astonished and exclaimed that McMcLean was truly a territory for the people. He dramatically shouted that Logan had his vote. Logan ignored the comment and told Clayton that the earthen walls were good enough, as this place would never become a battlefield, because I will never let that happen after all. I plan to invade someone else before that happens, he said. In the silence of the night, Logan was in the forest, holding his sword in an unusual position. Suddenly, with a burst of energy, he lunged forward. A single radiant beam of light shot from the sword, piercing through the darkness. The beam exploded, and when the light faded, it was clear that the young man aimed to smash a huge rock. Logan inspected the result and noticed that the beam had not only pierced the rock but continued through the trees behind it. He thought that the technique he had just used was the second form of the divine sword secrets. He needed to get stronger. 2 months later, the construction of the village is completed. Families begin to move in, and the start of summer brings a sense of vitality to the new settlement. In the office, Logan and Dwayne discuss the progress of the city. Dwayne reports that the recovery of the area is going well, but notes a shortage of labor. Logan reassures him, saying that refugees are constantly arriving, and instructs Dwayne to accept all newcomers. Dwayne asks about Hamar, and is told that he is still on vacation. Logan wonders if he gave him too much time off, but quickly dismisses the thought. Dwayne questions a rumor that Hamar received a large amount of mithril before leaving. Logan confirms this and explains that he gave the mithril to Hamar so he could create new weapons for the knights. Dwayne raises an eyebrow and comments that it doesn't sound much like a vacation. Logan responds that working with rare metals is a dream for dwarves and that Hamar must be thrilled. Far away, the Viscount Max Peretta was boiling with rage, pounding the table with his fist. The McLeans had managed to reclaim the wasteland. He mocks, saying that such land could never be farmed. The vassal explains that rumors are circulating about the source of their wealth. Some say Logan made a fortune in business, others that he discovered a gold mine. The Viscount ignores the gossip and asks about the harvest from the reclaimed lands. The vassal estimates that the production will be at least double theirs. The news only fuels the Viscount's fury as he realizes they can't just sit idly by. He asks if they can come up with an excuse to invade. The vassal suggests using the people who fled to McLean as a pretext to infiltrate and reclaim the reclaimed lands as compensation. The Viscount identifies the problem. It would be risky to act alone. He has a plan. He will contact the Viscounty of Sylvan since their people must have fled as well, and together they can defeat the McLeans. In Logan's office, the atmosphere is tense. Patrick, Logan, Dwayne, and Hinkle are discussing training and military expansion. Logan informs them that he has selected around 300 talented recruits, and Patrick asks if he really thinks they are worthy of becoming knights. Logan nods, and Dwayne comments that it seems like too many people. Hinkle calls the number absurd, arguing that even with intense training for 10 years, only 1 in 100 awakens their strength. Logan remains unfazed and states that they will maintain the training system. Dwayne shouts that he is wasting money, but Logan replies that the neighboring territories will provoke them anyway. Patrick asks him to explain. Logan clarifies that with McLean City fully operational and the fertile land, there is no way the Viscounties of Sylvan and Parita will remain silent. Hinkle interrupts him, saying they have no excuse. Dwayne shouts, interrupting Hinkle, and insists that the real problem is the influx of refugees. Logan asks his father to consider the number of refugees they have been receiving, and to wonder how many might have come from Parito or Sylvan. Dwayne, furious, yells at Logan, demanding to know why he didn't prevent the situation. It seems Patrick is putting the pieces together, and he directly asks Logan if his goal was to start a war. Logan's response is direct. They are enemies, and we will have to face them eventually, so why wait? Silence fills the room, and everyone, from Hinkle to Dwayne, is disappointed. Patrick wonders if he gave his authority away too quickly. Rick bursts into the room looking for Logan and says Sylvan and Parita have sent a voice message. Logan says things have already started, and they need to discuss how to handle the situation. Outside, 2 flags flutter in the breeze. They belong to the envoys of Sylvan and Parita. The envoys, who are silent, admire the beauty of the city. They observe how the houses are organized around a large intersection, and how clean and happy the people look. They conclude that the city is worth taking. One of them tries to strike up a conversation with a soldier who says the credit goes entirely to the young master, Logan. The soldier praises Logan's skills, saying he is far ahead of any other prince his age, and that Logan prioritizes the well-being of the land and its people. The soldier continues telling an anecdote about Logan, but the envoys do not want to hear it. In the meeting room, the envoys stand before Logan and Patrick. They demand the return of the refugees and control over the Thesron plains. Logan and Patrick simply lower their heads. Logan believes they are asking for war, and Patrick agrees. Hinkle decides to take control and asks if Sylvan and Parita really want to go to war. Chaos erupts in the hall, and everyone starts shouting. One of the envoys, terrified, points at Logan and Patrick, saying they cannot intimidate the envoys like this. Patrick is furious, but keeps his composure and warns that they are the only ones declaring war, and that the McLeans do not fear it. The envoy says that if war breaks out, there will be nothing left but ashes of the McLeans. Logan feels a knot in his stomach and jumps into the conversation, questioning how the refugees can be used as bargaining chips. He tells his father that the envoys have forgotten their duties as nobles, and that there is no need to negotiate. The knights surround the envoys, pointing their swords at them. The envoys ask if Logan and Patrick are trying to start a war. Logan descends the stairs and responds that it is total war. He says they have the audacity to enter his castle and use foul words against him. Logan draws his sword, and one of the envoys tries to say he's crazy, but can't finish the sentence. Logan kills the guards in seconds and approaches the envoys. One of them, terrified, pleads with him not to come any closer. Logan ignores him, draws his sword, and kills him on the spot. The other emissary falls to his knees, saying he will serve McLean's will and report every detail to his lord. Logan turns to his father, who nods. Logan then orders the knights to prepare for war, and everyone cheers. That same day, the McLeans send a magical message to the Viscounts, demanding compensation for the envoys' insolence. Viscount Soto Sylvan is furious. Sylvan mocks the demands, saying the McLeans lack the strength to fight. Logan and Patrick observe the magical transmission globe summarizing Sylvan's demands. Return the servants, pay 10 million in gold, and hand over the plains of Tesron. Patrick asks why the hurry, as the McLeans have the power to crush the 6 counties. Logan warns that they need to occupy Sylvan as quickly as possible. Kezalon enters the room and reports that the count is finished. 389 regular soldiers, 100 from the main fortress, and 313 mercenaries, all ready. Logan praises Kezalon's work and asks about the armaments. Kezalon assures him that armor, spears, and crossbows have been provided, and they won't be outmatched. Logan thinks they wouldn't lose to Sylvan and Parita even if they attack together. But he can't draw the attention of the factions fighting for the throne. He wants the third prince to become king, as it is the only sensible option. Logan asks Kezalon if he has good news. Kezalon replies that he does. Victor has awakened his strength and was waiting to inform him directly. Logan gets excited and tells Kezalon to bring him in. Victor enters, and Logan interrupts him, telling him to show what happened. Victor concentrates his power, and gray smoke begins to envelop him. His power explodes, leaving Logan and Patrick speechless. Logan tells Victor he did a great job and promotes him to knight, tearing up the slave document. Victor is happy but gets upset when Logan says his promotion will be postponed until after the war. Logan burns the slavery document, thinking Victor just wants to fight. He believes he has already prepared an opponent for him, Runyon. Logan tells his father they should send a response to Sylvan. Patrick tells his son to skip the formalities and get straight to the point. Logan smiles and urges the soldiers to march towards Sylvan's county. Logan shouts for Soto Sylvan to come face him. Soto Sylvan is furious, and Captain Kezelan asks for permission to lead the charge, with 120 knights and 2,512 soldiers. Sylvan feels relieved because, although McLean's number of soldiers was greater than he expected, they still had the advantage, and Kezelan was also a high-ranking knight. Sylvan fears that Parita will betray him and concludes that McLean and Parita have allied against him. He shouts furiously and orders Kezelan to contact the barony of Bifrost to prevent Parita from making any decisions. Kezelan confirms the orders. In front of the castle, Heinkel, Logan, and Patrick discuss the strategy. Heinkel asks if it wouldn't be better to provide covering fire. But Patrick replies that they can't risk Sylvan's Viscount escaping. Logan agrees, and explains that Sylvan believes his forces are superior and will come out soon. Heinkel is suspicious, as Logan seems to know Soto Sylvan. The gates of Sylvan-Wise County open, and Sylvan's knights advance. Patrick assesses the situation, and comments that Sylvan has 3,000 regular soldiers. Heinkel says that's 1.5 times more than the McLeans. Callian tries to say something, but Patrick orders his soldiers to advance. Callian calls him insolent, and says that McLean's soldiers are a bunch of rabble. Kezelan orders the mercenaries to prepare their crossbows. Callian wonders what Patrick is thinking, and tells his men to raise their shields. Kezelan gives the order for the soldiers to shoot, and a rain of arrows falls. Callian smiles, thinking they wouldn't have any effect, but the arrows pierce the shields. Callian is furious and shouts at his men to advance with all their strength. Kezelan orders everyone to disperse, which confuses Callian. The crossbow cavalry divides and aims at the soldiers, and Callian urinates in fear. He thinks about retreating, but it's too late. Patrick appears and challenges the Sylvan Knights to face him. Callian is stunned by Patrick's power, who knocks down 4 knights in one blow. Callian realizes that Patrick has reached an advanced level. Patrick gives the order to the McLean soldiers to annihilate the opponent. The McLean Knights charge with everything they have and massacre the Sylvan enemies. Heinkel acknowledges that 2 months ago, the Sylvan Knights were a rival for them. Heinkel smiles, happy to see his knights becoming more powerful. Then he looks at Logan and Patrick and comments that his lord's training was not in vain. On the battlefield, Heinkel is in a duel, and Samora arrives to help him. They did not count on Heinkel's strength, who disarmed 2 of them. The knights realize that Heinkel is a high-ranking knight, thanks to having learned the Iron Blood Sword. Logan charges at Callian, who realizes he is in trouble. Logan remembers his training, having completed the second form of the Divine Sword Secrets and its barrier. Logan and Callian wield their swords. Callian retreats with each attack, annoyed, and calls Logan Hardhead. Callian attacks with all her strength, but Logan dodges, and the sword only grazes her ear. Logan applauds the maneuver and admits he didn't think all of Callian's swords were real. Callian conjures another sword, but Logan doesn't seem worried. Callian realizes that the closer she gets, the more her swords fail. Logan tries to annoy her by calling her weak. Callian is visibly irritated and prepares to attack Logan once more. Logan closes his eyes, and his core seems to change, becoming a 2-star core. He dodges Callian's attack and ends up behind her. The battle shifts in Logan's favor as he manages to seriously injure Callian. Callian realizes that Logan has become a high-ranking knight. Logan raises his sword and concentrates his aura, ready to take her down. Logan uses his brute strength and jumps high into the air, deciding to defeat Callian in the most dazzling way possible. He concentrates his aura and prepares his secret technique, the Divine Wave, releasing a massive wave of aura. Callian tries to block, but it's futile. Logan defeats Callian, and the Sylvan troops realize that the fight is over. Logan stands tall and shouts that he has taken down the enemy leader. Seconds later, Patrick announces the capture of Soto Sylvan and orders everyone to surrender. Logan smiles and thinks to himself, after the war, the Sylvan fief lost 42 knights and 1,223 soldiers. The McLeans, on the other hand, lost only 5 knights and no soldiers. A man is informed by his vassal that Sylvan lost to the McLeans and concludes that it's time to act. Back in the Sylvan County 5, Soto Sylvan is kneeling before Patrick, who gives him one last chance. He must apologize, take the bare minimum of his belongings, and leave the lands with his family. Soto Sylvan, looking up, says that the power grab will not be tolerated by the royalty. Logan, behind him, thinks that this is the worst thing he could have said to Patrick. The downfall of the McLeans can be attributed to the Count's poor management at that time, but the one who caused a rebellion to take advantage of the chaos was Bifrost. Logan thinks that thanks to the royal intervention, Bifrost had no authority to order the McLean house to serve him, but just hearing the name ruins Patrick's mood. Patrick asks Sylvan if he wants to die. Soto tries to say something, but Logan cuts his throat and lets him bleed out. Logan explains to Patrick that he respected him by giving him an honorable death. Patrick nods and says he did a good job. Logan hopes that other nobles won't use this to attack them, especially Bifrost, who is an enemy they can't face yet. A few weeks passed, and in Sylvan Castle, Logan and his father, Patrick, were chatting. Logan commented that despite being on guard, Parita had shown no signs of attack. Patrick then asked if there was any reason for her to do so. The young man responded with another question. What if Parita attacked Tessarian Castle? Patrick downplayed the concern, telling Logan to relax since Clayton was there. The young man agreed that brute force wasn't the only thing that helped them defeat the Viscount of Sylvan. The truth is, they won, because Sylvan underestimated him, while the McLeans gave their all, using everything they had, not to mention their ace in the hole, Clayton himself and his stone golems hidden in Tessarian Castle. Even with all this help, Logan knew that managing 3 castles like this wouldn't work. They needed a way to optimize things. The young man suggested to his father that they move the center of their lands to the cities, which would make managing the 3 castles much easier. 2 nearby vassals agreed, as they had cleared the monster-infested forests, and not leaving many forces in McLean wouldn't be a problem. They could keep the knights in the cities, ready to march to Tessarion or Sylvan at any moment. Patrick thought the idea was great. Logan, happy, said he wouldn't have to handle everything alone now. His father congratulated him and asked how many knights they had captured. Logan replied that there were 75, all imprisoned in cells, with 8 of them being intermediate knights. The young man asked if he could try to convince them to serve the McLeans. Logan thought that a single battle had produced so many knights that it was more efficient than selecting young talents. But he also considered that if Sylvan had been more cautious, they would have had many more casualties and captured only a quarter of the knights. He thought it unlikely that it would happen again, and they shouldn't cling to that victory. Patrick, on the other hand, was beaming, telling Logan that with these forces, even Parita didn't seem intimidating. He praised him, claiming that all of this was thanks to his son, and smiled like the proudest father in the world. Seeing his father's reaction, Logan blushed and fell silent. Patrick then told him to enjoy it, at least for that day. The joy of the father and son was short-lived. A vassal arrived with news from Bifrost, leaving Logan and Patrick stunned. The vassal read the letter aloud. Bifrost called himself the Lord of the Southwest and expressed his discomfort with the McLean family's annual wars. Patrick nearly had a fit just hearing Bifrost call himself the Lord of the Southwest. The vassal continued reading the letter. The Lord stated that at the request of the Viscount of Sylvan, Paretta, and the McLeans, the conflict should cease immediately. With every word, Patrick grew angrier, ranting that they were the ones who started the war, and now they were asking for intervention. Logan thought they should finish listening to the letter. Bifrost acknowledged that the conflict was ongoing because he had failed to fulfill his duties as Lord and had not promoted coexistence in the region. Therefore, Roger Bifrost, on his 50th birthday next month, was inviting the heirs of each family in the Southwest to discuss the future of the region. Patrick lost his composure, saying it was all nonsense and tearing the clothing off the vassal reading the letter. He continued shouting that there would be no trip, as the McLeans did not serve Bifrost. The letter ended by saying that not attending would be seen as a refusal to engage in dialogue, and Patrick declared they would not bend to threats. But Logan went against his father, thinking the invitation sounded interesting. Patrick looked at his son with an expression he had never seen before, and despite saying he respected his wishes, he began shouting again, tearing the last piece of paper covering the vassal. He swore that the McLeans would not kneel before Bifrost, even if he died. It was then that Logan picked up a plant and asked his father if he wanted a burial right then. But one of the knights accompanying them stopped the fight, saying there would be no parricide there. Patrick calmed down, took a deep breath, and asked Logan what he was thinking. Logan explained that there was no way to defeat Bifrost now. The young man acknowledged the truth. They had around 200 elite knights, over 500 high-ranking, and a total of more than 300 knights, and that was just a fraction of Bifrost's forces. Things looked good for the McLeans, but they were walking on eggshells. They needed time to unite the Knights of Sylvan and get Paretta to serve them. Additionally, Logan needed time to learn the third style of the secrets of the Divine Sword, and for the other knights to train. Patrick understood everything, but warned that the Southwest was different because, unlike other lords, Bifrost could not demand loyalty from other nobles. Logan disagreed, saying that in the capital, he discovered that Percival and Rodman had sworn loyalty to Bifrost a long time ago, which left Patrick shocked. Logan smiled, happy to have permission to go. He told his father not to worry, that he knew his skills, and that they would see the trip as an opportunity to see how their ancestors' lands had changed. The next morning, back in McLean City, Hamar approached Logan. Hamar asked if it was true they were selling him to the enemies, but Logan had no idea what he was talking about. Realizing the situation, the warrior Logan got angry. He punched Hamar in the face and told him to stop believing stupid rumors. Hamar then replied that most of the rumors about Logan were true, and it wasn't his fault. Logan was speechless. Hamar pulled something from his back, unwrapped it, and asked Logan to take it. It was a pure mithril sword, which left Logan speechless. At the Bifrost estate, Plown Paretta, heir to the Paretta estate, arrived by carriage and noticed something strange. a man in a cloak traveling alone. He soon realized it was Logan McLean, and was surprised he had managed to claim the Sylvan barony. He thought the McLean family must have suffered great losses for Logan to be traveling alone. Plown got out of the carriage and asked why he was receiving the same treatment as someone who seemed like a nobody. A guard tried to intervene, but Plown ignored him, introduced himself to Logan, and said he had heard about him, especially how he killed 6 knights in the blink of an eye. Plown noticed Logan's sword was clean, and while shaking the young man's hand, commented that he looked much younger and that the stories about him must be exaggerated. Logan smiled and shook Plown's hand so hard it almost broke it. It was at that moment Plown realized Logan was much stronger than he thought. They released their hands with Plown trembling, and Logan apologized, saying he had misunderstood his intentions as a strength competition. Plown held back tears, calling him an idiot, unsheathed his sword, ready to teach the McLean a lesson. The guard tried to warn him that personal fights were prohibited, but Logan took off his cloak and told Plown he was talking too much. Plown was furious and ordered his knights to attack Logan. The young man prepared, focused his aura, and passed through each of the guards in an instant, ending up behind them with his sword at Plown's neck. Plown felt no strength coming from Logan and realized the blow had come solely from the power of the sword. A guard approached, asking where he had bought the weapon, and Logan replied brusquely that it was rude to ask. Plown thought Logan was just a lucky guy who found a good sword somewhere. At that moment, a man in full armor emerged from the door. It was Sir Fromes, the Knight of the Moonlight, a knight of such high rank that Bifro could only have sent him to greet them for a good reason. Sir Fromes looked at Logan, asked if he was a McLean, and expressed his surprise at seeing such a young intermediate knight. Plown and his knights were speechless. Plown realized that this must be the reason for Logan's strength, and not just his sword skills. From a high-ranking knight, there was a unique energy that couldn't be hidden, and Logan thought it best to only show the strength he had to draw less attention to himself. Logan placed his hand on his chest as a sign of respect, and said he was striving to one day be as powerful as Sir Fromes, who advised him not to settle and to aspire to become a superhuman. Then, Sir Fromes led them inside, informing them that the heirs of Percival and Rogman had already arrived, and that they would have to wait until the party tomorrow night. Plown tried to mock Logan again, saying he had no party clothes and offering to lend him pajamas, but Logan ignored him and asked a servant where his room was. Logan thought that Plown really didn't understand his situation, and that occupying the parida wouldn't be difficult. Logan looked toward the building, remembering what Plown had said. He thought he had no intention of taking off his armor anyway, as he was on the land that his ancestors had lost, and he couldn't let his guard down. Logan stood in front of Mr. Bifrost, who ordered him to draw his sword. The young man bowed his head, greeted the gentleman, and wished him a happy birthday. The people around thought Logan's attitude was foolish, and called him a peasant. Logan observed the castles and towns, and was surprised to see that the people were quite friendly, and said that Bifrost was a good man. Bifrost welcomed Logan with open arms, and said that since he had come all this way, he assumed the McLeans would follow his wishes. Logan replied that if Bifrost's wishes were for peace, they would always be ready to march by his side. Bifrost praised him, called him enlightened, and invited him to enjoy the party. The young man realized that Bifrost was also impressive. He was a fifth circle wizard, making him as formidable as an advanced knight in a war. Logan's thoughts were interrupted by an announcement. Count Bifrost would give a speech. Bifrost began by thanking everyone who attended his birthday, and also the second prince for granting him the tier of the Sunday. The people were surprised by the intimacy Bifrost had with the prince himself. Bifrost continued, saying it was time for the Southwest to leave traditions behind and unite as the second prince wished, the main contender for the throne. Logan thought this was just a fancy way for Bifrost to tell everyone to fall under the prince's command. Bifrost ended by saying that Logan was a great young man, the standout who led the McLeans to victory in 2 wars, and a genius who became an intermediate knight at 21 years old. Bifrost extended his hand, saying he had no intention of forcing such a talented man, but simply making an offer. He revealed that Count Valtraman, the grandfather of the second prince, was looking for talented boys like Logan to be his students. The young man was speechless, but replied that he felt honored, even though he already had a master. Bifrost asked if it was his father, but Logan said he was trained by a great man and regretted having to decline. Bifrost commented that youth really acts quickly, and said that the very sword of blazing heat would soon appear, asking Logan to receive some instruction from him. He warned that he would make the same offer to all the heirs present, and that Logan could even call his own master for the lesson. The young man stopped worrying about the teaching, and focused more on the fact that Bifrost was trying everything to attract the McLeans. Logan thought it would be difficult to decline again, and fortunately he had already taken precautions. He thanked him for the compliments, and said he couldn't refuse the request, as Bifrost was so persistent. Bifrost thanked Logan for accepting, and said that his choice would be the first step to unite the Southwest. He added that Percival and Ruffman had already agreed to join, and that, in gratitude, he would personally gift those heirs. Basilisk brought a table into the room with 2 artifacts, a sword and a hammer. Logan thought that, of course, the Count would give a gift of at least 12 million gold. He wondered if Bifrost would really give something like a gift, and as if reading his thoughts, Bifrost called Ramon Percival and Eric Rothman from the crowd. He asked if they would swear loyalty, and the two knelt. Bifrost then awarded Ramon the sword of Lambton and Eric the hammer of Jackson. Bifrost promised that those who served them would receive their due reward, looking at Logan. Parita, drunk, emerged from the crowd and asked if Logan's sword didn't look better. She insisted that Logan's sword looked much better, further insulting the Count. Logan thought that Parita had dug her own grave. The sword, called Lux, had a strength that rivaled most artifacts. Logan thought that, in the worst case, he would use the sword to negotiate or buy time, but Parita had ruined everything. Bifrost asked if Logan's sword was so extraordinary, and the young man replied that he was lucky to have obtained a weapon forged by dwarves. Bifrost asked if he could inspect the sword, but Logan knew that if he handed it over, he would never see it again. He said that, although he was young, it was difficult to part with his companion. Bifrost proposed that, instead of handing over the sword, Logan demonstrate his strength in an exhibition fight against Ramon. The young man smiled, said that the situation had taken an unexpected turn, but that there was no reason to refuse. Logan drew his sword and said he would comply with the order. In the training room, he and Ramon faced off. Ramon launched the first attack, but Logan refused, saying he didn't want to hear it after he had an advantage. Ramon called him arrogant and began to charge his aura. The women in the room commented on the beauty of Ramon's sword. Logan wondered if he was trying to attract too much attention, which would make him a perfect target to die. In contrast, Hamar's weapon was very simple, but it had perfect balance, an impressive edge, and durability. Ramon asked if Logan's pretty sword could face an artifact. Logan thought Ramon was even more foolish than Parita. Ramon jumped forward, ready to take down Logan. The young man looked at the audience, saw Mr. Froome, and thought he needed to hide his strength and confidence. He needed to stumble, scratch himself, and occasionally make a good counterattack. He should show a bit of vigor and, after defeating him, end with a witty line. Logan held the sword to Ramon's neck and said he was lucky. Ramon shouted that it was all a mistake, that he wasn't used to the sword. Bifrost said Ramon had disappointed him. Logan was also disappointed. Bifrost apologized to Logan and said he would open his treasure, allowing the young man to choose any artifact he wanted. Logan thought Bifrost was trying to keep him there at all costs, sure that no matter what Logan took, he could get it back. At that moment, a servant entered, informing the Count that the Sword Duke had made contact for his birthday. The news left, Bifrost stunned. Felix Esperanza congratulated the Count, one of the kingdom's most reliable pillars, and regretted not being able to attend. Bifrost thanked him. Suddenly, Felix noticed Logan in the back and asked Bifrost if it was really him. Everyone in the room was stunned. Bifrost started to sweat. Logan realized his request had been granted and stepped forward, calling Felix master. Everyone was astonished. Felix turned to Bifrost and asked if it was true. Bifrost changed his mind and said that if the sword itself desired Logan, he could postpone his own desires. Logan thought he had made the right decision in asking Felix for help, who, being a neutral superhuman, couldn't have his orders denied. Felix winked at Logan, saying he couldn't wait to see him in the capital. Logan bowed his head and thanked him. Bifrost almost had an aneurysm. The next day, Logan was in Bifrost's artifact room. A guard informed him that he had 1 hour and could only choose one treasure. Logan observed the approximately 30 artifacts, ignored the weapons, and noticed that all the power converged on a pair of armored boots in a display case. He was skeptical because he didn't feel any magic emanating from them, but he realized they continued to absorb his energy. He wondered what would happen if he kept feeding them his strength and, surprisingly, his energy began to be absorbed like a wave. Logan shouted defiantly, "Let's see who wins." He continued pouring more and more energy into the boots. Suddenly, a wave of energy emanated from the boots, and Logan was thrown backward. His strength returned. At that moment, he realized something. That night, Bifrost asked if Logan McLean had already left. With 3 days left until the party, he concluded that the young man really wanted to harm him. Furious, Bifrost ordered his knights to follow him and retrieve the artifact. Logan was relaxing by a campfire. Suddenly, he felt a murderous intent that made him jump. Looking at the trees, he realized it was a pursuer of Bifrost. A hooded man emerged from the bushes, and Logan quickly realized that Bifrost had sent a group of 4. The man in front warned his accomplices that they could do whatever they wanted as long as they didn't kill him. The 3 men jumped on Logan, but he didn't wait and went on the offensive. The guys panicked, not understanding how an intermediate knight could move so fast. Logan thought he had made a great choice with those boots. Besides a triple jump in the air, they also self-repaired and were adjustable in size. He concluded that the boots were, at least, an artifact above the 4th level, and a fitting name would be the boots of the god of wind. The men asked for permission to aim for vital points, and the hooded figure let out a sound of disgust, saying it was shameful. The man jumped from behind with a silver aura, and Logan was taken aback. He managed to block but was pushed back. Logan concentrated his aura, preparing for a brutal fight. He told the man he never imagined that the title of Moonlight would be earned with deceitful tactics. Soon after, he recognized the man's true identity, Sir Franz. Sir Franz revealed that Logan was not only hiding his true strength but had surpassed it and knew about the artifact Logan possessed. Sir Franz said he would take the artifact as payment for the choice he was about to give. Logan asked what that choice was, as Sir Franz should be ashamed of his title, the Knight of the Moonlight. Sir Franz replied that was why he intended to give a tough choice. Logan wondered what was wrong with his peculiar stance, which seemed to hold a whip. Sir Franz began to use his strength, attacking Logan with a force blade that moved like a whip. Logan blocked the attacks and remarked that they were relentless. He realized he couldn't hold out much longer, and needed to use everything he had. He charged his aura, and managed to attack Sir Franz from behind. However, he didn't feel a single scratch. Suddenly, he realized something. He did a backflip, dodging one of Sir Franz's strikes. Sir Franz asked him how he could dodge his attacks and if it was the secret arts of the Sword Duke. Logan didn't seem interested in what he was saying, thinking that if Sir Franz was still standing, his attack hadn't been good enough. He thought that if he didn't have the skills from the Gog Wind Boots, he would have taken the hit head-on. Logan replied that he wasn't using any secret arts and asked Sir Franz to wait a moment while he showed him a secret technique. Sir Franz, arrogantly, said he would wait. Logan thought Sir Franz's arrogance made things easier. He charged his aura, focusing on the sword, thinking that if he lost, he wouldn't just lose Lux and the boots, but Sir Franz would also make sure he never wielded a sword again. He opened his eyes, declaring that the moment was now. Sir Franz attacked him, but at the instant he was about to stab his sword into the young man's heart, everything exploded around him. Sir Franz hadn't accounted for the strength Logan truly possessed. The warrior managed to conjure a sword of aura, the third form of the divine sword secrets, and was ready to defeat Sir Franz. Sir Franz fell to the ground. He realized he was in real danger. The impact of the attack was so great that the knights accompanying him began to search for him. Sir Franz coughed up blood. He managed to dodge, but said it would have been better to die alongside Logan than to return defeated. Logan rode away on his horse, thinking about how he had hesitated. He recalled when Sir Franz attacked him while he was charging the third style and the coin-sized hole in his chest. He thought that the talk and excitement were just a facade, but at least one thing was certain. With his skills and the treasures he possessed, he could definitely defeat an advanced knight. Suddenly, he fell off his horse, which continued on. At the McLean mansion, Rick and Dwayne were stunned to see him in tatters and asked what had happened. Logan said he had fallen off his horse. His return caused a commotion. The incident was brushed aside. Patrick was embarrassed, saying that Logan was enduring all these hardships because the family lacked power. Logan told his father that soon they could return the favor, but for that, he needed to reorganize his forces. In the training field, Ronnie softened her skills. She remembered what Logan had told her, that the war would be easy, and that she didn't need Rania, who should perfect her skills. Rania thought she couldn't let Logan treat her like just another child. She was interrupted by Logan, who invited her to take a break and introduced her to the person she would be training with from now on, Victor. Rania was stunned. Victor was wearing new, shiny armor. Rania asked if the armor fit him well, but she could only think that Victor seemed to be her age, and wondered if he was also a force user. Logan confirmed that Victor had recently awakened his strength and was the same age as Rania, which would be a good boost. Rania asked Logan what he meant by training together, and Logan replied, fighting. They looked at each other, ready to fight. Logan signaled for them to begin. Victor attacked Rania's neck, but she managed to dodge, and realized that Victor was using the Iron Blood Sword. Rania decided to counterattack. Rania moved forward, determined, ready to take down Victor. Victor realized he was in trouble. Rania unleashed a powerful wave of energy, but Victor managed to dodge it, leaping high into the air. He prepared his next attack, trying to surprise Rania. Victor plunged his sword into the ground, creating a crater, but Rania moved at the last second and called him a monster. Victor didn't seem to care. Logan began to laugh, asking Rania who was calling whom a monster. Rania regained her stance, thinking she had to give it her all. Victor smiled, looking very relaxed. Logan watched the fight from a safe distance and realized his thinking was correct. They had synergy. Victor had perfected his learning of the Iron Blood Sword and was adjusting it to his style. Rania, who already had experience, moved without being tied to the forms. Rania shouted that Victor couldn't use punches, and the other replied that in a fight, anything goes, which made Logan laugh again. He asked them not to push themselves so hard and thought that there were still 7 years until the Empire's war started, and that Rania and Victor would be ready in 5 or 6 years. He thought it would be great if Victor learned the secrets of the Divine Sword, but he would need a catalyst to keep him there. In Logan's office, Clayton and his disciples were surprised by what he told them. Victor could see the mana band. Logan tried to get Victor to learn something he liked to keep him in the castle. When Victor said he wanted to learn to move clay dolls with that yellow thread, Logan was stunned. Clayton interrupted, asking if he could see where he was sending his mana. Victor pointed to one of the disciples, calling him old, and said that was where he was sending his mana. They tried again, and Victor said that Clayton was sending the mana to the water bottle. Clayton grabbed Victor by the shoulders and told him he was special, that not even the great legendary wizards could see mana with their own eyes. Logan wondered if seeing mana was really that impressive. He asked Victor if she was sure she wanted to learn magic. She replied that if that was the way to control the giant doll, then yes, she wanted to do it. Logan insisted, and Victor explained that if he could control it, he could do much more. Logan told Clayton that he would trust Victor to him, but the young man had already disappeared. Clayton shouted for someone to bring a measuring tape while measuring Victor. Logan thought Victor had the talent to become a great wizard and that the two brothers were geniuses. He reflected that his powers were strengthening, and maybe it was time to go to Grand, as he had made a promise to his master. He thought he would go alone, but things didn't go as planned. 7 knights surrounded Logan, ready to defend him. Captain Henderson of the 18th Squadron of the McLean Knights introduced himself, but Logan seemed irritated and told them to leave. Patrick had warned it would be rude to the Duke of the Sword, and Logan should bring at least the minimum number of attendants. Logan asked Rick what he was doing there, and Rick replied that it wouldn't be appropriate for the heir of a noble family to be without a personal servant. Logan didn't believe him and asked if Rick had come because he wanted to visit the capital. Rick began to sweat cold and said yes, because no one in his fief spoke to him anymore, and he needed to get married. Logan covered his ears with his fingers and commented that they would only delay him. Logan had 2 goals for the trip. First, to identify possible changes in the future, and second, to find the third prince to create a bond with the Hill. He remembered the story of the royal family. The current king, Samuel Vaughan, had no heir until he was 40, so he had 2 sons with concubines. 10 years later, the queen gave birth to the third prince, who surpassed his brothers and became his successor. Logan knew that in the winter, just before the third prince came of age, the civil war would begin with the king's death. The first prince, Juan Doblas, a six-circle wizard, and the second prince, Jordan Waltermine, would have the support of their grandparents. Logan saw that they were about to execute the third prince, but Felix appeared, claiming that the king's will was for the third prince to live. Despite gaining the advantage, the third prince ultimately led the country to ruin in the following 5 years. Therefore, Logan's goal was to never allow that man to become king. He thought the second prince was the same and needed to see for himself if the third prince was worthy of being king. Inside the castle, Logan's servants were speechless. Rick approached and asked if Logan didn't think it would be good for the family to make some connections and requested a little help to get closer to one of the maids. Logan, annoyed, hit Rick on the head, causing him to fall to the ground. A man approached to greet Logan and took him to Felix's office. The man introduced himself as Louis Ryan, the Duke's supervisor, exactly whom Logan had known in his past life. Louis had given him the secrets of the divine sword and asked him to memorize them and pass them on to someone talented. Logan couldn't remember anything else that Louis had given him. Louis took him to the office and said that the Duke was waiting inside. Louis turned around and a scream was heard. Logan smiled and turned toward the voice. He greeted the Duchess, Felix's wife. He congratulated her on the birth of her heir and said he was willing to answer any questions. She placed her hands on her belly and asked him to choose the baby's name. Logan was astonished. Felix joined the conversation, saying that he and the Duchess had been discussing it for some time. Thanks to Logan, they wanted him to choose the name. The young man was still speechless. He thought about how a man decides and lights the way for a child. The two had seen each other twice, and Logan knew it was a great responsibility. He said it would be an honor. Felix and the Duchess were beaming. Felix asked the Duchess to go rest. He leaned against the door and remarked that he wasn't good with words. He then told Logan that they should talk about their bodies. Logan didn't understand. Felix looked at him and said he was surprised at how quickly he had leveled up. He wanted to see how strong Logan was now. In the training field, Felix and Logan faced off. Logan jumped forward, but Felix dodged and appeared behind him, ready to counterattack. Logan huffed and redirected his attack, but Felix easily blocked it. The young man thought that in a battle against his own master, he could test his limits, but Felix told him to stop. Felix asked him what the hell he was doing,